muted here. Sound check, 1 2 1 2.
Check.
If you guys hear us, let us know.
Are we good?
What is up, ladies and gents? It is your friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, Rafa Esparza, coming to you with another PGF pre-show. I'm very excited that you guys are here. If this is your first day of watching any of the action with us here at the PGF League, we are very, very happy to have you. And I brought along two friends to help us preview some of the best grappling, frankly, in the world. Let's just get there first. I'm going to go on over to first, a person who we apparently do not talk to on this show enough. One, Jake Watson. Jake, how are you doing, sir?
Raph, I am glad that I had an opportunity for somebody to vouch for me myself. You know, I feel like I haven't got enough screen time. As the week has gone on, I've been feeling more and more the pull and the temptation to act like a diva, but I have an army. I have an army of people who are coming after you. So
yep, the leader and commander of that army is one AJ Agazarm. So you know,
union, by the way. I've never talked to him.
Just want to point it out. He's the one leading the charge. So whatever he says is truth, especially in the group chats, my guys. All right, let's go on over to Tim Freeman from Inside BJJ. Tim, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing fantastic today. I'm so stoked for day two. Day one was exciting enough. Day two is just about to happen, and we have three more after that, concluding with the big playoff. I can't believe it. It's here. Let's go, day two.
All right, guys, let's not waste any more time. Let's get straight to the board. That's what you're here for here at the pre-show, and we've got an exciting one for you. Let's go ahead and start with our very first topic, which is, what does the scoreboard look like? Now, we have several different scoreboards that we want to go through. I know, it can be very confusing, but we're going to do our best to kind of walk you through it. We thought, though, we'd start by talking about who is ahead in the team standings. And we're going to start with you, Tim Freeman. Walk us through that, please.
So, actually, we're going individual performers on this. So here we go. Individual performers, David Asare, 15 points from New Wave. This guy is putting on a serious clinic. He had the first bonus kill, which is you get your 6 points. Within the first minute, you get the additional bonus point. He also just missed it with Jamie Carnall. He was 2 seconds shy of getting that finish against Jamie Carnall. He would have had 7 points there. When you add in the team points that you earn as a bonus for each point that your team wins, the athletes get these added to their accumulated score. Asare's with 15. Varela's followed up with 12, which is crazy. He called that out yesterday. He said he was going to score 12 points. He did a nice job at that. We also see David Evers slipping in the pack there. I think he's around 9. Daniel Sathler's at 11, and Ben Eddy's in there at 4. So we got some names that we thought would be there, and we have some names that we didn't think should be there. And I don't want to forget Jett Thompson, the kid. He's also on the board with 4.
Very good. Thank you so much much for that recap. And now we're actually going to go down, and I'm going to do the teams. My apologies, sir. Did I say you were going to do the teams?
Yes, sir.
Uh-oh, yikes. All right, senile is happening real quick. Didn't know it. Got to do more crosswords in between the shows. All right, I'm going to walk you through the teams. So we went through the individuals, but there are teams, and this is an important aspect to know because the teams basically are going up against each other in duels. So if they do end up getting people who maybe didn't get a submission, they could still get a point, as Tim mentioned. But in the standings on that, you have Black Rifle with 0. The pressure is on them today. You have Epic Roll with 12, First Phorm with 13, and leading the charge. A lot of you thought, not very impressive on paper, ex-Marshall, and yet here they are at 22 points. So it just goes to show how much people actually know. You got to see it play through. And yes, we're going to show you how much people can or cannot know because we ourselves did a fantasy draft. So to give you an update on that, we go to Jake Watson.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the fantasy draft and the teams that were put together. Let's pull up the first team because we each had our own team. Team Freeman, Mr. Tim Freeman put together Elijah Carlton, Cam Hurd, Mike John, Jett Thompson, and Samson Phommabout. And I got to say, all those the people on those teams, I believe every one of them, minus Jett Thompson, struggled a little bit in their first day at the PGF World, but Jett Thompson really came up with a big victory. He's somebody we'll talk about later. Let's move on to let's move on to how much points they actually scored. Let's pull up that unit right here. Once we have it. Sorry, to how many points they scored, Raph?
Right up here.
7 points. That's the total for Team Freeman. So, Tim, looking okay, I would say. Looking all right. But let's move on to the next team. So, if we look at the next team, actually my team, John Combs, Renato Canuto, Daniel Sathler, AJ Agazarm, and Nathan Haddad. Now, I picked my team, and I was very confident in my team, and I think that they're still going to do well. I think Daniel Sathler really showed out in a huge way. When I got to pick him in the fantasy draft, I was sure that he was going to do a great job, and he really came out guns blazing. So let's take a look at my point total, because I believe Daniel Sathler is the exclusive point provider, and he scored 14 points. So pretty good day for Team Watson if you're thinking about the head-to-head between me and Tim. Anyway, moving on. Team Egghead, he's not here on the pre-show with us, but he is going to be featured on commentary, so keep an eye out for that as well. But he picked PJ Barch, Max Hanson, Davis Asare, Jamie Carnall, and Matt Elkins. Another tale sort of similar to mine where Davis Asare was the main point provider there, and PJ Barch, Max Hanson both being a part of Team Black Rifle. 0 points yesterday, but they're poised to do some pretty good work today. We'll see. And Matt Elkins had a pretty all right showing as well yesterday. Very impressed with him, actually. Let's take a look at Egghead's total. 15 points for him. That puts him in the lead.
That's one more than you.
That is one more than me. I can do math.
Okay. I want to make sure we're
no, you're not number one.
No, listen, I understand that. Let's take a look at Team Esparza. So 26 point total for Team Esparza right off the rip. If anybody was wondering how much better he was doing, Raph, Andy Varela, Kevin Beuhring, Ben Eddy, and Kevin Sherrill, and David Evers. I mean, he picked two pretty good picks right there, Andy Varela and David Evers. It's a pretty, I just got to say, I think every single one of these guys scored some points, right? Yeah, so that's nice. Go back to your seat. So that's a fantasy draft. Raph, why don't you move on to the next segment and take your seat of humility
wow, what a good moderator, Jake. A moderator in waiting that you might be someday. No reason. I just wanted to get up there, and I wanted to let my team know that you guys are coming through for me, and I appreciate you. So right here to Team Esparza, I love you guys. All right, let's get back to the real news. We want to go through the submissions of the night. Now, granted, there is a G-Shock submission of the night, an official one.
Okay.
And I have not heard what it is yet, so we're going to find out if we can tell you guys who ended up getting that. But before we do, I want to go through who we had as submission of the night. So why don't we go ahead and start with you over here, Jake, for submission of the night, sir.
So I think the submission of the night came from the young man, the 17-year-old Jett Thompson. It can't be overstated how big of a victory it was versus John Combs. He started out with a leg lock, turned it into an ankle lock, and then as John Combs pulls his leg out, transitions it to what's called an Aoki lock, which is a very dangerous submission. It's very painful. And to take out John Combs in your first match of the PGF World Season 6 sends a huge statement. And not to mention, he also had a great match versus PJ Barch, the #1 seed of the entire tournament. I think he's really, really impressive to watch, and I'm excited to see him continue.
Beautiful. Tim, who do you have as your submission of the night?
You know, I think that's a great pick. I do like the kid Jett Thompson, but I went with David Asare and the back triangle against Jamie Carnall. For one, he's got Elijah Carlton in his corner coaching him to forego the arm lock and go for the triangle because it's a kill and you get 6 points instead of 3. This is a guy in Carlton that was defeated by Asare last year, not too long ago, by a toe hold, and now he turns around and coaches him to a victory. It's a tough submission to get. It's not easy, and it's easy to get summit fever. You see the arm, you jump on the arm, you lose the arm, and now there's no points. But Carlton coached him through it. He walked away with almost 7 points. He just missed that bonus point by 2 seconds there, so I got to go with the kid, David Asare.
All right, guys. This is tough because I have privileged information. I have just been informed who is being given submission of the night. And honestly, it was the guy I had.
Oh, right, of course.
100%. This is, I put it down on paper. You can prove it. It's a hermetically sealed envelope. You can prove it.
Let me see it.
We'll show it to you off air. We have no TV time to do that. But I'm happy to report Daniel Sathler was able to take away the submission of the night. And I got to tell you, he was on fire yesterday. I was very impressed by him, and I can tell you this. He is one of the recipients, I believe, of a G-Shock little watch, if you would, and I think that's very, very dope. And I have to tell you, there's no part of me that was G-Shocked. He was the one that ended up getting the bonus that night. You're welcome. I get paid in rubies. That's all I'm saying. Thank you to G-Shock for making it so that our athletes get something special whenever they do something incredible. But you know what? Time is about expired there. Let's go to our next topic, which is anticipation. Guys, what match are you most looking forward to today? I'm going to start with you, Jake Watson.
So Max Hanson and Daniel Sathler have shared the mats once before. Daniel Sathler would win that first encounter with a flying triangle, an incredibly dynamic submission, and that is sort of foreshadowing his performances here at the PGF World. So that was a huge victory for Daniel Sathler, and Max Hanson, following that loss to Sathler, would go on a tear, winning Grand Prix, $10,000 cash prizes, competing at the top level, making it to the semifinals of ADCC West Coast Trials. So he has had an incredible era forthcoming from that loss to Daniel Sathler that was just rife with submission victories. He's leveled up considerably. Daniel Sathler is looking incredible this event. I think the stage is set for an epic rematch, and I'm looking forward to it.
Good call on that one. Tim?
I gotta go with PJ Barch versus Andy Varela. This is a matchup that features two 10th Planet teammates, which is already kind of hard enough. They're two big names. They both went for top dollar in the draft. There's a lot of pressure coming into it, pressure to perform. The tension's so high that their coach, Eddie Bravo, their actual coach in real-life jiu-jitsu and regular day-to-day jiu-jitsu, basically pulled out from being a coach of the event to avoid this exact scenario where he would have to coach one over the other. We know that Varela barely edged Barch out at the West Coast Trials in 2022. I'm sure Barch would like to get that back. Varela's already told me this morning that he predicts 12 points, and God willing, he'll walk away with 18, which means he would really like to put a choke on PJ Barch. But I think we're going to see a different Barch today. I think he's going to come out and make a statement. That's the one I'm looking for.
Great idea. All right, guys, I got to tell you, I don't like to ever say that I trump you unless it's in fantasy.
Right.
But I got a better matchup that I'm actually very, very excited to see. And it's one that comes from the streets. This is breaking news, of course. But there has been a lot of chirping in the chat between Kevin Sherrill and Elijah Carlton. Like, it's actually bleeding into real life at this point. They have been going back and forth. Kevin has recently updated his social media to show some of the conversations that's happening privately. And I got to tell you this. As long as everything ends up on the mats, great. But it is part of the reason why I think today you're going to see a more aggressive stalling call series from not only our commissioner, but from some of our judges and referees. So if you guys were looking for any matches, we'll try and have a camera on at all times, but I can tell you with some confidence that's becoming a reality. And I'm letting you know that I believe Kevin Sherrill did offer to waive the mat fee if Elijah Carlton wanted to go visit his gym, which at this point, guys, I'm going to get like Power 106, the local Los Angeles rap station, where we got to increase the peace, guys. Let's all be chill. Let's just beat each other up here, and let's hopefully not kill each other. But if you do kill each other on the mats on our screens. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's go to our next one. Our next topic is this: stock. What we want to know right now is we want to know whose rankings went up and down based on day one performances. I'm going to start over with you, Jake. Who had one up and who had one down?
Man, so I would say if stock is going to go up, I'm looking at Nathan Haddad. And I know that that is a name that a lot of people probably weren't considering coming into the PGF world, but nearly submitting PJ Barch to the triangle and displaying not only incredible grit, but incredible submission defense. Yeah, he didn't score any points, but no one scored points on him either, and he did not have an easy road yesterday, so I think his stock went up. And if stock is going to go down, I know that he vouched for me earlier, but I am going to say that I do think AJ Agazarm stock went down a tiny bit. He was doing the antics, playing the heel, stirring the pot, as he is very good at doing, but it did look like he struggled a little bit out there in this environment of competition, and I am looking forward to seeing his stock go back up because I'm rooting for AJ's stock to go up a little bit.
He's definitely rooting for your stock to go up higher on this broadcast, I can tell you that.
Probably not now.
Not now. Oh, no. He was with you until he wasn't.
Yeah.
Tim, who do you have?
Well, you know, this might sound like a little smooch to the higher-ups, but I'm going with the commish, Brandon Mccaghren. And here's why. 3 things. The first thing is he called for the replay tap on David Evers versus Kevin Beuhring. It looks like a scratch tap to me, but, you know, was he scratching? Was he tapping? We're not sure. But he stepped up and he made a decision, and that's what is important. He took control of the situation when it needed to. The second thing he did is he called the stall on AJ Agazarm. And AJ was chattering and bantering and having a good time and pointing things out, but he was kind of stalling on the reset. He wouldn't let Beuhring get set up exactly how he needed to be set up, and the commish threw the flag. AJ didn't like it, but Brandon stuck to his guns, and I think it demonstrated that, hey, you know, there will be some changes in Season 6. And then the last thing, which probably was the most controversial, is he called the guard jump DQ against Daniel Sathler in the final match there. And obviously it's a tough way to do it, but he made the decision. He did the replay. It looked like the right thing. And what I was most impressed with is that he called a meeting with the athletes after the event. He sat down and talked to them, explained to them what he was doing, and then he thanked them for being a part of the PGF Season 6 and being so great and being so sweet and being so forgiving. He pulled it off. My pick, Brandon Mccaghren.
It's times like this that I'm very happy I instituted a shot clock on this show because I was wondering how long the ass kissery was going to go on. But I think you're right, BMAC. I think it's a very tough position to be in. We'll see how they overcorrect it today. I'll do mine very quickly. I think up, you got to look at Jett Thompson. I think down, and I want to qualify this. I think it's just because he came in as the number 1. PJ went down, but I think PJ had the best response, which is no pressure. It was day 1. And I want you guys to remember that in the chat. This is only 1 day of competition. You could still get as much as 21 to 27 points depending on how things shake out. So when you're really looking at day 1 action, don't get fixated. Things can happen very quickly. And the Butter Panther gave a great interview today where he said, I know I didn't get any points today, but I'm not even bothered by it. And I have to say, that's the right mentality. So that just goes to show how long he's been around the game. So props to you, PJ. We're all rooting for you on the show. Go do big things, brother. Let's go to our next one, which is return on investment. So I think we're just going to be all in agreement here. Yes. Is that what we're doing?
I think so.
So why don't we just do this one in 1 minute? And I'm going to actually give you 20 seconds each to say why. Tim, why are you picking who you're picking for the best return on investment?
Do you want me to tell you who I'm picking?
Yes.
I'm picking David Evers.
Yeah.
Easy. The guy was a steal, and he came out and scored 7 points for his team. No question about it. David Evers, best value of the tournament so far.
Jake Watson.
$200 to draft the Season 3 champ, and you're going to get that value out of it. He's coming with the desire to absolutely take this entire tournament. He's leveled up so much since Season 3, and he's showing it, Raph.
You absolutely are correct. And I want to give a big shout out to a friend of the show who actually texted me, one of the geniuses, and I say that and I do mean it. Like, he's legit one of the funniest human beings in all of jiu-jitsu. But the very funny guy behind MMA, or mixed martial artish, Bobby, sent me a note that says, shout out David Evers, who's already clocking in at 35 points per cost in 1,000. So what that means is his return on investment at 35 points for every 1,000 that they spent on him has been incredible. So, Bobby, thank you so much for that stat. I was so geeked that other people are playing this well in the fantasy element. It shows that they're really trying to figure out, like, who was bet and who was bet on, and how are they returning on that. And I just love that. I love these stats coming in. So please feel free to go ahead and give me more of those to friends of the show. Let's go to a little thing called Say What. I want to know, because I'm hearing strange things around the mats. There's a lot of grunts. There's a lot of like crazy things that are being uttered or said. But I want to know what it is that you guys have heard either around the mats from the athletes or just around this place in general that maybe the audience doesn't know. I'm going to start with you, Jake.
So AJ Agazarm's stock did go up in terms of being very interesting to watch on TV because, my gosh, the guy can talk. He was put in so many dangerous situations, and my favorite thing that I heard across the weekend was when he was put, I forget who he was fighting, so I do apologize, but he was grappling, and he was put in a footlock situation. It might have been David Evers, actually, and he said, oh no, not the footlock, and it led to a laugh from the crowd. There was another moment when he looked at somebody, just stared them down when they coached against him. He's playing the crowd very well. He's playing the heel very well, and he definitely has led to some funny moments.
It is definitely why he is the person photoed up here. So there is that. Tim, what do you have for us?
You know, I have two things, but one is really short, but I'm going to start with the long one. The long one is Jett Thompson asking his dad if he remembered to write him a note so he could call out of school. He said he's got a home ec test that he can't miss. He's trying to learn how to sew a button on a shirt.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, man, this kid had to take a week off of school to get out here and to overhear that conversation made me chuckle. And the last one was something we actually all talked about last night, which is Jean-Jacques coaching Ben Eddy to do the thing, Ben Eddy, do the thing.
I mean, legitimately, I've heard that a lot, so I know what the thing is. I just love the fact that if you're him, you can just produce that magic very quickly. My person is actually John Combs. I want him mic'd up at all times. I don't know if it's feasible. I don't know that it's good. A lot of you were complaining that you could hear the little chord from one of our commentators yesterday, so maybe you wouldn't like it. But I promise you, the noises I'm hearing are cartoon character-esque. When John Combs went over, it's like, oh, hey, buddy, it's okay. All good, homie. When he got hit, he's just letting people know he is a sideshow into himself, and I swear to you guys, it is one of the funniest people to listen to, and just a good human being. So very excited about that. Let's go to our next topic, and I think you guys are going to enjoy this one because yesterday we had the commish show up with us. And I got to thinking, he was explaining his whole thought process on what it is he did for his call and why those controversial moments could be reined in. So I ask both of you, if you could institute one new rule as commissioner, what would it be?
Who are you going to ask first?
Hold on. I just got a little buzz in the ear right now. So it's actually going to be Tim Freeman.
Hey, so here's what I would do. Because the commish came out and said he's going to be more aggressive with the stall calls. There's a lot of finger pointing and people going to start trying to call stalls themselves. It would be the he who smelt it, dealt it rule. And what that means is if you call a stall, you get a stall. No pointing out your opponent's stall because that's stalling in and of itself. So that's my rule. He who smelt it, dealt it. Call a stall, get a stall.
Awesome. Jake, what do you have for us, sir?
So I think this one is a rule that I would apply only to the finals, which will be airing on Friday live on UFC Fight Pass. If I can make one change, I would appeal to the minds of the bloodthirsty animals in the comments section who are calling for combat jiu-jitsu in the overtime section. Perhaps if it does go to overtime, then it's combat jiu-jitsu time. Palm strikes are available for everybody to use. I think it would add to some interesting dynamics. Maybe some people would really fight hard for overtime, but with the pressure of the stalling call, it'd be harder to get there. I think it would force the action, and it would definitely be interesting and bridge the gap between the people who love MMA and the people who love jiu-jitsu.
All right, here's my version of what I would do if I was commissioner. It's pretty simple. A lot of these guys like to plead their case. And yesterday with Brandon, we were saying, you know what you should do? You should take this spin-off element and you should create a law court show, like a courtroom-esque drama. So what I'm thinking is, if these guys are really complaining about stalling, they should be able to make their case to a court. Brandon should sit up top like he is, and they should make their case and be like, Commish, I believe I was in the right here. You could see clearly that my foot was engaging, his was backing away. And then you let a prosecution and defense. You can not only get the sponsors to be a part of it, but they could actually be the prosecution and defense lawyers. So no off portion to the genius switch up here, guys. Just letting you know, that's something that I would contribute, and that's why nobody has made me commissioner of this league yet. Let's go to our next and final topic, everybody. And our last one is, what have people been saying online? We called this one the gallery, otherwise known as the peanut gallery, because we have eyes and ears. We know that people are talking about this exact thing that's happening right now. So let's go ahead and take a look at what people have been saying online, and we'll read these. I believe the first one is actually a haiku. It says, AJ got hit with a stalling call for trying to, game to reset, IMO.
That's not a haiku.
It's, hold on, bro.
No,
what is it?
It's five.
I know the syllables are there.
What are you, a haiku auditor?
No, I have a wife who's an English teacher.
Well, hold on. It's also not about the environment, which is really what haikus are. However, it was slamming AJ, so I'm going to let it stand. Yeah. It was enough syllables.
It's a BJJ haiku.
It's a BJJ AJ haiku, everybody. Okay. All right, cool. Let's check out our next comment. This one was, Kevin Beuhring tries to get away with the Brazilian tap out of a Texas cloverleaf. The go-to, the replay, and they call it a sub. I mean, they are actually saying what happened, but I think that was the collective consensus, is that they believe, the internet, that Kevin Beuhring did tap. It's a bit of source of controversy, and I won't bother negating whether we thought it was or wasn't. It kind of was.
It was a scratch tap.
It's a scratch tap. Okay, fair enough. Let's go to our next one. Jake, you have to read this one.
Oh, so what it says is, estão roubando pro salsicha.
What does that mean?
They're stealing the sausage. What? I don't know.
Better get someone on that.
I heartily disagree with the usage there.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I don't know. That's just. I'm trying to see.
Yeah.
There's
Nope. We're good on the Google Translate.
Where did you actually pull that comment from?
I don't know.
From the UFC Fight Pass YouTube comment section.
Let's pull up our next comment. And somebody put up, is this boxing? It is not, sir. I'm very sorry. Usual civilization destroyer. This is not boxing. We do have a version of that called combat jiu-jitsu, which you can see TJ and Brandon always commentating. Yeah. And it's very good. We even have Eddie Bravo here, so we have that. And the last one, guys. I think this one's my favorite. It says, no lie, I don't train every day, but I would beat a lot of these guys, respectfully speaking.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny?
It's good. You know what? I believe you. I want to point this out. It's the respectfully speaking at the end that I think solidifies it. Jake, what were you going to say?
I was going to say that after this comment, he got roasted so hard that he didn't comment again. And it was like, everybody was like, where's your videos, man? Where's your YouTube channel with your rolling footage? I feel kind of bad a little bit, actually.
Why do you feel bad?
I don't feel bad. I just feel like people like that are allowed to drive.
I'm just saying.
This guy said he's going to take you, dude.
Oh, well, okay. That's when you see this come off and become a gi very quickly.
The streets
from the black belt, Jake Watson. Don't forget that, people.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, that's pretty much going to do it for us here. I want to thank Jake. I want to thank Tim. You guys have been excellent. And we will be back here after the action tonight. So don't go anywhere. We are going to start with day 2 action. We have some banger matches. It has been a pleasure chatting with you guys. We will see you a little bit back after that action. We appreciate you. My name is Rafa Esparza. It's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.
Thank you.
Keelan.
Am I supposed to have this in my ears? PGF World Season 6 is underway, and Tuesday brings us Match Day Tuesday. It is everything you love about sports, plus jiu-jitsu, a team-based concept unlike any other in combat sports. PGF World Season 6 is live on the air. Hey everybody, I'm TJ DeSantis along with the commish, Brandon Mccaghren, the man they call Egghead. We appreciate you joining us here as we arrive to PGF Match Day 2. BMAC, every day that we get closer and closer to our tournament finale, the stakes just get higher and higher. And I mean, that's safe to say that the energy in this room today, a little more serious than it was yesterday.
A lot more tension out of the athletes and even the fans, even honestly the referees, me, you, everybody. The tension is way higher today and the stakes are way higher. And just traditionally, over the course of a PGF season, Day 2 is where you really start to separate the wheat from the chaff, where the leaderboard starts to change up and where hearts start to get broken. People who you thought were going to come in and be a real banger and a difference maker in the season, they start slipping down the board, and guys that you had no idea that you were going to fall in love with start to become your favorite.
And every day we get further and further into this competition, Egghead gets more and more excited because he gets to add more numbers up and tell us about standings and points. We're going to get into some narratives and storylines here in just a moment. But what are the big matches you're looking forward to, BMAC?
Well, right off the bat, we're going to see the guy that I thought was the biggest star yesterday, Daniel Sathler. He's coming up right off the bat against Handsome Kevin. We got AJ Agazarm and Renato Canuto are going to throw down really early. And then check out this matchup right here. We're going to get to see the kid, Jett Thompson, take on PGF veteran Matt Elkins. Elijah Carlton looking to put some points on the board for the first time against Samson. I mean, it's a banger lineup. 30 matches all the way down the card. This is going to be insane.
Egg, when you look at some of these matchups, obviously the names are going to get more and more familiar as we go on throughout the week. Who were the biggest sort of standouts in your mind? Maybe not necessarily who had the most points, but who do you think impressed the most out there on the mat?
I think people were not expecting David Evers, PGF Season 3 champion, to come out here and do so well. I mean, he calls himself a hobbyist, and yes, he has a good job. In fact, he won PGF Season 3 while doing his day job at NASA. He didn't do national competition that often. And so when he came out here and got 2 different submissions, man, that opened up a bunch of eyes. I mean, we already talked about a little bit. Jett Thompson, come on, 17 years old, coming out of Oklahoma, the nicest kid in the world, but a killer.
Brought his dad with him.
Well, otherwise,
Dad out there filling out the W-9 so he can get paid at the end of the week.
He is a minor going across state lines. It could be kidnapping unless he's his dad, so, you know, for legal reasons, of course. But, you know, goes out there and takes out John Combs. Come on. And then forces PJ Barch into a draw. Phenomenal.
Yeah,
definitely stand out.
A guy that I think had an incredible day that really didn't get on the scoreboard, Nathan Haddad. Insane match against PJ Barch. Had him in a deep triangle, snuck it up on him, ended up getting to the mount, past his guard. Did that against a guy who's arguably one of the top, I mean, it's not very arguable. He finished 4th at ADCC. This guy was one of the best in the world in this weight class, and Nathan came out and he showed why Jean-Jacques was so high on him in the draft.
Yeah, we saw the point totals there for a brief moment. If we can, I'd like to look at them again so we know exactly where we stand going into Day 2. In that top spot, Davis Asare. Andy Varela following him with 12 points. Daniel Sathler at 11 in the number 3 spot. I'm looking down here. Ben Eddy has points on the board, and I don't think Ben Eddy has scored a submission yet.
2 points that he won because X-Marshall won the team blocks twice, and then he got 2 for that DQ at the end of the night against Daniel Sathler. So Ben Eddy, despite not actually getting a dub, just by the nature of the way the league works, finds himself in the top 8. He's in the playoff hunt right now.
And then we, have those on the bubble list guys. Like, that's the thing. As we go deeper and deeper, this scoreboard is going to mean so much, and you're going to start really investing on very, quick subtleties. Who won what block? What does that do for their overall point score? It's very, very exciting. Also, what is very exciting, submissions. And we had some. We had a submission of the night as well. And for more on that, we're going to go to the 4th member of our broadcast team. It's Alex Wendling.
Yesterday, you got the flying armbar and then the rear naked choke. You officially got sub of the night with the rear naked choke, but are either of those, which one was your favorite?
I would say the rear naked choke because it was faster and more points.
Yes, everything comes down to the points, and now you have another matchup coming up here against Kevin Sherrill. It's Epic Roll versus First Form, so how are you feeling going into this first matchup?
I feel good. I feel very confident. My opponent is a very tough opponent as well, but that's why I'm here for, to face the best, and to prove I'm the best as well.
And yesterday the tension was very, very high amongst the competitors, but how was the energy today?
The best energy as possible. We just got here, warmed up with the teammates, and everybody looks sharp, everybody feels good, and I believe the team is gonna, not only me, but the team today is gonna bring very good results.
Awesome. Well, you look good, you feel good, and you guys are gonna fight good. We cannot wait to see you in action. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex. We will check in with her as our night continues. It is match day 2 here in PGF Season 6. B-Mac, any big predictions? What should we expect from our athletes today?
I think we can expect to see some of the guys who came up blank yesterday start putting points on the board today. I think we're going to see a pretty good day for Elijah Carlton. I think we're going to see a new, rejuvenated PJ Barch. I think that's the main thing. But I think another thing that we're going to see, we're going to continue to see the rise of these unknown stars. David Evers, Nathan Haddad, Jett Thompson. Jett might be the people's favorite. He's the people's champion right now in the chat and the social media. Everybody loving Jett Thompson, and for good reason.
Yeah, 100%. We're going to see the flag today too. We can see stalling penalties.
You know what? Let's talk about that a little bit.
Yeah.
We're definitely going to see an increase in the aggression from the referees on the stalling penalty. I was a little bit conservative yesterday, letting everybody get their feet wet. I told them today we're overcorrecting. We're going hard on the stalling penalties. The flag may end up being the star of the show today.
You're lucky you're such a nice guy, because I think people might dislike you a little bit after today.
Well, it could
Don't
happen.
get over it.
It could happen. I'm making a lot of deposits into their love bank, so I get a little bit of grace.
There you go. Egg, what are some key sort of storylines in some of our matchups today? I know you said there are a bunch of rematches to keep an eye out on.
Yeah, most definitely. So with the rematches, there's a bunch of them. So 2 world champions in Renato Canuto and Agazarm. Again, both world champions facing each other. They faced each other before twice. One was a draw. One was a win by Renato Canuto by advantage. So, hey, guess kind of the rubber match because it's the 3rd time. Other big ones to see. We were talking about David Evers earlier. The finale match of PGF Season 3 was David Evers against Kevin Sherrill, and we will see that in the 3rd block tonight. How can he win again? And will that help him, rise his stock even more? It should be exciting there. Just one more, if I could. John Combs versus Ben Eddy.
Ooh.
Ben Eddy caught John Combs in that Hindulo team in their first matchup. So, you got to know John Combs is going to be on the lookout for that. Doesn't want to let it happen again.
For sure.
Oh, but sorry, if I could, one more. Daniel Sathler, one of the big stars of yesterday, against Max Hanson. Sathler had a highlight reel, flying triangle, finished it with the armbar against Max Hanson previously. You got to know Hanson wants to get that one back.
I'm sitting here, and out of the corner of my left eye, I can see our timekeepers practicing throwing the flag. So that might be.
they're working on their technique.
Yeah, exactly.
You gotta flip the wrist. It's a cookie jar.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. We'll see if they perfect that technique tonight. It is match day 2 here at PGF World Season 6, live in Las Vegas, and we will get our night started shortly. Stick around. PGF World Night 2 starts right ahead.
Welcome to night 2 of the Professional Grappling Federation, brought to you by Once Upon a Coconut. It's time for our first match of the evening. Coming from Epic Roll, Kevin Sherrill.
Kevin Sherrill making our first walk of the evening.
The runner-up for PGF Season 3.
And Stephen Aiken will welcome his opponent.
And his opponent, representing First Form, Daniel Sathler.
Daniel Sathler taking the mat. Interesting day for Daniel Sathler. You know, had some highs and then had that DQ. You know, not quite 24 hours removed away from that call. B-Mac, you still feeling good about it?
Yeah, I mean, it was the right call. You know, you can disagree with the rule itself, but it was absolutely the right call. Thing I'm interested in is how quick are they going to get after it with these stalling penalties? Oh, he puts Daniel down on the couch.
So the D1 wrestler asserting dominance. Sherrill went on the scholarship to the University of Northern Iowa.
Oh, look at that. They're getting after it early. Daniel comes right back at him. Oh, Kevin getting in on an outside heel hook. Nice attack by Kevin early. Daniel slips his knee line. Here he's going to try to make a move to the back now. Kevin going to have to be super careful. Daniel's excellent at this technique. Kevin trying to pull him back into a leg lock exchange. Wants to recapture that knee line. Kevin got to be careful he doesn't get trapped up in this toe hold battle. Does end up. Oh, Daniel still on the move with him. Nice play here by Kevin Sherrill to defend that. Ends up on top. And now Sathler working into it. Sherrill working on Aoki lock. Straight ankle lock versus Aoki.
The leg lock shootout here early, just past 1 minute into the match. And you want to talk about tempo and aggression. It has been on display in this one, definitely setting a pace for night 2.
Sathler still, okay, he's moved on now. He was playing for that heel hook on the outside. Great attack from both guys.
Little wink from handsome Kevin there to the crowd.
He's known for his winks. All right, going to get a reset here in the center of the mat.
Nice action right off the bat. You know, a lot of the athletes had some critical things to say about Kevin's performances yesterday. They felt like he was stalling, and there's no stalling coming out here. He's coming out ready to make some moves, and he thinks he's got this match in the bag against Sathler.
Coming up on 2 minutes of elapsed time.
So Sathler is the black belt out of Atos.
Remind me again, Egg, where's Sathler in the overall standings?
I think he's number 2 right now.
I believe he's second. Sorry, he's number 1. He's number 2. Oh, my apologies. He's third place. Andy Varela is number 2.
That's right.
So Sathler has 11 points. Varela is number 2 with 12. Asare has 15.
Sathler comes down into the guard of Kevin Sherrill. Kevin working with that big overhook and a nice pass around the side. Let's see if Sathler can complete the pass. Kevin holding on to that chin strap. That's going to get his guard pass if he keeps holding on to it. Sathler now sliding the knee across the belly. A nice job recovering here by handsome Kev. And he's going to try to make a move into the leg exchange.
Halfway point of the match, 3 down, 3 to go.
A lot of good action out there right now. Kevin looking to switch off to a toe hold. He's got a good grip on it, doesn't have control, and that's going to offer up his back, and Sathler starts the climb. Kevin struggling to get his back to the mat. He does escape his hips. Framing against the throat here is Sherrill. Sathler clears it, coming up on top. Just climbing the body. Excellent control. Good tactical jiu-jitsu being played here by Sathler.
Neither athlete giving anybody any opportunity to accuse them of stalling or give them a warning or anything.
You say that, but the table just issued the first warning.
There we go. That is quick.
And they issued it against Sherrill on the bottom.
I thought we were doing all right.
Here you go.
Oh, Sherrill moving into the outside heel hook. He's got a nice attack going. Sathler on the run.
Trying to get that knee clear. Trying to make the adjustment.
Switching off into this 50-50. Sherrill looking good out there, showing why he's out here on the roster. Again, drew some criticism from some of the other athletes yesterday, but he's showing that he belongs out here with one of the best guys on the roster. Not just belongs, but he's putting him in danger a couple of times. And here's the toe hold. Oh! Sathler counters the 50-50 attack with a toe hold. Excellent play. Daniel Sathler scores again.
Phenomenal stuff for Daniel Sathler, and to make it official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
And your winner, representing First Phorm, Daniel Sathler.
More points banked for Daniel Sathler. All the credit in the world to Kevin Sherrill, who was pushing the aggression, but again, you know, you start to get aggressive, and sometimes, you know, it leaves openings for Sathler. He was able to grab a hold of a sub, take it home with him, and most importantly for him and his team, put some more points in the bank.
Yeah, and let's take a look at this replay. Kevin moves it over into the 50-50, but it's that free leg, and this is the same thing you saw happen with Nicky Rod versus Gordon, when Nicky Rod was able to grab up that toe hold inside the 50-50, put a lot of pressure on him. When Davis Asare beat Elijah Carlton and broke his foot, same position. It's the free leg in the 50-50. If you let that leg get bent while there's a toe hold on, that's exactly what can happen. 3 high-level examples of it happening. So if you're at home, you're a jiu-jitsu player watching, take note. That toe hold inside the 50-50 on the free leg, big trouble.
3 more points for Daniel Sathler. Egg, where does that put him?
That moves him into second place. And just like that, he gets a break, he moves up 1, threatening for that first spot.
All right, good to know. Our night continues. Our second match of this first team block is up now. We go back to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing Epic Roll, AJ Agazarm.
AJ Agazarm making the walk for his first matchup of the night here on match day 2. Now wearing all black today.
And his opponent, representing First Phorm, Renato Canuto.
Highly touted, great credentials, Renato Canuto entering day 2 here. And Egghead, you said this was a rematch.
Yes, so it's a third time. So for the first time they met each other, they had a draw. The second time, Renato Canuto won by advantage. But in the PGF, one of them has to get a submission if they're going to win this one.
Right. You know,
I love the way Renato walks out on the mat. He throws that foot down, charges up, gets ready to go.
you look at the accolades and credentials of these two gentlemen, high-level, world-class, elite grapplers, and they get to go to war now for 6 minutes. That 6 minutes got to feel like a sprint for these guys, I think.
It is a sprint, and a lot of times it's a full-out scramble for 6 minutes. Canuto pulls guard, takes the leg, and sweeps AJ.
Oh, wow.
Look at that. Canuto, hey, he told me he was going to come out and pull guard tonight. And I was like, there's no way, and he does. Oh, he's on AJ's head early. Get into the guillotine choke.
Canuto aggressive here early, just 30 seconds
Going into the high elbow. Oh, he's got a nice, just not quite able to secure this. But this is a nice attack from Canuto. AJ just so hard to put away famously. I loved it. Canuto just came out and got right to work. He could have stood there and kind of played the locked fingers, push around, look for position game on the feet. But he came out, pulled guard, got the ankle pick, came straight up, and as soon as he saw an opportunity, he jumped on AJ's head in a flash. And now he's putting AJ in trouble this entire time. Looks like Renato's thinking about maybe moving on off of this guillotine, but starting to take position with his left arm behind the elbow, though. May look to take this. Look at the the grimace on the face of Canuto. He's really working right here.
Yeah, how much is this burning out his arms, P-Man?
Well, he's not squeezing on it, but he is trying to hold it.
Agazarm back to his feet. And we're going to get a reset here.
Nice attack early.
Canuto wants to head back at Agazarm. Referee going to force AJ to give it back. Back underway. Failed takedown attempt there as Agazarm's able to roll through it and get back up.
AJ always with something to say. I love it. Canuto getting aggressive, checking the shoulder, getting on the back of the head. Neither one of these guys afraid to be very physical. Just heard a soft warning issued from the table here. Oh, hard collar tie from the left hand by AJ. And look at this, Canuto with another good takedown. Spin around. Oh, he's got the arm.
Agazarm trying to hang tough in a very tough spot.
Oh, wow. Dude, he's incredible.
Wow.
Defensively, just incredible. A great play by Canuto. Super aggressive. This is the Renato Canuto that we wanted to see yesterday.
And credit to Agazarm, able to get free.
Pulls guard again, makes a move to the back. AJ looking to set up the Kimura on the far side. He's got a grip together. Canuto breaks it, steps onto the inside, sitting back on an inside heel now.
Just past the 3-minute point.
He's switching off to this corkscrew footlock. Forces AJ to disengage and roll out, and Canuto right back into the action, passing guard again. And man, you can feel the pressure of the aggressive, just the warning that we were going to be more aggressive with the stalling calls has got these guys coming out and doing work.
Also the pressure that both these world champions don't have any submissions yet on the board.
That's a great point, Egg. That it's got to feel so weird to come in way down the leaderboard. Like, yo, I'm a world champion. I finished second at ADCC. I wrestled at a very high level in college, and I'm all the way down the leaderboard behind a couple of purple belts and like newcomers and guys you've never heard of. Incredible amount of pressure just to get busy. And Renato Canuto got the message, and to AJ's credit, he's been on the defensive end of this match, but he's not sitting back and just doing nothing. He's playing the game too.
Under 2 minutes remain in this match.
AJ kicking those feet, trying to find the position that he wants. Canuto coming in. Got a grip on that foot over there. We may see him take a risk on a rolling toe hold, perhaps. Oh, look at this. I told you. And he's going to make a move on the toe hold. That's a good bend. AJ survives it. Nice attack by Canuto. These guys are coming after each other. I love it. Canuto, super offensive here tonight. AJ with the snap down. They'll reset back to the middle.
Touch over a minute remains here in this match.
This is the kind of match where it almost, obviously to the athletes it matters, but if you're watching as a viewer, it almost doesn't matter if there's a submission because it's been so much action and offense. The whole Canuto's so exciting. That's the reason that Renato Canuto is here. Just non-stop offensive action. That's exactly what we want to see from this guy.
Touch over 30 seconds remain.
But Agazarm finding a way to survive each of these insane attempts.
Hey, this is Agazarm's MO. Like, if you can't put him away, rolling into the the Imanari roll, getting on the inside heel hook. Pretty decent attack here to see if he can find the heel.
Short time, touch over 10
He's
seconds
got a good
remain.
bite on that heel, jerking hard on that finish, trying to get this thing done, put some points on the board.
5 seconds.
Toe hold counter now by AJ. Nice bend on the foot. Wow. What a match.
I mean,
absolute fireworks.
No submission there, but I think we just saw the match of the season thus far.
That was incredible by both guys. Man, you just there's no way to be disappointed in a match like that. That was incredible. High-level work from both guys.
All right. Let's go to Stephen Aiken. Guys, I'm telling you, I got to calm down after that one.
Ooh, son. That was amazing.
That's
dude.
everything you want in a 6-minute match. And we're going to see both of those gentlemen later tonight. But I got to believe, we talked about that pressure. Still no points for either man, and they're going to be feeling it. If that was a motivated Renato Canuto, we're going to see an even more motivated Canuto in a second match.
And I tell you what, if we see that version of Renato Canuto in any match, all these guys are in big trouble.
Yeah. Wow.
Handsome Kevin's staring me down right here, TJ.
I know. He just gave you a wink.
He's over here complaining about the stalling call.
Yeah, that might not be the first time it happens.
It's going to happen a lot tonight.
All right. He's still handsome. All right. Let's go back to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete comes to the mat. Representing Epic Roll, the Ninja, Andy Varela.
Andy Varela making the walk. He started the night in second place. Now officially in third. Correct? Varela?
No, yes, you're correct. I'm sorry. Third place.
Get the number.
12 points.
Representing first form, Kevin Beuhring.
Here comes Kevin Beuhring.
So Kevin Beuhring, the purple belt out of 10th Planet Atlanta, facing the black belt out of 10th Planet Las Vegas.
Beuhring involved in what was definitely the most controversial call of the night yesterday. Maybe the most controversial call we've ever had in PGF history. He says he didn't tap. My mom definitely thinks he tapped.
Well, Varela asserting dominance.
And Varela passed the guard early and all over Kevin Beuhring into this north-south position. Beuhring framing on the hips, trying to invert and recover his guard. Varela blocking the hip, got the body lock underneath. And this is Varela's MO, man. Early action, nonstop, putting a lot of pressure on a guard player just make some fight, just to stay involved in the match.
Varela had my favorite quote in the group chat. Said, "Listen, man, rules, no rules. I'm trying to turn someone's face sideways. Let me bang, bro."
He gave it to let me bang, bro.
He did.
Beuhring framing against those hips, keeping Andy from doing exactly what he wants to do, but Andy staying in dominant position right here. They're going to break him and bring him back to the center of the map.
As we said, Varela in third place. He has 12 points. He got 2 kills.
Varela making a move around to the side here, still unable to gain any further ground or open up a submission. Out here in this twister side control position, Kevin's starting to sneak that right elbow back to the inside just a little bit, but his left elbow way out of position. I know Andy really likes to attack the head from this position. He's hoping he can get Kevin to turn away from him, potentially.
Warning for Varela. BMAC, is that a stall warning?
I would have called that on Beuhring. I put the defensive guy in charge of making the actions. Both guys have been issued a warning now, though. Oh, he's got this arm stretched out across the body. He's making a move. Oh, there we go. Beuhring tries to, and see, that's all you need to see from the bottom guys, some serious effort. Listen, you're in a bad position. You're going to have to take some risk. You shouldn't be in a bad position if you don't want to get called. The way that I've tried to set these rules up is so that the action and the calls always favor the offensive guy. If you're the defensive guy, the onus is on you to try to make the move out of the position. You're going to have to take some risk. That's just the way it works. Andy got that arm dragged all the way across. I think we're going to see him slide that right knee to the belly here. He's got to be careful doing it, though. The problem with getting to the knee on belly against a kid like Beuhring is he's so good at making leg entries from that position, and then he's so dangerous once he gets on the legs. And now this knee starts to slide to the inside. Andy flattens him back out. More traditional side control here. Andy setting up a cross face. Beuhring now building some frames. There's a big bridge from Beuhring. Andy looking to expose this back position.
And Beuhring was a PGF Season 3 veteran.
Yeah, he's a veteran, but Andy's a veteran of everything. This is a guy that's been on the big stage at ADCC.
And he just got bronze in that West Coast Trials. And he only gave up 2 points the whole time, just one takedown.
Inside the final 2 minutes of the match, Varela has been in top position from pretty much jump.
Kevin now getting aggressive, trying to get out of this bad position. Andy staying all over him.
Varela's new to the rule set, but he has to know a draw is a loss.
Okay, there's a flag. There's the first flag of the night. And let's see what the referees are going to do with this. And they're going to call it right there on Kevin Beuhring. They're going to put him in the bottom of referee position. And this is very dangerous place to be against Andy Varela. First hook is in.
Touch over a minute remains here. Varela on the back of Beuhring. He's got that left hook in.
Oh, this is trouble here for Beuhring.
Good amount of time here for Varela to work.
You feel the energy in the room change big time.
Absolutely.
Body triangle is on. Under a minute to go. Varela doing work, trying to make something happen. Kevin trying to slide his hips out, create a good angle. So yesterday, Kevin was the beneficiary of one of the stalling calls. Today, he's on the bad side of it, and he's got Andy Varela breathing down his neck, literally.
20 seconds remain.
Andy thinking about switching off to the arm triangle, maybe.
Is that wise with short time, B-Mac?
Yeah, he's got to do something.
Now 10 seconds.
Kevin makes a nice hip escape, gets back to his guard. Andy smashing those knees together, frame against the head, and a nice recovery by Beuhring. A little check on the shoulder, and that's the end of that one.
Time expires, no points awarded. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
All right, so we see a stalling penalty for the first time tonight. Egg, what were your thoughts on the stalling call and how it affected the match?
Well, it definitely gave Varela a different opportunity, another chance to advance his position. But you kind of wonder, he's going for the kills. He has 2 from last night, and did he possibly give up a break, or possibilities at a break, at the cost of going for that kill and ending up with the draw?
Right, and as you've said, and we've said, all the time here in PGF, a draw's a loss.
Indeed.
Draw's a loss. All right. Our matches continue. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken. I guess we're not going back to the mat with Stephen Aiken. We will in a moment.
Yo, so
what do you think about the stalling?
So I was just talking to the referee there. We're not going to be calling stalling on the offensive guy. If you're in a bad position, you shouldn't be in a bad position. The stalling is always going to be against the defensive player. So we're just making that little move there. And from now on, when they hit that warning, the shot clock is starting. You'll see the shot clock on the screen.
Oh, wow.
All right, so we are cruising along through match day 2 here in Las Vegas for PGF Season 6. He's the commish, BMAC, Brendan Mccaghren. I'm TJ DeSantis, along with the man they call Egghead, 20-pound brain, right?
That's right.
Tell me, your thoughts on sort of, how the, well, actually, you know what? We haven't really done this yet. Where are our team points at right now?
Our team points.
Take a look at that.
Currently, we have ex-Marshall in the lead, a fairly commanding lead from the first day, with 22 points. Next up, now, first Phorm got a few more. They got 3 more from that break earlier on from Dan Sathler, but they're in second place with 16 points.
Okay.
In the third place, we have Epic Roll with 12 points. But very surprisingly, Black Rifle Coffee Company. I mean, the commission's choice to win it all.
So say, that was your team to beat.
Hey, it's a long season.
It's true.
They got PJ Barch, they got Max Hanson, Mike John, Jamie Carnall, Samson Phommabout. It's a long season, and they got we hadn't even seen them yet tonight, guys. Calm down.
Well, you know what's interesting?
I got confidence in Dean Lister. You know what I'm saying?
You said this yesterday to the guys in the chat and said, those athletes that had a great, day 1, they might, lay an egg on day 2. And those who didn't have a great day 1, they might have the best day 2 they can even imagine. And that's what this is really about. We talk about the gauntlet. I mean, mentally, I think it's as draining as it is physically.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of the league format. We're going to see underdogs rise. We're going to see storylines develop. It's a long time to go still. I mean, we're literally into now we're going to see the 4th match of day 2, day 3, and day 4 still out in front of us. You're going to see a lot of things change on this leaderboard as the week progresses.
Of course, it all leads up to our tournament finale, the playoffs, Friday, live and exclusive on UFC Fight Pass. Never been a better time than to go over to Fight Pass and sign up and make sure you are set to go Friday, because you're not going to want to miss a minute of what we got underway. 8-man tournament, playoff, correct?
That's right. Top 8 individuals will advance to the playoff on Friday night, and that'll be exclusively on UFC Fight Pass. I'm ready for the next thing. Let's run it.
Well, they're telling me I can't right now. I got to give them. Oh, now we're ready.
No, he's ready.
Okay, so we are going to get an interview. We are going to go to Alex Wendling, who stands by with AJ Agazarm.
Standing by here with AJ Agazarm, and it's not very often where we get a draw, yet it's still the most exciting fight of the night. So how was it against Renato?
It takes 2 to tango, and Renato and I, this is our third go at. This is our first time in the PGF format, which you got to, that was exciting. I like the on the couch right next to the action. We actually faced each other in the World Championship Finals at Black Belt. He edged me out on an advantage, and then we had a draw in the Kasai. But this was I was hungry for it. But Renato loves to. He's like me. We just love to bring the action, no matter what. Kill or be killed. That's the motto. And respects to him, because like I said, it takes a lot of these guys out here are just kind of comfortable sitting and getting a draw. Not me. Not Renato. We want the kill, and that's the products. That's what it shows. What do you think of it?
I thought it was very, very exciting. I thought when he had you in an armbar for a second, I was a little scared for you for a second, but you're so hard to finish. So what do you attribute that tenacity to?
I grew up on the mats with guys like Roger and Braulio and Eduardo and Carlinhos. They would be putting me in the most nastiest, heaviest, Homolo, put me in the craziest chokes and submissions, and that you develop a really. I gotta give a plug out to BJJ Fanatics. Don't Get Got. That's my DVD, and there's a lot of technique behind it. So it's a matter of knowing the position, knowing where you're at, and like I said, I've been seeing it at the highest level for so long. So I don't know. Yeah, you're right though. It gets a little scary, but that's part of it. That's what makes this thing so exciting. Is you're like, oh, he's gonna get him, and I'm looking at him. I'm like, yeah, please try harder. So.
Exactly. And when you look at people who kind of look at you as a fighter that wins by points sometimes, are you looking to get some points on the board with submissions and shut those people up?
I mean, wait, people say what?
They say, what about who? They say that sometimes you win matches based off of points and that you're not finishing these matches.
Well, I have a lot of wins, and they're all via, various, methods. I think I have over 300 matches at Black Belt, and there's a good ratio of submissions on there. So just look at the facts. It's tough. I know Brandon put a little bit more fire under the guys' butts on the bottom to get a little bit more action-oriented, and that's gonna, that sort of promptness is gonna initiate the submissions more likely, the higher likelihood of submissions, which it's only 6 minutes, so it's a burst. Everybody's got to go as fast as they can. You can't really take no stops, and I'm always looking for I want to get in and out as fast as I can. As much as you guys think I love to showboat and stay out on the mats, I'm getting paid by the second here. The less seconds, the better the pay.
Well, we know that you've been casted as the heel, but I love your energy. We love the energy you bring to the mat. So, AJ, we cannot wait to see you out there.
I'm like, when do we have a face turn?
A face turn?
Yeah. I go heel to hero.
Yeah, you're going to go to hero at some point, as long as you're not asking questions about how this is scored. I know you missed the rules meeting, but were you actually confused about how things were scored?
No, I was just wondering because when I was in the middle of the mat, it was like I saw him going for the leg lock, and I was like, dude, you're going to get more points if you go for the choke. So quit trying to get my foot. So.
Always talking trash. That's AJ Agazarm for you. Okay, all right. Whatever it was, that's AJ, and we're going to see him 2 more times tonight. So we'll send it back to you guys. I'm always talking trash.
If he's not always talking trash, he's always talking. AJ Agazarm.
Dude, he's great.
Yeah.
People can say what they want about AJ. I got to tell you, I love having AJ here. He's been an absolute pleasure to be around for me, actually.
Oh, this is full face turn for AJ Agazarm.
He's a new man.
All right, let's turn it back to Stephen Aiken for our next match.
Our next speaker coming to the mat, representing the Epic Roll, John Combs.
John Combs making the walk. Egg?
He's a black belt out of Zapatero top team. He was previously out of Easton Training Center in Boulder. He's the 2019 ADCC West Coast Trials winner. A very seasoned vet, but like a number of our seasoned vets, doesn't have any submissions yet.
We'll see if we can change that now. Stephen Aiken will welcome his opponent.
And his opponent, representing First Form, Cam Hurd.
Cam Hurd, a PGF Season 5 veteran, a purple belt out of the Silverback Academy in Ascend Nova, D1 wrestler out of Virginia Tech. Also has no points on the board, but at PGF Day 2, a night of rematches. They faced each other twice before. John Combs getting the submission both times. You got to think he's trying to get that third one.
We are underway.
Combs and Hurd, great matchup. Both very skilled guys. And I don't know if you guys noticed it or if you can see it on the broadcast, but Cam Hurd in his match with Davis Asare yesterday, he caught a nasty shiner over there on his right eye. He was looking a little bit beat up at the end of the night last night. Already after one day. Well, ooh, nice snatch single here. Puts Combs down. Very nice work by Cam Hurd. And I said yesterday, I feel like Cam Hurd is the most improved athlete coming into PGF Season 6. We saw him in Season 5. He was very fun to watch, but he had a kind of a tough season. And then we've seen a massive improvement in his skill set. Just what he was able to do at the ADCC trials. Well, Combs trying to get a hold of a leg. Oh, Hurd wrapping up the head and flying through, trying to play offense here, and I like it.
Combs scooting towards Hurd.
And we said before, the favorite thing we saw in his other competitive matches was when he actually sat guard and got a very quick arm bar.
I wouldn't say that was my favorite thing that I've seen from him, but what I would say is I love that we've seen the growth and the expansion of his skill set. Hurd going back and forth. Oh, here comes a guard pass around Combs. Combs wrestling up. Nice work. And he ends up with Hurd jumping on his head again. Good exchange by both guys there. Oh, look at Cam Hurd getting active.
Hurd gives up his back. And I think Hurd is saying to the referee, I wasn't necessarily giving him my back. I was trying to walk back to the mat. Going to get a reset here.
But how wild was that? The D1 wrestler with the flying armbar attempt.
That was wild. Reset here.
Man, what a huge change in the energy from night 1 to night 2, huh?
The tempo has definitely picked up here on match day 2 at PGF World Season 6. TJ DeSantis, Mccaghren, Mccaghren, Egghead. Taking a look at this match, Cam Hurd in the black with white, John Combs wearing the red and black.
Oh, nice job. Cam Hurd getting in on the single. Puts him down, and Combs wrestling back up. Now Hurd working on the guillotine choke. Jumps on Combs' head. Stepping over. He's got a pretty good shot right here.
Halfway point of the match, 3 down, 3 to go.
Nice save by John Combs, and he goes, look at that, he goes right into his offense. What a pace.
Warning, Hurd!
Trying to clear those legs is Cam Hurd. Combs having none of it. Touch over 2 minutes remain. Now Combs getting hold of that head.
This is a deep shot here by Combs, and he is a choke specialist. Ends up on the other side of the guard. And now the onus is going to be on Cam Hurd to get out of this position. Hurd working from the bottom, though, trying to stay active. You see the difference there? He's not just framing out and trying to move, and that's what creates the opportunity. Combs falls back. Hurd saves himself, and look at this action.
Nicely done by Cam Hurd, able to get back to his feet. Avoids a Combs takedown attempt. 90 seconds, less than that remains in the match. There comes the flag.
They're gonna hit Hurd for circling the guard right there at the end.
Gonna restart here. Referee's position. Trying to take that back here. Both hooks in for Combs. Forearm almost under the neck. Hurd able to stop it for now.
Oh, what?
Oh, it looks like Combs might be hurt.
Let's see what happened.
I mean, is this a verbal
Is it a hamstring? Oh no!
Oh, torn muscle. Oh
no! What a bummer.
Not the way anyone wanted this one to end.
Oh, they're going to continue. They're going to. Hey, and listen, that's a good thing because that would have been 2 on the board for Hurd. If Combs can just stay out there and try to survive, he can save 2 points for his team right here. He's just going to keep that knee close to him for 45 seconds.
Might not be sporting, but
listen,
doesn't go after that leg.
You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
It's just a classic case of doing what you got to do, man.
30 seconds.
Hey, after this match is over, you guys take it. I gotta go check on my guy.
Understood.
Short time, 10 seconds left in the match.
You think he pulled his groin or his hamstring? I couldn't really get a look at what happened.
I thought they were talking about hamstring, but.
And that's a wrap. Combs showing all of that heart. He can barely stand up and walk. This one will officially end in a draw. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
All right, a draw. No points awarded.
Yeah.
Credit.
You guys give me just a second here. Let me go check on. Check on Combs. Don't start the next match without me. I'll be.
Absolutely not. You're running the show. Mccaghren, Mccaghren. Gonna go check on John Combs. Obviously, safety and a bit of concern here for Combs, who at the very least, has a significant muscle pull. But you were kind of asking the question, should Cam Hurd target it? And is it sporting? I mean, it might draw the groans from some, nice guys out there, but this is still fighting at the end of the day. And if your opponent has a weakness, you got to attack it.
And so that goes to an idea that, every match that slips by, that's more pressure both on the competitor as an individual, but it's kind of pointed out as a member of a team. Because in the end, the team with the most points at the end of the regular season wins $100,000.
Yeah.
So it's a potential $20,000 for each one of your teammates. So I'm surprised all of his teammates were just yelling at him, go for the leg, go for the leg.
And in jiu-jitsu, a $20,000 payday, I mean, I'm not trying to sound hyperbolic here, but in a lot of ways, that's life-changing money. This is a scene where not a lot of guys have gotten $20,000 paydays in one, fell swoop.
Very rare, and can really set somebody up to change their style of life.
Yeah.
Can they train full time?
Absolutely.
Can get a guitar that works? I mean, it can do a lot.
Yeah, and PGF, one of the front runners in trying to change the sport as a whole, giving a avenue to these jiu-jitsu players to be professional athletes, and we couldn't do that without all of our great sponsors, so we hope that you support them. Of course, Once Upon a Coconut. I'm loving this chocolate-flavored coconut water.
I will admit I haven't had the chocolate yet. I've been going with the regular.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to stay away from the sugar.
I would give you one of these right now, but then I wouldn't have it, so I'm not going to let you have it. Sorry, I need it.
Very well.
You can have this one. This one's regular, I think.
Perfect.
There you go. Perfect.
I'll take it. Thank you.
All right, we're all hooked up here. Once Upon a Coconut. Go visit them. Support those that support us here at PGF World Season 6. Where are we at in our first block? Is the first block over?
We have one more match.
One more match.
A very exciting one. So one of the standouts from day one, the kid. Jett Thompson, the 17-year-old out of Oklahoma, part of the Watkins Wrecking Crew. Again, he took out John Combs, who was just on the mats, with that Aoki lock in that first block of day number one. Putting everyone on notice, age is just a number.
That's true.
In no-gi, a lot of times competitors say, hey, belts aren't really a thing. It's the person out there. Jett Thompson says, age isn't a thing.
Right.
I'm coming for you.
Yeah, and he kind of grapples with this sort of doesn't give an F attitude who's standing across from him. He's covering the mouth. He's, maybe getting a little hard with some slaps and collar ties, things like that. And I like it. I like the aggression. And, I mean, he was already aggressive enough on day one. Match day two, where the aggression seems to be higher with everybody. Man, I mean, it's good that he's named Jett, because he's got a jet engine on him as far as aggression and pushing the pace is concerned.
I'll tell you, I saw it over here again against the #1 ranked PJ Barch. Jett Thompson was right over there, and he got a palm strike to the face.
Right.
It was pretty wild.
Yeah.
And he just smiled, and that's when he started putting that hand right in the face of PJ. He's like, okay, that's how we're playing. I got you.
They were reading some comments from the YouTube on the pre-show, and they said there was a comment that said, "Is this boxing?" And it's not boxing, but I will say we have some black eyes after day one.
Some hard collar ties. We had some push-offs with the legs that looked a little bit like teep kicks almost.
Right, yeah. I've seen those in jiu-jitsu before. Usually it's, never mind, we'll stay away from that story. I already alluded to it one time this week, but if you've been paying attention, it's been a phenomenal week. It's night two, match day two, night three really, if you consider the draft, and of course it all leads up to our finale coming up here on Friday. The playoffs will begin. You can watch that live and exclusive on UFC Fight Pass. TJ DeSantis, along with Egghead. He's the commish, BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren. How are we looking?
Okay, so a little update. Combs, I think he's okay.
Really?
Will we see him again now? I don't know.
Right.
Is he dying back there? No, he's not dying. Obviously, he was able to continue. Now, here was the real question that I wanted to get. And I went back there. I spoke with these coaches. Here was the real question. He yells out in the middle of the match, and we stop the time.
Right.
Is that a DQ, or do we check on him and we turn it into a draw? And so here's the consensus from the legendary coaches and my assessment as well. If he would have been in a submission and he yelled out, it would have been a submission.
Right.
Okay.
because he wasn't in a submission and it happened in a moment where there's really nobody was in danger at all. We stop, we check on him. He decides he wants to continue, draw. If he'd have decided he couldn't continue, we would have given 2 to the other guy. So the assessment is we're going to rule it a draw, and that's the way it works out.
All right, I got a question for you going back to yesterday. Ben Eddy awarded 2 points due to a DQ. Let's say we were in a playoff hunt situation where Ben Eddy needs more than 2 points. Would you consider giving him the opportunity to decline the penalty?
No.
No.
No, we're just going to play it by the rule that was written out before the week started.
So if that would have been the end of his playoff hunt, that's it?
That's it.
Got it. See, we're learning on the fly here. The evolution continues of PGF. I've been told that we...
I reserve the right to change my mind in the face of more information.
You know, I respect that. I respect that.
Let's go to Steve.
I don't know if we're ready for... I've told we need 2 more minutes.
He's looking at me.
I hear you, but
we're ready.
Is he the boss of the
We're
program?
ready. I'm the boss.
You're the boss.
Run it.
That's true. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
Our next athlete coming to the mat representing Epic Roll, Matt Elkins.
So Matt Elkins, a 10th Planet black belt, leading up 10th Planet Birmingham. The only person who's been a part of every season of the PGF. 3 as a competitor, making the finale tournament every time, and 2 as a coach.
And his opponent, representing First Phorm, Jett Thompson.
Jett Thompson, 17 years old. Did I hear he was doing like his home economics homework?
I didn't hear that, but I totally believe it.
Sewing a button on something for school? By the way, I could not do that. I could not sew a button. I bet you Ed can. I bet you're great with like a sewing kit.
Well, for wounds.
Okay, perfect. That's the scariest thing you've ever said to me, I think. All right, we are underway. Final match of our first team head-to-head in our first block. Elkins in the red and black, Thompson in the white and black.
Wow, the 17-year-old Oklahoman decides to wrestle with the collegiate wrestler. But then he sits.
Oh! Are you kidding me? Oh! Jett Thompson is the real deal!
So, yeah, that happened, and it happened yesterday, and maybe it'll happen again. Jett Thompson proving to be a huge name to keep your eye on. Stephen Aiken's going to say it and make it official.
And your winner, representing First Phorm, Jett Thompson.
There are no such things as lucky submissions, and, man, there's nothing fluky about the 17-year-old
Let me get a look at that.
Wow.
Here's the replay. Oh, it's that. Dude, you know what? This is the same exact thing that Matt Elkins got caught with by Travis Thomas in season 5.
The shotgun
It's
arm
the
lock.
same mistake. He's reaching too deep with that arm lock, and he gets caught in that shotgun arm lock. Look at this. He takes that left arm, and during his passing, watch. He reaches with that left arm. Okay, you know what? Actually, Jett dragged it. Same move, but Jett got behind the arm there and dragged it in. So not exactly the same mistake, but the same consequence that happened with him against Travis Thomas during season 5.
And that's his favorite thing. If you watch film of Jett, it's his favorite is to sit down and get that on.
Holy
that is his favorite.
cow.
Was that 4 points there? Was that a
That's
break? within
4,
minute?
under a minute.
Wow. Okay. So if you don't know the name Jett Thompson, you do now. And we've already had the roof off this place blown twice now because of the 17-year-old kid. And he strikes again on night 2. What can you say? What can you say?
You say the kid's a star.
Yeah.
That's what you can say. You can say, welcome to the PGF, Jett Thompson.
Absolutely.
Man.
Where's he at, Ag, now in our points?
So right now he is still tied for 5th with 8 points. But that extra 4 moves First Phorm up to only 2 behind X Marshall. X Marshall still in the lead with 22 points. They haven't gone yet. But First Phorm is right there with them at 20 points now.
And how quickly things can change in the PGF.
That's one submission difference right there.
Insane.
Yeah. Phenomenal stuff. All right. Are we ready for our next team head-to-head? I think so.
Let's have a look here. Let me see if I can find Bobby. Where's he at?
I don't know.
Yeah, let's don't make the move yet. Let's don't make the move yet.
We're going to find Bobby, both of them.
Yeah.
Get him in position.
But again, how crazy was that? You know, a black belt, head of an academy, being taken out by a 17-year-old. Again, the person being taken out, such a veteran, having done more than 40 matches in the PGF format, and that's match number 4 for Jett.
Do we know how long Jett Thompson's been training?
I think he said he's been training since he was 8 years old, so 9 years under his belt.
Wow.
Yep.
And that's where we're at now. You know, these kids are well past blue belt before they can even qualify for blue belt.
Yeah, well, it's almost unfair to call. I mean, Jett's a brown belt, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It's almost unfair to even call him a brown belt, man. Like, he's got so much experience. I think I saw on his Instagram, he's got something like 400 and something matches already. It's insane.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say, he's just a little bit over a year competing, or maybe about a year and a half competing with the adult division. But again, he just racked up so many matches. That competition skill you've talked about before, the competing itself is a skill, and he's definitely mastered it.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, we are going to take a quick commercial break here in Las Vegas, and on the other side, we'll come back with our second head-to-head team matchup in Block 1. It is match day 2 at PGF World Season 6, and we'll be right back.
Martial gear is some of the best gear I've ever worn.
But wait, there's more. Fasten your Nogi shorts belts, because X Martial's Dojo Roadshow is hitting the road, and it's nothing short of epic. Imagine this, an X Martial team, an RV, and a mission to visit gyms far and wide. We're talking challenges that'll have you in splits, literally and figuratively. Meetings with the biggest personalities in the jiu-jitsu world, and a tour so wild, you'll wish your life had a rewind and watch again button. This isn't just a road trip, it's a rolling jiu-jitsu carnival, and it's all captured on our YouTube channel. Picture the funniest, most thrilling parts of jiu-jitsu, packed into an RV and sprinkled with that special X Martial flair. The Dojo Roadshow is where the mats meet the road, and every stop is a story waiting to be told. So, subscribe, like, and get your laugh on, because X Martial isn't just about changing the game, we're about making it hilarious. One dojo at a time. Don't miss out on the movement, the sponsorships, and the roadshow that's making history. One epic YouTube episode at a time.
Welcome back to the PGF, and I am standing by with Ninja Andy Varela. Now, Ninja, you made a YouTube video talking about some of the matchups that you had, and you knew that Kevin had called you out. Before the match, you told him, this is what you wanted, boy. So what are your thoughts on that match?
Yeah, just be careful what you ask for. I was supporting him. He's from another 10 planet, and I was happy that he was on the come up. He's a little purple belt, you know, so I was like, hell yeah, that's cool to see. And then I see that he calls me out, so I'm like, we get on the mat, so I'm like, this is what you asked for. This is a different kind of animal, and yeah, kind of figured that out.
You guys definitely brought the action, and another 10-planet matchup that we have coming up is Ben Eddy versus PJ Barch, and then after that, it is going to be the highly anticipated Andy Varela versus PJ Barch. So what are your thoughts on that matchup coming up between you and PJ?
Yeah, PJ is a stud. We're cut from the same cloth, both wrestlers, both very good everywhere. It's just going to be a tough 6-minute match, and we're going to flip the coin and just kind of see what happens.
And you guys weren't able to score any points in the block there. Did Roger Gracie have any advice for you guys going into the next block?
Yeah, he just wants us to sell out, be as aggressive as we can, throw everything out the window to try to get these points on the board. And I think he's right. You know, it's easier said than done, but we got to try something because our team hasn't scored anything. I'm the only one 12 points on the board right now, and I don't know. I got to try to motivate these guys somehow.
Well, you got some impressive kills yesterday. We cannot wait to see you get more. Ninja, good luck. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Alex. Appreciate it. We will check in with her as our night continues. And it's time for our second head-to-head matchup here in our first block of the night. And to get our athletes on the mat, we go back to Stephen Aiken.
for our next team matchup of the evening. First to the mat, representing ex-Marshall, the jabroni, Elijah Carlton.
Elijah Carlton, all business as he walks to the mat for night 2 of PGF Season 6. Back to Stephen Aiken to welcome his opponent.
And his opponent, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Samson Phommabout.
Samson Phommabout would love to pick up some points. It would be the first for him and his Black Rifle Coffee Company team, headed by Coach Dean Lister. And here we go. We are underway. PJ DeSantis, along with the commission, Mccaghren, Mccaghren, the man they call Egghead, live in Las Vegas, is the site of PGF World Season 6.
Elijah pulls guard, getting active right away. Samson jumping through. And listen, nobody's ever accused Samson of stalling. Oh, there's this big setup from Elijah. And Samson making a move around towards the back.
Kimura grip here for Carlton.
Yeah, from a funky position, though. It makes something happen there. Look at this. Arm lock attempt.
Carlton. Arm lock mistake. Done.
Elijah Carlton's on the board.
Elijah Carlton.
Ooh, I think he hit his head on the concrete over there.
Oh, no.
All right, no pain, no gain for Elijah Carlton. He gets some points, but he smacks his head in doing so. Stephen Aiken going to make this one official.
Your winner by submission, representing ex-Marshall, jabroni, Elijah Carlton.
Big submission for the jabroni grappler. Samson Phommabout giving him the jabroni salute. And, yeah, huge one for Carlton. Obviously, he's been the poster boy early on here in the history of the PGF, and some huge points there. That was within a minute, correct?
That was, yeah, under a minute.
Yeah,
under
so
a minute.
4 points.
Yeah, right back in the game, Elijah Carlton. And again, boom, things change quick in the PGF. They can change quick.
Yeah, we're getting to that point, BMAC, where we're almost going to have to be looking at the leaderboard after every match, and that's my favorite time of year when we are doing the PGF. So, but look at this. Let's walk us through it, BMAC, the replay.
Well, I want to see the setup again. I'd love to get another look at the setup, but
it came from that Kimura grip, did it not?
Oh yeah, you're right. It did come off the Kimura from a kind of a funky position.
Yeah, absolutely.
Takes the Kimura grip, rolls it through, shoots to his guard. Already had the good angle, and he puts Samson out of there. 4 points for Carlton.
Nicely done. The jabroni gets his hand raised, gets 4 points for his troubles. All right, our next matchup ready to get underway. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
The next athlete coming to the mat, representing ex-Marshall, David Evers.
David Evers.
PGF Season 3 champion. That was a 170-pound division. Black belt out of Flux MMA and Mushin Jiu-Jitsu.
This dude is as wide as he is tall.
I mean, look at those legs. That's why I call him Quadzilla.
Yeah.
Representing Black Rifle Coffee, Max Hanson.
Max Hanson making the walk. He hopes to be the one that can pick up the first points of Season 6 for his team.
Black belt out of Team Adama, Dante de Leon's team.
Man, what a crazy, huge statement it would be right here if David Evers can get in here and get a win against Max Hanson. But you got to think that Evers, such a good leg locker, that's his best route to victory. The problem is Max Hanson is an expert leg locker himself. And he's got a little bit of a grip going, bails on it. Evers comes up, trying to jump around the guard. Max tries to pull him into a leg lock. Evers quickly evades right back to the top position. Max definitely shown a lot of favoritism for his guard. He's at least in day one, and then we see that continuing so far here in day two against Evers. Evers sitting back on a leg. Oh, he's got a good grip, and again, man, just so strong, so powerful. Max navigates it expertly, Very good work by Max Hanson, unfazed by that gorilla strength of David Evers when he grabs a leg lock.
First minute has expired.
I mean, Evers even had AJ Agazarm talking about how strong he was.
Evers is so good at recovering his guard and getting his butterfly, particularly his left butterfly hook, back into position. There he goes right there. Back into position when things aren't really going his way. And look at this. Bust out of that bottom position, finds himself back on the top. Here's a nice attempt on an entry by Max Hanson. So this doesn't have the same like frantic feel and pace to it that the other matches had, but there hasn't been any lull in the action at the same time. Just this, oh, look at this. Evers getting into this outside heel hook. He's got both feet on the outside. He's got to watch. Hanson very good at finding the back from this position, but Evers very good at breaking the leg from this position. He's starting to get a grip. Hanson reaches through. Got his defense on. Got the protection on now. And now Evers switching off to the other side. Man, Hanson very good at navigating these tricky, dangerous leg lock positions from David Evers. Evers falling back, attacking this leg again. Hanson back to the feet, gonna reset him right in the middle. Oh, Evers almost exposed the back. Hanson jumped up, put his hands up around the waist and started to climb, and Evers had to quickly retreat back to his back.
Just past the halfway point of the match.
There he goes again. Uses that knee shield, sets his frame, and then goes back to his butterfly guard. Takes that out now. Finds himself on the bottom of half. Oh.
So Hanson gets a warning.
Yeah, I feel like if there was going to be a warning right there, that should have been on Evers off the bottom position. It's framing out.
So now they both had a warning.
Evers just framing him out here. He's going to have to try to take some risk and get moving. Shot clock is down to 10 seconds now. Here's the guard pass. Here's the guard pass from Hanson. Shot clock winding down. Evers just kind of balling up.
Here comes a flag. So we will restart here in this referee position with Evers on bottom.
Bad place. Have Max Hanson jumping out and attacking your back. Ooh, Hanson gonna try to shoulder lock him from here.
Oh, he got Karen K. Chuck this way.
That's a good call. He did. I forgot about that, Egg. Thank God we got you here.
90 seconds left.
Evers got to watch out. That elbow starting to get out behind his back or behind his head. That's a lot of pressure on that shoulder. Hey, you know what comes with all that muscle? Not a lot of shoulder flexibility. I can almost guarantee it. I like that attack set from Hanson. Getting that shoulder up behind the head. Oh, thinking about switching off to the arm here.
Nope.
Ooh, nicely done. Evers able to escape. Now comes out in top position. .30 seconds remain here in the match.
Hanson, oh, he's going to look for this Aoki right here. Unable to get the positioning that he wanted, but took a risk and threw it anyway. Looks like this one's going to go to a draw, but a good match. Oh, I say it's going to go to a draw, but Max Hanson finding the offense right here at the end.
Time expires.
Oh,
Hanson was close. Evers survives. No points awarded, as this one will end in a draw.
Hanson very, very upset.
All right, Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
And just think about that. That is the number 4 member of Ex-Marshal that went for just 200 points, drawing out the number 2 member of Black Rifle Coffee Company that had 3,000 more points spent on him.
Yeah, and I liked Hanson's approach to the match, though. The problem is, man, he's starting to get into a position already pretty early on where, man, he's got to start scoring if he's going to find himself in the playoff.
Yeah, he's an underdog to win it all. A lot of people were thinking he would.
I thought that he really had a shot to win the whole thing. I feel like he was a little bit, like, underrated coming into this. And, you know, he may still be. It's a long season, like we said. He's got, he's had 3, he's got 9 more matches. But, man, pressure's starting to build now, seriously, for Max Hanson.
All right, pressure is on for all of our athletes, and time to score. We'll see if anyone can do it in our next matchup. We go back to the mats with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing Ex-Marshal, Davis Asare.
Your points leader after day 1, Davis Asare. He makes the walk to the mat for the first time on match day 2 here at PGF Season 6. We go back to Stephen Aiken to welcome his opponent.
And his opponent, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Mike John.
PGF Season 6 qualifier, Mike John.
And 10th planet black belt out of 10th planet orange. And Asare's very confident coming into today. He says he's going to do really well.
He should be confident. Come in, anytime you find yourself listed as number 1 on anything, it should make you feel pretty good. Oh, look at this, stepping over for an arm lock. Asare coming out, being very, very aggressive. Putting a lot of pressure on Mike John right here. There's the pass. Oh, back exposure. Asare's all over him.
Asare is a purple belt of New Wave Jiu-Jitsu.
That New Wave camp, I mean, you can make a very, very easy argument that that's the best camp on the planet. He's in the room with certified killers every single day, multiple times a day. And he's one of their most highly touted prospects. Mike's going to have to get busy or he's going to end up getting called for stalling right here. Oh, there he starts to make a move, and now that threat of action. Oh, my. And this is very similar to the sequence we saw from him earlier. Is it going to be an arm lock here?
Running out of real estate to work, but it'll be real hard to reset them here. Oh!
Oh, what are we going to do right there? I think you got to restart him in that spider web, right?
That's a wrap. All right, submission break goes the way of Asare to make it official. Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a break, Davis Asare.
I didn't really have the best look.
He got the arm extended there at the end.
Yeah.
But, I mean, keep going until they tell you to stop, I guess, right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And, you know, that's what the referee, not the referees, but the coaches and athletes requested. They're like, listen, if we're close to a submission, you got to let us keep working right there at the edge. And that was really close. I mean, the arm was almost all the way extended. The grip was almost broken. So,
more
break
points
for Davis Asare. Points on the board.
3 more points for the leader thus far in PGF Season 6. And 4 points for his ex-marshal. So there's the arm.
It looked like he got in there and put his hands, the referee put his hands on the situation And I couldn't hear the audio. I wonder if they said, if the athletes said, no, go, go. I don't know.
Well, referee's decision is
in this case.
Standing.
In this case, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Back to Stephen Aiken.
The next athlete coming to the mat, representing ex-Marshal, Nathan Haddad.
Nathan Haddad making the walk for ex-Marshal. His team has already added a few more points to the overall standings in this first block of our match day 2.
Currently, they are tied with first Phorm, both of them having 7 points. So if it stopped right now, both teams would get the team.
And his opponent, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Jamie Carnall.
Jamie Carnall.
Brown belt of Grass Valley Jiu-Jitsu. Did a really great job in that qualifier. Got 4 different submissions.
Yeah, but he finds himself swimming with the Sharks out here during the regular season of PGF. Nathan came out and had an insane match against PJ Barch. Looked like an absolute dog. Put PJ in that seriously deep triangle. And you'll go back and watch it. You'll hear me just screaming on the broadcast like, oh, my God, he's got it. He, in fact, did not got it. But I don't know how he didn't got it. Even mounted PJ later on in that match.
Yeah, had it a black belt of Helio Seneca Jiu-Jitsu and Combat Core Sports.
Carnall making some work here. Oh, look at this movement to the back by Nathan. Wow, what a counter. Oh, man, he's getting deep right here. He's going to take a run at it.
Oh, he's got a chance.
Right here. Oh, he got it under a minute.
He got it.
Inside the minute, the extra points. Nicely done. Huge submission victory. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
And your winner with a kill, Nathan Haddad.
Big points there for Nathan Haddad. Gets the kill inside a minute. 7 points.
7 on the board. Nathan Haddad. Hey, the kid's a contender. The kid's a contender. Man, what a... It's so fast with the counter, too. Look how deep he got on that rear naked choke. And look at the scream at the end. Primal from the Helio Seneca product, Nathan Haddad.
He's fired up for good reason.
He should be fired up, man.
Huge
He's making big moves for himself and for his team right now.
Yeah.
Making big moves towards that $100,000 and making big moves towards $20,000 for himself.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Egg, does that pretty much lock up the team? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's huge.
14 points
for ex-Marshal.
Wow.
Again.
How many overall points does ex-Marshal have?
They have 36 now. Again, going out to a commanding lead, 16 points ahead of first Phorm that has 20.
16 points ahead.
Wow. Almost double the points.
That's insane.
Man, ex-Marshal, that Jacques Machado draft day, he's looking like a genius right now.
Absolutely. All right, let's go back to the mat, Stephen Aiken.
Representing ex-Marshal, Ben Eddy.
Ben Eddy, he comes into his match day 2 of PGF season 6. 4 points for him. Now he's even got more points because his team's pretty much locked up this first block, so he's at least at 5.
Representing Black Rifle Coffee, the Butter Panther, PJ Barch.
Best nickname in jiu-jitsu, the Butter Panther. The only person I've ever heard with a nickname that rivals that, Jiva Santana.
The Arm Collector?
The Arm Collector.
That's a good one.
What a great name. And these guys, very, very familiar with one another. They're not just 10th Planet teammates, but they've spent tons and tons and tons of hours on the actual training mats together. You know, a lot of 10th Planet guys, it's a big association, so 10th Planet guys, we're pretty used to facing one another, seeing each other in brackets. It's just kind of the 10th Planet way. We like to get after it. You know, oh, Ben pulling him down into her. But these guys are actual teammates for years and years. Ben, of course, now at 10th Planet Austin. PJ still running it at 10th Planet South Bay, got his own academy out there in the San Diego area. Oh, Ben, PJ getting into a nice leg drag here. Locking Ben down into a bad position. Got his hips turned one way and his shoulders turned the other way.
Warning, Barch!
And they put that warning on Barch, and I think that was the right call in that case because he had great position, but he wasn't really advancing or looking to continue the offense. Oh, look at that. Nice play by Barch. Oh, and PJ is a master of this Kimura grip, but Ben able to stay alive on it. PJ now has him into a really nice passing position, takes his hand, turns Ben's head the opposite direction. Oh, PJ very good at falling back on that inside heel hook on the 50-50 position, so Ben is going to have to be very, very careful. PJ passing out the backside now, controlling the foot, trying to expose Ben's back. Ben flattens out.
Warning, Eddie!
And they're getting quick on the trigger back there, and it's exactly what we wanted. That's what the athletes wanted. That's what the coaches wanted. That's what the viewers wanted. So we told them, get quick on those stalling calls.
Barch here in side control as the flag comes in. And it looks like we're going to get a restart here in referee's position with Ben Eddy on bottom.
Nice job by Ben to retreat back out of that position. Made a quick move.
Eddy back to his feet.
And you can see there on the scoreboard, Ben Eddy now has his penalty applied. Got to be careful. If you rack up 3 penalties during the course of the match, and it does end up going to a draw, you still get the 0, but your opponent's going to get 2.
Wow.
That's the way we've got the rules set up. If you accumulate 5 penalties during the match, we stop the match immediately, and it's a DQ. If you get 5 penalties in a 6-minute match, you're not here to fight.
Right.
Just get off the mat. Let's move on to the next guy.
Halfway point of the match. This is our last match of our first block of the evening.
PJ so good at driving that leg drag position. PJ making side-to-side movement on the guard. And I love the way that PJ slaps that arm out of position. Oh, look at that, beautiful. Oh, the problem with this, though, is he has to come down into position to try to fight with Ben Eddy in one of his stronger plays, but PJ masterfully navigates that dangerous territory, finds himself in the mount with 2 minutes to go and a lot of time to work. And Ben already with a penalty on the board, he's going to have to be very careful. If he's going to shell up here and get defensive, he's going to have to watch himself. Ben starting to get his elbow exposed up over the top.
Touch over 90 seconds here remains in the match. Barch here in this full mount.
Ben's going to have to take some risk right here. He's going to have to take some risk or they're going to call him again. And PJ changes position.
Barch sat back for that leg, missed it. Stays in top position as we are inside the final minute of the match.
and trying to drag him down into his spot. Wants that overhook. PJ, of course, very, very aware of the overhook and the danger of Ben Eddy. And did you see that frustration on the face of PJ Barch?
I did. Inside the final 30 seconds, back to the knee on belly for Barch.
Trying to open Ben Eddy up, but Ben just finding ways to survive. And oh, they're gonna call Eddy for stalling with 12 seconds left, and this is a big moment right here.
Reset, short time.
Oh, look at this. PJ chooses to jump over on the front headlock attack instead. Running out of time. Got him bellied out, and he's going to make a rip at it, and that's the end. Wow.
That's time.
PJ made a strong move. Again, man, what a great match by Barch, but scoreless.
All right, Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
All right, block 1 in the books here in Las Vegas. TJ DeSantis, BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren, Egghead. 1 block down, 2 to go. Commish, what are you thinking after 1 block's done?
I'd actually like to, I know what I'm thinking, but I want to hear what you guys are thinking.
Right now, as it stands, looking at the rankings, we'll have something that if it stopped today, we'd have something we haven't seen since PGF Season 3.
What's that?
Every member of Team X Marshall would make the playoffs.
Wow.
All 5 are in the top 8.
Yeah, right now.
Right now, I mean, we're still early.
It's
but
very, very early.
But it's impressive.
It's cool, yeah.
And now
cool.
they've won, 3 out of the 4 blocks.
Yeah, that's huge, man.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
huge.
guys, it's a story so far after 1 block on night 2. The rich get richer with X Marshall, and the poor still don't have anything with Black Rifle Coffee Company. So I can almost guarantee you that Dean Lister's going to be having some words for his guys to motivate them as much as they can for our 2nd block and as we go on.
How do you guys feel about the change in the action with the stalling?
I love it.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a tempo that has increased immensely.
It's so much anxiety for me because I have like this balance of like, I have this desperate need to try to be as fair as possible, just out of just standards and principle. But I don't want these guys to be so mad at me that I gotta hear it later.
Let me say this. This is what I think is the most important thing when making decisions like this, Brandon, is you are telling these athletes up front, look, you got to push the pace or we're going to push the pace for you. I don't think we've seen anybody lose a match yet because of a stalling penalty. I don't think we've seen anybody put in a bad position that they didn't necessarily deserve to be in, because even if the impetus is on the defensive player to improve the position or you're stalling or get out of it, not just be so solely defensive. And, if you feel comfortable being, solely defensive, you're going to make that position almost worse for him at times.
Yeah, listen, I'm feeling pretty happy about the way that the action played out right there. I feel like that was our most action-packed block of action so far through the first 2 days. Let's see how it shakes out in block number 5. Guess who opens up block number 5?
Who's that?
It's your boy, Daniel Sathler. I love this kid. He's going to be great to watch, man.
We will get to that here in a couple moments, but first we're going to check in with Alex Wendling, who's with Rigan Machado.
I am standing by with Rigan Machado, the head coach for Team First Phorm, and you had some standout competitors, one of them whom you were so excited to get, Jett Thompson.
Yes.
He's had some impressive submissions, so what are your thoughts on his performance so far?
I think Jeff is the surprise for me because he's 17 years old and he have 3 submissions. And for me, he gonna surprise. I believe he gonna still have 2 more fights tonight. I think he's gonna have a chance to submit 2 more fights.
And Daniel Sathler, he got the sub of the night last night, and then he came out here, started things hot for you guys with a nice toe hold. So what was your thoughts on his performance?
I don't have to worry about him. He's one of the alpha from the group. It's kind of nice because I have opportunity to put everybody together. The first thing I look who's the one have the most energy to push the group. He and Renato was the two guys who helped him so much to put the team together, to motivate them. It's kind of nice to have these two Brazilian guys to help the team, you know.
And I know you have to get back there to your team because you guys are about to be first Phorm versus ex-Marshall, and ex-Marshall's in the lead right now. So what has to happen against ex-Marshall here?
I think today is going to be a very important day because it's very important don't let the points get too far away. Right now, we kind of catch up a little bit. Now they have two big submissions. And now we have to catch up to be sure we're not too far because day by day can change. But the moment we close, we're not too far, we still have a chance to be the number one.
Well, I feel like I see a choke in under a minute coming for first Phorm. So we wish you the best of luck, Rigan. We have much more action coming up for you at Season 6 of the Professional Grappling Federation. You don't want to miss it. Stay with us.
Oh, he's going to flip Carson with that. He's making him turn with it.
There's a tap.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. Look at Landon Torville.
What's going on with the PGF and the money and the things like that, that's answers the one fundamental problem we have as professional athletes in the sport. I mean, it could change everything about the sport.
This is the future of jiu-jitsu right here, and I'm just ecstatic to be the face of it right now.
PGF is the shit. We all got paid before we even started sweating. Ain't nothing better than that.
We are underway. Anderson in the white rash guard, getting pushed around here by the Minnesota Maniac.
Kevin Sherrill's sitting at home because I broke his ankle.
Hard collar tie. Oh, that was.
Whoa!
Because they don't see a future in it, but I do see a future in it.
Haven't done anything but just like come and did what I'm supposed to do, you know, and just let's f people up, you know.
He doesn't take it as serious as I do. This is a lifestyle for me.
It's my first experience with something like this, and I just want to say, Brandon, thank you. PGF, everybody. I mean, this has probably been one of the best experiences of my life.
It kicks you into this state of, like I said, excitement or fear or nervousness or happiness. And then when you get to the battle, you get to the competition, all that stops.
Travis's scariest attacks, he's in. He's got it.
It's almost like a feeling of nirvana.
I think I'm just addicted to the high of competing and winning, and it's fun. I think I'm an addict by nature. I just enjoy the thrill of it.
And right now, PGF's sitting by itself. It's that lone soldier, you know? So I think that if the PGF can gain enough traction, it could potentially change the competitive scene in jiu-jitsu as a whole.
We're going to keep building this until everybody can get paid what they're worth in the sport of jiu-jitsu. We will have the biggest jiu-jitsu promotion on the planet.
Jiu-jitsu royalty in the house. Roger Gracie taking things in as the head coach of Epic Roll. Gracie there as well. We are in Las Vegas. It is the site of PGF Season 6. It's been a phenomenal week thus far, and we have only arrived at match day 2. And again, the vibe in this building, it has definitely changed from match day 1, and there's a lot of people here, B-Mac. I don't think your microphone's on right now. It isn't okay. There we go.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's not just a lot of people. There's a lot of cool people here, dude. Roger Gracie sitting on the sideline. There goes Jake Shields right there just hanging out. I just saw Carlos Machado make it into the building, one of my absolute favorite people on the planet. Man, star-studded. If you're a jiu-jitsu guy, this is a star-studded event.
Yeah, stars on and off the mat tonight. And I think we got some star power in the booth. We got the man they call Egghead, am I right?
Big-time star.
Yeah. I mean, I'm intimidated by his intelligence, I'll tell you that.
Don't be too intimidated.
I'll take it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Let's review the scores. I want to hear like who are my leaders individually, and let me hear the teams again.
Most of it, as I mentioned before we left, all of X Marshall's in the top 8, led off by Davis Asare, coming out of New Wave Jiu-Jitsu there. He's at 19 points. First Phorm, Daniel Sathler, one of the big stars from yesterday, came out today, and he has 14 points. Epic Roll, Andy Varela, he was making that case why he should have been the first ranked guy in everyone's preseason rankings, but he's up there in the top 3 with 12. David Evers and Nathan Haddad, both with 10. And Commish, you said Haddad
10 or 9. I see 9 on the.
So I don't think the team points are added to this one.
So I've added the team points already from that first block.
Okay.
So both of them have 10. First Phorm Jett Thompson has 8. X Marshall Elijah Carlton has 7. And Ben 80 right there in the 8th spot with 5.
And Ben, just by nature of being on Team X Marshall, finds himself in the playoffs just for being on that team at this point.
That's right.
Here's what we got coming up. Go ahead, TJ.
I was just going to say, our next matchup, Renato Canuto going to take the mat again against Ben Eddy. Cam Hurd going to face the Season 3 winner, David Evers. Jett Thompson, man, anytime Jett Thompson's coming up, I get excited.
Yeah.
17-year-old kid doing big things, takes on Davis Asare, your team leader, or league leader thus far. There you go. I'm not going to go down every individual match because it delays us from getting to the next match.
Yeah, I'm ready to get this thing going, dude.
I'm just waiting for the cue that we are ready to go here in Las Vegas. Moving closer and closer to our second block of the night. Again, match day 2, PGF Season 6 in Las Vegas. And
$100,000 on the line.
I know.
TJ.
I know. It's almost kind of like the buried narrative here when you think about the playoffs. But, I mean, so much money hangs in the balance for all these teams. And I guarantee you that they are feeling it in the back. And they want to rack up points as much as possible so they can lay claim to that big cash prize. All right. We are ready to go to kick off our second block of the night here on match day 2. Back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our first athlete coming to the mat, representing First Phorm, Kevin Beuhring.
Again, Kevin Beuhring, PGF veteran from Season 3. Actually, in Season 5, at the finale, he took out a whole quintet team himself. He's a purple belt out of 10th Planet Atlanta.
And his opponent, representing X Marshall, the jabroni, Elijah Carlton.
Of course, multi-time PGF champion, Elijah Jabroni Grappler Carlton, a black belt out of 10th Planet Atlanta. So the question is he going to big brother Kevin Beuhring?
Well, I think he's going to have a hard time big brothering Kevin Beuhring, because the word on the street and directly from Elijah Carlton himself is that Kevin is the scariest guy in the room, and that every time, this is a quote, every time that he puts his hands on you, you feel like you're in danger.
Strong words, strong endorsement.
Beuhring taking a shot at Elijah's back. You know what I love about these 10th Planet Atlanta guys, though? They're just not afraid to get in here and get to work. And nice entry here by Elijah Carlton. Beuhring looking for the counter. Ooh, Elijah making a move towards this 50-50. Digs out the defensive foot. Going for the straight ankle. And here's the counter from Beuhring. Nice. And Elijah has to bail on the position because of the counterattack from Beuhring.
Beuhring in top position, 1 minute of elapsed time here.
Oh, look at this. Almost passes the guard. Elijah makes it back in. Elijah's so good at this inside spin, setting up the inside heel hook with that. Gets the foot into position. Beuhring digs it out. Elijah has such an interesting guard attack right here. He makes a trade off to the opposite leg. Setting in his grip. He's got control over both legs here. Does not have the knee line captured, though. Beuhring back to the top position. Here's that inside spin from the jabroni. And again, Beuhring. Oh, this is dangerous for Elijah. Got to be careful here.
We talk about these guys training together in the room. You know, competition-wise, is it different? Is the leg battle different compared to, you know, in the room and competition?
Man, it kind of just depends on who you are and, you know, the relationship you have with your teammate. I know for sure that these guys are going to go for it and they're going to send it just because I know these guys personally. But it can definitely be weird because what you definitely don't want to do is hurt your friend and teammate.
Right.
But what you also definitely want to do is win $100,000.
It's true.
So yeah, they're going to get a reset here. I think Elijah probably felt like that knee line was already slipping. Yeah, he felt like that knee line was already slipping. He was right about that.
So they were both in PGF Season 3, that Elijah won the regular season. They did not compete against each other because they were on the same team.
It's true.
However, they have competed against each other in another show, in which case Elijah got an inside heel hook.
Oh, look at this. Beuhring slaps that framing arm out of the way, locks up a Kimura. Let's see if he can get some offense built with it. Just that knee shield in the way from Carlton, really creating a problem for him. Decides to bail on the Kimura grip. See Beuhring keeping his left hand on the foot of Elijah Carlton to stop him from hitting that inside position with his left leg. Beuhring stepping into a good position here. Elijah expertly navigates it, but then ends up in his own leg lock, you see Elijah putting a little heat on that. Ooh. Both guys throwing good leg attacks at one another. You see Kevin uses that same tactic that PJ uses to clear that frame.
Just about 90 seconds left.
Beuhring disengages.
They go back to the center. Oh, look at this. Pass by Beuhring. Elijah got a little bit lackadaisical. Putting a good crossface down on the jabroni.
Just under 60 seconds remain in the match.
Elijah's going to have to get active and take some risk here.
Warning, Elijah!
You saw his...
He's smiling.
A little salty about that call.
All right, Elijah recovers.
Just 20 seconds till it's a loss for both of them.
Explain what you mean by that.
Pardon me, because in the PGF format, a draw is a loss for both because they both lost a chance at points. With only 12 matches, each match is precious. You need to
this is bad for Elijah here.
Time expires. No points. All right, we will go to Stephen Aiken to make this one official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
No points, as you mentioned, Egghead. We kind of started explaining that a draw is a loss. Why don't you finish your thought on that?
Well, the idea with the PGF is each competitor only has 12 matches to make their case by getting submissions. Because the only way to put points on the board is to get a submission. 6 points with a kill, 3 points with a break. And essentially, it's the same result for you if you get submitted or you have a draw. 0 points towards your totals.
Absolutely. All right. Our night continues here in Las Vegas for our next set of competitors. We are going to go back to Stephen Aiken.
To the mat representing first Phorm, Renato Canuto.
Renato Canuto is very much fired up in his first match of the evening, and I can almost guarantee you that that fire has not waned as he enters the mat for the second time tonight.
And his opponent, representing ex-Marshal, Ben Eddy.
Here comes Ben Eddy. We saw him earlier tonight with 10th Planet teammates PJ Barch. Tough night, too, as far as matchups are concerned for the 10th Planet product in Ben Eddy. See how he does here with Renato Canuto.
Man, Ben Eddy gonna have to be very careful. Canuto was fired up, and he looked like a world beater in that first matchup with Agazarm.
And so far, neither of these game opponents have any submissions on the board. But by virtue of that DQ and being on Team X Marshall, Ben Eddy's in 8th place with 5 points.
Renato circles back towards the middle, but you probably heard there the referee table told him move forward.
And that's just what Ben Eddy wants. He wants you to come forward and come into that rubber guard.
And look at this, Canuto decides to pull guard. Gonna try to get busy with Ben Eddy here. So Ben finds himself on top position against the knee shield of Renato Canuto. Let's see how he chooses to address it. Is he going to be able to pass this world-class competitor's guard? Look at that, Canuto making an offensive move. Tried that G-roll off the bottom. Now playing with the De La Hiva. Oh! Oh, I saw a big grimace on the face of Ben Eddy there. Got a reaction out of him. He'll feel that the rest of the week, most likely.
As you said, that sense of urgency for Renato is definitely there.
Oh, moving towards an omoplata.
2 minutes down of elapsed time.
Ben pressing forward. Head down, just trying to plow through the guard. Canuto again, isolating the arm. He's got a bend on it, but Ben Eddy trying to create a back exposure. Canuto. Oh, is he working this Caltera style footlock? I thought about it when he rolls that De La Hiva guard in and tries to lace up the ankle. Kind of a rolling faux Estima lock attempt there.
Reset here in the center of the mat. Halfway point of the bout. 3 minutes down, 3 to go.
A lot of movement. Ben taking a tumble, tries to move towards the back. They'll reset back to the middle. Time not on the side of Renato Canuto. Every minute that passes that he doesn't have a point on the board, his chances of hitting the playoffs and hitting the money for the team become slimmer and slimmer.
And you got to feel Ben Eddy probably not feeling all that comfortable in that number 8 spot either.
He shouldn't be.
And again, both of these guys are highly regarded 10th planet, or black belt competitors. A world champion from hybrid jiu-jitsu in Renato, and out of 10th planet Austin, Ben Eddy.
And Canuto has been in a bad spot here. A lot of head pressure. Ben does get that butterfly hook in, and he's got the underhooks. Let's see if he can do anything. Ben trying to hold on to this grip and find his way back to the top position. But look at this little cradle here by Canuto, completing the guard pass. Oh, Ben slides that knee back inside. Passes around the other side now.
Nicely done by Canuto. Establishes the knee on belly there. We're going to get a reset.
And look at that veteran move by Canuto. He didn't move that knee off the belly until he got confirmation from the referee. And Ben better be very careful right here. Renato can snap onto an armbar at any moment from any position almost. Now Ben starting to find himself in some deep trouble as we approach a minute or past a minute left in the match. Knee on belly again.
45 seconds remain in the match.
Canuto trying to create an overreaction from Ben. Ben recovers his guard, gets the foot back to the inside. Oh, dude, Canuto's so much fun. He's got one of those in him every match. It just makes you scream.
So
oh, go ahead.
No, so dynamic, but only 20 seconds left.
Oh, wow, man. Almost like a sacrifice throwing himself. He's got an isolation. He's going to make a run at this.
Short time, 10 seconds for Canuto to make something happen.
Oh,
and Eddy able to maintain his freedom. And the match will expire. No points again. Canuto looks to the heavens and goes, what do I got to do? Wow. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Another one goes the distance. But a fun fight, fun match. You know those sort of Hail Mary jumping, leaping submissions, B-Mac? They're almost like half-court shots that hit the rim a little bit. You know
yeah, I mean? Dude. A basketball reference.
I know, I'm learning, right?
Dude, yeah, way to go, man. Yeah. Oh, look at this. We got Mika, Carlos Machado sitting right there. Mika, that's Zol's coach, old Zotan's coach. Mika Sipoli.
Oh, man.
Legend here in Las Vegas.
The stars are out here in Sin City, the fight capital of the world. We've turned it into the grappling capital of the world this week for PGF World Season 6. B-Mac, Brandon Mccaghren, I'm TJ DeSantis. This is the guy they call Egghead with that 20-pound brain. We are into our first team matchup of our second block of the night, and we're going to continue right now back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat representing First Phorm, Cam Hurd.
Cam Hurd representing First Phorm. He's back out here for his second match of the evening.
Representing ex-Marshal, Quadzilla, David Evers.
David Evers showing off the quads on the squad. I mean, if you got them, flaunt them, no?
Dude, that's how you utilize that walkout. Look, you got about 6 seconds of screen time right here. Give the people what they want.
And the people want that.
Some of the people definitely do. This is a very dangerous matchup for Cam. He is a big risk taker, which is a lot of fun to watch, but any kind of risk taken against David Evers can put you in a really bad position really quick. David controlling the wrist, trying to pull Cam down into his world here. Cam knows that David is very dangerous, and we've seen it.
Evers, the black belt, and the PGF Season 3 champion. And he made the playoffs and pretty much won the title.
He's got the scoop grip out to the other side. Oh, man, this is big trouble. Cam finds his way through that initial entanglement, trying to, he's got his knee line free. Great job, Cam Hurd. Oh, but now Evers moving into the 50-50.
Toe hold counter by Hurd.
No.
Okay, Hurd pops up. I was worried there for just a second.
All right, we got a break to make it official, Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a break, Quadzilla David Evers.
Some more points racked up for David Evers. Style points on the walk with the flexing in the quads, and points for the overall league with the break.
Hey, and I tell you what, if you would have told anybody that the former PGF champion that was going to come out here and do the most damage was David Evers, not Elijah Carlton, nobody would have believed it except David Evers. Man, did you see the extension on that heel hook on that replay? Can I see that replay one more time?
Here it comes.
Watch. So, first of all, Cam tried to go to that 50-50 toe hold, which we've seen successful. Watch the extension on this heel. Great bite. Now watch the knee right here. Cam just stayed on that toe hold thinking he maybe could save himself. Oh, my God.
Oh, that's tough to watch in slow motion, guys.
You know what? Cam Hurd popped right up and walked off the mat. I would have quit jiu-jitsu if that would happen to me, bro. You'd have never seen me again.
You know, real quick, I just want to take a moment. You talked about, you know, how the veterans are doing. You know, PGF, it's been around for a while. This is the sort of leveling up of it here in Season 6. But the veterans, they got to be making you proud of their performances thus far here this week in Las Vegas.
Yeah, you know, it's easy when you're sitting out on the West Coast or on the East Coast in these big cities like, oh, those little rednecks down there, they're not in the big cities. They're not on the big shows. They don't know what's going on. But I know, because I spend my time down there in the training room every day, and I get a chance to see the highest level of jiu-jitsu in multiple promotions across the world every weekend. I know that the level of jiu-jitsu down there is very high, and David Evers is really proven that to be the case right now.
Absolutely.
And with that,
Heather Gracie hanging out with Jake Shields. Grace Gracie hanging out with Jake Shields over there. Go ahead.
And pardon me, with that submission, David Evers takes away third place away from Andy Varela.
Oh, wow.
Oh, very interesting.
And also with that, X-Marshall is has almost twice as many points as the next team.
And they're in the lead on this block, too.
That's right.
All right, let's go to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, representing First Phorm, Jett Thompson.
At 17 years old, Jett Thompson, he could already call this week here in Las Vegas a huge success with what he's done. But that's what's scary. He's not done yet. And we'll see how this one shakes out for him. But so many great takeaways for the young kid here at PGF World Season 6. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing X-Marshall, Davis Asare.
Davis Asare has been having a heck of a week himself. Found himself at the top of the leaderboards. That's where he still sits, correct, Dave?
That's correct. 19 points for the purple belt out of New Wave Jiu-Jitsu.
All right, we are underway.
Matchup of a couple of guys who are turning into stars here early in the week for PGF Season 6.
I mean, B-Mac, how much of this is a feel-good story for Jett Thompson, or how much are we underselling that he's a factor that could go very far in all of this?
It's hard to. It's still early, you know. I think this match will actually tell us quite a bit about that true story here. Asare trying to push past his guard, but not able to get through the defenses of the young man so far. And Thompson gave him a little grin. You see that?
Yeah, he's supremely comfortable out there. That's what's almost more amazing than the submissions is they're not Hail Mary sort of lucky caught in a scramble submissions, and he's really comfortable being out there in front of all these people and a worldwide audience and shining under these lights.
He's totally unintimidated by these guys. Totally unintimidated. I mean, the way he attacked PJ Barch, are you kidding me, dude? And he's coming out here and putting on a strong performance early in this match against Asare.
The thing is, Thompson gets a
interesting.
warning.
Thompson gets the warning.
A number of people had Asare as a dark horse to win the PGF this season. He's had a lot of great showings around the country. You know, runner-up at the European trials. Nobody was expecting Jett Thompson except for maybe Matt Scaff.
Can I throw a challenge out to these guys that are doing the odds for sportsbooks out there? I want PGF odds. We need PGF odds. It's everything we love about sports plus jiu-jitsu. I want to see where these odds makers come down.
Yeah, I want to see this on DraftKings eventually. So this is my shout out to DraftKings. Let's make this happen. Asare disengages every time he gets almost there. Oh, look at that. Thompson now pulls him into the closed guard. Let's see what he does with it. Sits up on the elbow, trying to get active. Scooping under the leg now. Trying to create an off balance. We already know he likes to attack that opponent's right arm.
Sorry, stacking here. Thompson grabbing a hold of that leg. Now 2-on-1 of the left arm by Asare.
Reaches back to open the guard. Thompson snatches up a leg, following through.
Let's go.
He's got to be careful. Asare's, has his leg lock game as well. He broke Elijah's foot.
Yes, he did. He also lost to Elijah by heel hook. We talk about that break that he got against Elijah, but he also lost a match against Elijah not that long before that. And then even in the match that Elijah lost, Elijah had him in bad trouble right before that, had a good look at a leg lock on him. But in the PGF this season, it's been all Davis Asare so far.
2.5 minutes remain in the match.
Asare tries to crash in, but meets the left elbow frame of Jett Thompson. Thompson tries to pull in. Asare changes levels, not letting him underneath. Very tightly contested matchup, and this is a warning on Asare for not advancing more aggressively against the guard, and that gets his action level up immediately. Asare got to be very careful what he does with that right arm. We saw in the matchup that Thompson had against Matt Elkins, if you leave that arm behind, okay, look at this. Uses it to get into his closed guard, now creating an off balance. Pretty good angle early on here in this attack for Jett Thompson. Let's see if he can do anything with it. Asare dropping his hip in response. Nice reaction, pulls that arm. Oh, this is his play. Push off the face. Asare with a nice leg drag. Knee lands on the teeth. That's going to knock out a couple of more of the Oklahomans' teeth.
Are they baby teeth still?
Good question. Dude, the tooth fairy's going to come visit him tonight, dude.
Inside the final minute.
Asare took a couple of steps backwards there. I looked over to the referee table like, I'm not going to do anything. But he jumped right back into the action, so it wasn't a problem. Referees signaled over to the table. He may be looking for something.
Inside the final 30
There's a
seconds.
drag. Both guys get, both guys showing a lot of action, but neither guy able to get anything substantial going against the other. And that's just the way it goes sometimes. As long as there's action, we don't mind it. As long as we got movement towards offense, it's not a problem.
Time is going to expire on this one. And we go the distance. Ends in a draw.
Ends in a draw, but a big statement again by the kid. Another big statement by the kid. We've watched Davis Asare come out here and run over a couple of guys.
Right. All right, Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
No points. Ends in a draw. Here we are back in Las Vegas. BMAC Brandon Mccaghren. I'm TJ DeSantis. He is the man they call Egghead. And where are we at in this block in our matchup?
Oh, we're 4 matches in, so we have one more match between these two teams, and then another 5 to go in the block.
All right.
So far, only 3 points by ex-marshals on the board, so those team points are up for grabs for anyone right now.
Yeah, but that could change really quickly because you know who's coming up for first form right here? Daniel Sathler.
There you go.
The steal of the draft.
However, he's facing a very game Nathaniel Haddad.
Who scored 7, I believe, in his last matchup, right?
That is
against
correct.
Jamie Carnall. He came out and scored 7, but I'll tell you something, Daniel Sathler is not Jamie Carnall. So it's going to be real hard to come out and just dunk on him right here. Sathler thinks he's going to dunk on Haddad. I can guarantee you that.
All right, let's see what happens. Back to Stephen Aiken for our next match. Here comes Daniel Sathler. Egghead, remind me how much he went for in the draft?
1,100.
1,100.
Only 1,100. Every coach had 10,000 points to go, so average would have been 2,000. He went for 1,100, the steal of the draft.
And his opponent, representing ex-marshal, Nathan Haddad.
Nathan Haddad coming back to the mat tonight after securing a huge victory and 7 points in the process.
But the Helio Seneca black belt will have a very tough opponent facing the black belt out of Atos and Daniel Sathler.
All right, here we go. Final matchup of our first team matchup in our second block of the evening. TJ DeSantis, BMAC Brandon Mccaghren, the man they call Egghead, live in Las Vegas, the site of PGF World Season 6.
Daniel Sathler comes to us, hand-selected by Andre Galvao to be here. But look at this. Oh, and he's got this Rotalis team locked up. Oh, my goodness. Sathler finds himself in trouble early, making good responses here.
Switching off to the arm bar here.
He's got his foot caught in between the legs, though. It's going to be hard to dig out a finish from here. And check out our referee, PJ Montano, protecting the head.
Letting him work here off the mat. That now trying to take the back. He does.
No, he doesn't.
Almost
He's going to
too
slide
high,
off. Sathler, excellent defensive awareness. Going to get an exposure on the arm here.
Attacking that arm again, trying to come
great
up top
defensive
position.
play. Now playing the deep half guard. Montano doing a great job right there at the edge of the mat. Excellent work by our referee.
All right, so now we're going to get a restart here in the center of the mat. Wow, an explosive first minute and 20 seconds, we'll call it.
Deep half guard now by Sathler. First time we've really seen the deep half guard employed here this week. He's got those legs tied up, and he's going to try to use this to sneak around towards the back.
Kimura grip.
Opens up the Kimura. Gonna have to be very careful right here. Haddad gonna try to use this to stay on offense. Nice work by Sathler, digging himself out of some bad positions. Very game opponent, but what an offensive display from Nathan Haddad.
The crowd here in Las Vegas appreciating what they're seeing between these two gentlemen.
Underhook on the left arm of Haddad. He's going to have to be very careful. Watch for Sathler's left foot to swing over the top if he can get a good grip together under that far side underhook. Now might try to pull him back into an overhook style play, putting a little pressure on the elbow. Underhook for Haddad, attacking the head as well. Haddad now wrapping the arm over the outside of the arm, moving into more of an arm-in guillotine anaconda style attack. Sathler punches in that butterfly hook, saves himself.
Halfway point of the match.
Sathler coming back to the feet. Sathler very good on the feet. Oh, hey, you see him priming to jump right there? He had that great flying arm lock on Matt Elkins earlier yesterday. Got DQ'd. Oh, Haddad got to be careful there, taking steps backwards. Hard collar tie coming in from Haddad.
We'll see if Haddad can get another slide by.
Okay, Sathler. I thought we might see Sathler try to make another jump there. Sathler motioning something to his teammates off on the side. Referee calling for action from these athletes. And Sathler, look, he just put his hand on Haddad's face for fun right there. Here comes that Choi bar attempt potentially. Trying to lasso the left leg around to the inside of Haddad's arm. Here comes that Choi bar attempt. He's got a great grip on this far side arm. Left arm framing across the neck, stopping Haddad's forward pressure. It's a battle of head position there as well. Haddad now looking to work this double underpass. Lifts him, flips him, jumps on his head. Oh, he's going for this rear side triangle. It's not quite there. Locks the body. Let's see if he can.
Are there secondary submissions from this if he can't?
There's a lot of great plays that he could make from here. But the leg just not quite in position. He can get a good stretch going and maybe cause Sathler to make a mistake here. But it's going to be hard for him to lock up this triangle. He needs that. See, his left foot is over the face. He needs it. Now, this is a little bit better if he can clamp it down from there. Okay, this is a little bit better of a position now for Nathan. Reaching through, locking the body. Oh, no. This is a little bit better. He's starting to create some stretch here. 15 seconds to go. Squeezing, stretching.
Short time. And he's going to survive. Wow. What a match. These guys put on a heck of a show here in Las Vegas. No winner, no points, but everyone happy with what they saw in that one. What a match. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
Oh, after that match, we're going to have to go to a draw. 0 points, guys. Sorry.
What a match. What an effort.
That was incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. Stephen Aiken almost sounded disappointed that he couldn't get both guys.
He couldn't award some points to both guys. Hey, Nathan Haddad, this kid's the real deal, man. You know, I actually heard some people go before, who's this guy? Why is he in the roster?
No one's going to ask that question
That's
anymore.
why he's in the roster.
Yeah.
You think I don't know what I'm doing? This roster is my magnum opus.
I mean, how exciting is that for you to not only have, you know, the veterans and the, you know, well-established guys, but these guys that maybe people are having to look up when they see that roster released, that come out and show out in a way where it's like they're not going to be under the radar in any tournament they're ever in again?
It feels good, TJ. I feel good about just the way all of this is playing out. And you know what? I was a little less aggressive. The referees were a little less aggressive on the stalling calls yesterday. I warned these athletes, I warned these coaches, and the athletes and coaches warned me, to be honest with you. We want more aggressive stalling calls. So we gave the athletes what they wanted. We gave the coaches what they wanted. We're giving the fans what they wanted. And I think the results are speaking for themselves tonight. One of the most action-packed nights of jiu-jitsu that I've ever seen across any format in any promotion. So,
and I like the 6-minute matches too. There is no time.
Well, you know what, man? The athletes are going to put out the same amount of effort whether you got 20 minutes on the board or whether you got 6 minutes on the board. Let's take that same horsepower, compress it down into 6 minutes, and let's just make a move on this thing. Let's get the show going, you know?
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, I think that with everything, if you've been watching all week, you can tell the tempo and the heat and the pressure is definitely mounting. It's only going to get bigger and bigger as we move towards playoff night. Again, the PGF Season 6 playoffs are headed your way Friday, live and exclusively on UFC Fight Pass. And let's not forget, we're burying the lead, I think, Ag. I'll start with you because we were talking about it earlier. You're the numbers guy. The biggest number in PGF Season 6 is $100,000. It hangs in the balance, and you can guarantee every single grappler wants a cut of that prize.
Absolutely. We said before, the team that wins the regular season gets $100,000 split between them. And, you know, at the end of this block, we'll be 42% done with this season. And so the pressure's just going to mount more and more and more as we go along. And going to that, so far in this block, we only have one submission. So right now, we have Team Epic Roll and Team Black Rifle Coffee Company coming up, and either one of them could take that team point.
Black Rifle Coffee Company, no points on the board yet this season. BMAC projected them to do very big things. I know Dean Lister, who's a great coach, is going to try to motivate his guys and will them to get everything they can. I want to put you in a position to kind of put your coaching cap on, BMAC. If you were, you know, the coach of these guys in this scenario, what are you telling them at this point through, you know, halfway nearly of day 2? What do they got to do to get points on the board?
Well, I think you just still got to approach it match by match. So as I look down the list, I see a lot of winnable matches right here, just based on what we've seen so far and what we know about the pedigrees of these athletes. Max Hanson, Matt Elkins, that's a very winnable match for Max Hanson. Mike, John, Kevin, Sherrill, that's a very winnable match. Carnall versus Agazarm. Agazarm's hard to score points on. Right. It doesn't matter who you are. Carnall having a tough run so far, but he's a scrapper. Maybe he can run out there and make something happen. Barch versus Varela. Oh my God, Barch versus Varela is coming up in this block.
That's right.
Okay, I'm totally distracted now.
That's a pay-per-view match right there.
That is. Yeah, that's a main event pay-per-view match.
Yeah.
Man.
And you get it for free, part of the regular season.
I'm feeling so happy, dude. Yeah. I'm feeling so happy.
You should. You should. I'm feeling happy as well. It is PGF World Season 6, live in Las Vegas, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. I'm addicted to this chocolate, Once Upon a Coconut. I'm not going to lie.
You know what, man? I've been saying that it's the pineapple for me, but I got a new favorite. Apparently, this is an energy drink. I grabbed one out of the fridge at the PGF HQ this morning. It's a sparkling coconut water energy drink, and they're pretty good.
I'm gonna need one of those for our third block here, because these guys have been turning up the action, the energy. It's been drawn out of us as well, but I'm still having fun. I'm not waning yet, don't worry. But give me one of those energy drinks, feedback.
Yeah, I'm gonna score you one.
All right. All right, I think we are just about ready to go to a commercial. Pay some bills here, live in Las Vegas.
Yeah, definitely let's pay some bills. Let's try that. For sure.
Martial gear is some of the best gear I've ever worn.
But wait, there's more. Fasten your Nogi shorts belts, because X Marshall's Dojo Roadshow is hitting the road, and it's nothing short of epic. Imagine this, an X Marshall team, an RV, and a mission to visit gyms far and wide. We're talking challenges that'll have you in splits, literally and figuratively. Meetings with the biggest personalities in the jiu-jitsu world, and a tour so wild, you'll wish your life had a rewind and watch again button. This isn't just a road trip, it's a rolling jiu-jitsu carnival, and it's all captured on our YouTube channel. Picture the funniest, most thrilling parts of jiu-jitsu, packed into an RV and sprinkled with that special X Martial flair. The Dojo Roadshow is where the mats meet the road, and every stop is a story waiting to be told. So, subscribe, like, and get your laugh on, because X Martial isn't just about changing the game, we're about making it hilarious. One dojo at a time. Don't miss out on the movement, the sponsorships, and the roadshow that's making history. One epic YouTube episode at a time.
Oh, he's going to flip Carson with that. He's making him turn with it.
There's a tap.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. Look at Landon Torville.
What's going on with the PGF and the money and the things like that, that's answers the one fundamental problem we have as professional athletes in the sport. I mean, it could change everything about the sport.
This is the future of jiu-jitsu right here, and I'm just ecstatic to be the face of it right now.
PGF is the shit. We all got paid before we even started sweating. Ain't nothing better than that.
We are underway. Anderson in the white rash guard, getting pushed around here by the Minnesota Maniac.
Kevin Sherrill's sitting at home because I broke his ankle.
Hard collar tie. Oh, that was.
Whoa!
Because they don't see a future in it, but I do see a future in it.
Haven't done anything but just like come and did what I'm supposed to do, you know, and just let's f people up, you know.
He doesn't take it as serious as I do. This is a lifestyle for me.
It's my first experience with something like this, and I just want to say, Brandon, thank you. PGF, everybody. I mean, this has probably been one of the best experiences of my life.
It kicks you into this state of, like I said, it's excitement or fear or nervousness or happiness. And then when you get to the battle, you get to the competition, all that stops.
Travis's scariest attacks, he's in. He's got it.
It's almost like a feeling of nirvana.
I think I'm just addicted to the high of competing and winning, and it's fun. I think I'm an addict by nature. I just enjoy the thrill of it.
And right now, PGF's sitting by itself. It's that lone soldier, you know? So I think that if the PGF can gain enough traction, it could potentially change the competitive scene in jiu-jitsu as a whole.
We're going to keep building this until everybody can get paid what they're worth in the sport of jiu-jitsu. We will have the biggest jiu-jitsu promotion on the planet.
We are back here, Matt side in Las Vegas, the site of PGF World Season 6. TJ DeSantis along with the commish, Mccaghren and Mccaghren, the man they call Egghead. We've arrived at the team matchup, second one of our second block. And I believe we're just about ready to get underway. So why don't we throw it to Bobby, both of them, and Stephen Aiken.
Matt Elkins.
The multi-time PGF veteran, he's been the only person that's ever been involved with all 5 seasons of the PGF, and now 6. 4 as a competitor, the first 3 make it into the playoffs every time, 2 as a coach.
Representing Black Rifle Coffee, Max Hanson.
Here comes Max Hanson, making that slow stroll to the mat here for his second match.
The Team Adama black belt. Many saw him as a potential winner of the PGF. Has yet to put a submission score on the board.
All right, first matchup here of our second team match in the second block.
Elkins coming out and getting aggressive with his guard passing right away. And Matt Elkins, he's not had the performance that he's wanted so far, but you know what's always been the case with Matt Elkins in every season that we've ever seen him in the PGF? Slow starter.
Yep.
And by the end, he's right there in the hunt, right there in the mix, always makes the playoff. But he always comes out and starts slow on the first day, first couple of blocks of day 2, but he finds his way. He warms up to it. Hanson trying to make a nice leg entry. He's got good inside position here. Spins through, Elkins blocks him out.
So the thing that helps Elkins is he has a very kill-heavy submission game.
Yes.
Out of the 28 submissions he's had in the PGF, 26 of them have been kills.
Hanson gets a nice grip on this leg, dragging Elkins into a position here. Ooh, gets an exposure on the heel, and he's got the break.
Nicely done. Points on the board now for Hanson and the Black Rifle Coffee Company to make it official. Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a break, Max Hanson.
Some relief maybe for that Black Rifle Coffee Company. Points on the board here. 3 points in our second team matchup here. First points of the season for Dean Lister's team. And we see the replay there. Elkins forced to tap. Solid stuff there. For Max getting it done, Elkins tried to hang tough, but unable to do so. What was the time on that, too?
It was like 1:15. I've already moved away from the timer, so I'm not sure.
All right, just
I'll
missed that.
tell you what I'm having to do right here. I'm like, timeout. I need a break because I got to make a change. We've had to. John Combs, as you know, took an injury in his first matchup.
Oh.
So we've had to move Combs out, and we're moving Sam Schwartz, the first of our alternates, to make it onto the mat. And so when it gets down to the end here of this matchup, you're going to see Sam Schwartz versus Samson Phommabout.
Real quick on Combs, is it just out for the rest of the day, out for the season?
You know what? We're going to have to play it by ear with him, but...
Day-to-day we're calling it?
I think we're going to have to call it day-to-day. My personal assessment as a non-medical professional. I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. That's not true either.
It's not true.
Yeah. I think we might have seen all we're going to see out of John Combs.
Understood. All right. We are ready to get our next matchup underway. Back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat, epic roll. It's handsome Kevin Sherrill.
Here comes the handsome one. Hair flip and the wink on brand and on the mat.
This is a brown belt out of Atlanta Top Team and LHM.
Stephen Aiken will welcome his opponent.
And his opponent, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Mike John.
PGF Season 6 qualifier, Mike John. Hopes to keep the momentum on his team's side, who picked up their first points of the season in their last bout. Here we go. We are underway.
This is a very good matchup, very even matchup. Could see either of these guys come out of here with points on the board.
I think about the size difference here. Kevin, noticeably taller.
Yeah, Kevin had to cut some weight to get here. Mike John came in underweight. Even for the qualifier, he came in underweight. You know, I was watching an interview he had with Rafa Esparza on the Grappling Hour, and he was talking about, yeah, they're getting off to the edge of the mat there. He was talking about how he was so comfortable at the qualifier because he was eating normally all day long and watching all these other guys cut weight.
You mentioned Raf. Shout out to him and his team. Great pre and post show each and every day of the PGF, so stick around for that a little bit later on this evening.
Kevin stepping into a really good leg drag position here. Takes Mike way out of position. Kevin on the hunt early. Nice recovery back to the knee shield for Mike John. He's going to get into his lockdown here. Got a nice scoop grip. Ooh, could be work. Okay, nice work by Kevin to undo that lockdown. Thought Mike might be working on an electric chair for just a second.
Mike John, a black belt out of 10th Planet Orange.
Bring down that pressure is Handsome Kevin.
Here's the lockdown again. Kevin drops down to his left hip to try to relieve some of that pressure. Mike John keeps that lockdown though. Digging under the far side. Uses it to come up on a dogfight. And a nice reversal here if he can make something happen. Got the body lock. Kev pushes him back down to the mat. Mike still working the body lock though. Mike now reaching through with the right hand, taking the grip on the toes, trying to work the old school. Eddie Bravo on the mat is the referee, and he's just running this Eddie Bravo game from the half guard. Okay, you got to be very careful there if you're Kevin Sherrill. Mike has a super dangerous guillotine.
Well, Handsome Kevin was our PGF Season 3 runner-up.
Yes, lost to David Evers in the finals back at Epic Church in Season 3. And another good leg drag here by Kevin. Passes the guard. And you know what? Kevin a lot more active in his matches tonight. It almost felt like last night he was playing to not get scored on a little bit, in my opinion. Tonight he looks like a totally different grappler out there. Starting to isolate Mike John's right arm. Mike recovers. Kevin continuing to push. Out around the side now. Okay, nice grip on the head. Mike John, though, using it to come up.
Running out of space here. And now we restart.
Nice job, Mike John. Mike John aggressive, but not so aggressive that he took the action out of bounds.
Right.
Okay, got to be careful here if you're Mike John. Kevin working a toe. He's got a good bend on the leg. Nice job following through here. Outside heel hook attempt from Sherrill. Passes over now to the inside. And now we got a 50-50 battle. Kevin has the better position here. Here's a counter. And now Mike John back into the outside heel hook. Trading leg locks back and forth, these two.
Just under 2 minutes remain. Action right on the edge of the mat here. Referee Eddie Bravo letting him work, and now he calls a halt to it for a reset. Taking a look at everything. And trying to get it right here as we bring the action back to the center of the mat.
All right, good reset. Both guys felt like they got what they wanted. Eddie was satisfied. Mike attacking again. He may be working into this reverse closed guard.
90 seconds left in the match.
Mike with the scoop grip on the far side. Kevin jumps over the top of it. Nice snap on the head. Aggressive by Kevin Sherrill. Mike John moves into the seated guard, trying to create an elevation, try to make a backside entry. Kevin now stepping into the inside space against Mike John. Mike moving forward, trying to lock the body.
Warning, Sherrill!
Warning for Handsome Kevin.
Yeah,
45 seconds
it's
left.
because he disengaged that guard and stepped all the way out. Mike John trying to wrap the head. Kevin very aware. Puts Mike on his back. Mike, gonna get one last shot, maybe.
John trying
Mike
to
gonna get one last shot at this leg. Kevin trying to free his knee line, maybe take the back.
Time is going to expire. No points awarded in this one. Game effort by both men. Stephen Aiken will go ahead and make this one official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
There we go, a draw between these two men. Your thoughts?
My thoughts are it's 3-3 in the team matchup. Ex-Marshall scored 3 in the last matchup. Max Hanson came out right away for Black Rifle, got that inside heel hook for 3 points against Matt Elkins. So he puts himself and his team in good position here to at least like score an equal amount.
Right.
Because if it does end in a tie, both of the team's players get awarded the team points. So it ends up being 3-3 both. There's the ex-Marshall crew right there. That's my man Joe. And they brought their puppy with. That dog almost died yesterday.
Yes.
You know, there's some action flying into the couches, landed on a dog. Alex Wendling right here. Well, what I was saying, that Black Rifle has put themselves in good position here. Even one more point on the board for their team is going to block ex-Marshall from scoring a team point again, and it's going to get them their first team points of the evening. But hey, Epic Roll still right in the game. They got Agazarm, Varela, and it was going to be John Combs. Sam Schwartz actually going to be making an appearance. You see Josh Burnham, Carlos Machado, Mika Sibili hanging out on the couch over there.
He's Brandon Mccaghren.
That's me.
That's Egghead. I'm TJ DeSantis. We're not as beautiful as the beautiful people here, though.
Some of us aren't.
I feel like I'm... Never mind.
I feel like we got targeted there.
Yeah, it happens.
Smoke them if you got them.
Let's go back to the mat. Stephen Aiken.
AJ Agazarm.
Agazarm looking to get some points on the board for the first time. You gotta think he's feeling like this is my match right here.
Can I just say one thing about AJ Agazarm after being around him for a couple days here? This man is consistent on and off the mat. With character.
The mat representing Black Rifle Coffee, Jamie Carnall.
Jamie Carnall taking the mat here. See if he can evoke that raccoon spirit.
That raccoon, do you think if he can invoke that raccoon spirit? What a line.
I mean, he brought it up at the draft.
I love it.
Raccoons are dangerous. It might take a raccoon's mentality to get some points here off of AJ Agazarm. We'll see if he can do just that.
It definitely will. And man, what a moment this could be. Let's don't count out Jamie Carnall.
We are underway.
AJ coming out aggressive right away. Hard collar tie. Hey, Carnall's here for it, though.
Oh, yeah, these guys going head-to-head, literally and figuratively.
AJ snaps him down. Hard underhook, really throwing that in there.
It was
I
an
like
uppercut,
that.
I think.
Yeah, no, listen, that's the way you're supposed to take an underhook. I like it. AJ grabs up a single. Puts him down.
Takedown off the mats. Referee going to take a look at it. Oh. Trying to work this guillotine. Call to keep it going.
I think that was Agazarm saying just keep it going.
Just letting him go back to the mat. Not even all the way back to the center. Back it away.
Carnall turns him.
Top
goes
position.
to the top. Oh my, what a big moment this could be for Carnall. He'll have to kill him though.
Oh yeah.
He'll have to kill him. There's no way. AJ would never give up.
Ooh, switching.
Ooh.
He's losing it.
Action off the mat here. Referee taking a look at it. think we're going to get a reset here.
Nice work. Hey, Carnall, the raccoon, getting after it.
Let's see how quickly Agazarm gets to the restart.
AJ just kind of nods his head, pulled a kink out of my neck real quick. Agazarm passing him across into the 50-50. Brings that outside foot to the inside. He wants to make a move around towards the back here. Carnall wants to counter with a leg attack, putting a lot of pressure on the ankle of Agazarm, though. You heard Dean Lister over here say he's not going to tap to that. He said move on, he's not going to tap to that.
That's good coaching. Don't waste your time on something that's not going to be fruitful.
I mean, Evers was threatening AJ's ankle for minutes, just cranking on him, no tap.
Okay, AJ got hit with a warning for stalling. Now working into a waiter sweep. Got the knee on the inside. Trying to see if he can create a lever. Agazarm with the scoop grip. And he likes that Kimura. We've seen him go to it a couple of times during the passing. Digging for it. Oh my, could this be a counter from Carnall though? Moving around towards the back. Carnall, all the way to the back. Oh, this is big trouble for AJ. Okay.
Right. Just about at the halfway point of this match. We're going to get a reset here. Carnall in a good position, full body triangle on the back of AJ Agazarm.
Carnall, the 20th ranked person coming into this season, threatening a world champion, an ADCC silver medalist.
Oh, punch that through. That was a pretty good shot here. Oh, man.
Carnall still keeping that body triangle.
You can hear Max Hanson over on the side. You've got a top side body triangle. Cycle both of your arms back and forth from making the rear naked choke threat from both sides. There, and there you see him start to do it, and that gets him into a pretty good position. AJ, though, man, a master of surviving bad positions. As good as anybody you're ever going to see.
Hanson just keeps giving great advice. Max Hanson actually runs the kids program at Team Adama, so probably used to coaching up his players.
He's used to coaching people like Jamie Carnall in kids class. Is that what you're saying?
I wasn't going to go quite there.
AJ now starting to create a much better angle. Oh, wow. Interesting.
Oh, you
Flag thrown.
Keep position, same position.
Okay, so we're going to keep the position as it is. But a stalling penalty on the board for AJ Agazarm.
Yeah, and if he racks up 3 penalties, that'll put points on the board for Carnall. Put 2 on the board for him.
Inside the final minute.
What do you guys think about that stalling call? How do you feel about that one?
I defer to you, Egghead.
I have a little questionable thing there. You know, defending versus stalling. I mean, he's in a body triangle. It's hard to really do much dynamic defense there.
Yeah, you just, yeah, I understand it. I'm not mad at it by any stretch. Because honestly, nothing happened. Because he was on the back, we're not going to send him backwards to referee position. So it's basically just a warning to the way it's going to work. Okay, Carnall going to try it out. And something got said, and he started giggling, it looked like. Oh, AJ got a toe hold.
Short time. Carnall able to get free. And time is going to expire. Good match. Carnall had some interesting looks there.
Yeah, I mean, showed that he belongs out there.
Absolutely. All right, Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Oh, wow.
And after 5 matches, an ADC silver medalist, a world champion, has no points.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
It's true.
AJ Agazarm has to have, feel that pressure just mounting, just that cognitive dissonance of where he should be and where he's at on the board right now.
And that was a match where he was primarily defensive as well. It's not like he, was close to getting points. I mean, if anything, he had to be defensive to not be beaten.
Guess what's about to happen?
It's that pay-per-view level match, isn't it?
PJ Barch, Andy Varela.
Yeah. All right. You ready to get to it?
I'm super ready.
Okay.
I'm super ready.
All right. Let's go to Bobby, both of them, and Stephen Aiken.
Next athlete coming to the mat representing Epic Roll, the Ninja, Andy Varela.
Andy Varela representing Epic Roll. Egg, where's he at on the scoreboard?
He is in 3rd place right now.
3rd place.
Oh, I apologize. No, Evers
and his
took him out.
opponent,
he's in 4th place.
representing Black Rifle Coffee, the Butter Panther, PJ Barch.
PJ Barch went #1 in the preseason draft.
Almost a consensus, #1 power ranking person, #1 by the commish or the committee that decided for the PGF. But as of right now, 0 points.
Yeah, these were on pretty much any rankings list that came out. Barch and Varela were 1 and 2. Even if on the list where Varela was #1, Barch was #2. On the list where Barch was #1, Varela was #2. Everybody had these as their guys, except for Tim Freeman. Inside BJJ, I think they had Elijah Carlton at #1. But right now, Carlton out in front of PJ Barch by quite a bit as far as the leaderboard is concerned. This is going to be fireworks, man.
We heard from Andy Varela earlier, said that he and Barch are definitely cut from the same cloth. Obviously, both 10th Planet products, but both with wrestling backgrounds.
And you heard the tremendous respect each of these guys has for each other in a lot of the lead up. Great job by PJ Montano keeping him on the match. See how he positioned himself between the athletes and the couches there.
It's a little punch to the shoulder there.
Both probing, looking for something. Hard collar tie by Varela. Snaps PJ down. Now they tie up in the center. AJ slides him past. Or sorry, Varela slides him past.
And
underhook now for PJ.
They've met in competition before, with Varela getting the ref decision win.
Yes, that's right. And then they both end up in that 77 bracket at ADCC. And Varela ends up dropping in the first round. Didn't have the weekend that he wanted. PJ famously goes on to be one of the first guys to ever put it on JT Torres that weekend and advances into the semifinals. And I like that our referees are letting these guys work a little bit, because there's no stalling happening here. They're probing for openings, each guy, looking for his offense. Varela with the double collar tie. PJ reaches up, takes control of the wrist, pulls it off. Now moves into a 2-on-1, pushing Varela forward. And look at the way that PJ's so masterful at using his weight there. PJ moves into an underhook. Now a collar tie from Varela. PJ tries the slide by.
Just past the halfway point, 3 down, a little under 3 to go.
So both of these competitors are 10th Planet black belts. PJ Barch leads 10th Planet South Bay. Andy Varela is out of the 10th Planet Las Vegas. And they both kind of said it's kind of a question of who's the best 10th Planet competitor at 77 kilograms.
And it's up for grabs right now. And neither guy able to assert dominance on any level.
I mean, at some point, one of these guys has to pull guard, right? Or sit?
Well, you know, the thing is, they're both going to walk out of here with a 0 at this point. And they're not doing themselves any favors by not taking risk. And that's what you start to see in this PGF format. Great athletes, great jiu-jitsu players. If you don't take some risk, whoa. What? Whoa, 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 whoa. PJ Montano sacrificing his life to get onto the couch over there. And both guys, look at that smile on PJ's face. Let's go.
You know, Varela, I think, was trying to get the hooks in.
Yeah, he tried.
Yeah.
Hey! The respect and the slap of hands right there in the middle.
So anybody at home, if you ever want to come out to a PGF, you can guarantee yourself a fan experience unlike any other.
That was wild, dog. They jumped one couch and landed on the next one.
I mean, if these were rows of seats, they went into the 4th row right there. Wow. It's like a hardcore match in pro wrestling.
Dude, feel the energy in the room just shifted completely, dude.
Touch under 90 seconds in this one.
And you know what? That's why we let these guys work on the feet. Moments like that.
Varela with the foot sweep.
Well, he was trying it, and he acknowledged that, hey, my bad. PJ dapped him up. No harm, no foul.
So it seems Varela's a little bit more of the aggressor, but the pressure has to be on Barch. Varela's sitting at 4th place with 12 points, but Barch doesn't have any.
.30 seconds left in the match.
Varela circles back to the inside. PJ moving forward. Varela frames him out, smiling at each other.
We go the distance, no points, but a whole ton of action.
I'll tell you what, man. You know, they stayed on the feet the whole time. I got 0 problem with that match. 0 problem with that.
All right, to make it official, Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, that match finishes with a draw.
Look at this replay. I mean,
the dog almost died again. Dude, that dog's got a target on his back.
I mean, if anybody has seen anything like that before in jiu-jitsu, you're a liar.
And watch this, PJ Montano follows him. He's like, I'm going too.
All right, Andy Varela. Gonna chat with our Stephen Aiken here out on the mat. Let's go to Stephen.
My man, you want to talk? I got the mic. Let's let you speak now. Tell the people what you want them to know.
I just want to appreciate everybody for coming out, bro. This is a super sick turnout. I think all of you guys are enjoying yourselves, so keep coming through, bro. This is gonna make big waves in the game, so let's make it happen. All right, I appreciate you guys for coming.
Thank you, Andy. We couldn't do it without you, brother.
Andy Varela showing some love to the people here in attendance in Las Vegas, and I echo those sentiments. I mean, this is shaping up to be, I mean, obviously you've drawn this up, but I don't think you could have drawn it up as good as it's turning out.
You know, leaving night one, I was feeling a little like I was proud, but I felt like the action was just too slow. Not enough points on the board. I want this to be an offensive event. I couldn't be happier with how this is turning out. This is phenomenal. Night 2 is incredible.
All right, so we're at our final matchup of the team matchups here in our second block. Why don't you tell real quick, we've got a change here, B-Man.
Yeah, we got a change, and this could be big. John Combs took an injury in his last match. Now, it didn't happen from a submission. It just happened, he pulled a muscle, it looks like. Pulled his groin or maybe even a hip flexor. He's gonna have it looked at tomorrow.
So we're day-to-day with his
We're day-to-day. We're day-to-day. Sam Schwartz coming in off the bench, season 5 veteran. He's in there for Team Epic Roll. Samson Phommabout is who he's going to be playing against. Okay? Ex-Marshall has 3 from their win against First Phorm. Black Rifle has 3 from the Max Hanson versus Matt Elkins match. They're tied at 3. Either of these guys puts points on the board right here, but especially if Black Rifle can put some points on the board here with Samson, they're going to win the block and they're going to freeze out Ex-Marshall. Or if Sam Schwartz can come up with a break, then he's going to win the block for Epic Roll. With a kill, he's going to win the block for Epic Roll because that'll give him 6.
And Sam Schwartz, no stranger to high-pressure matches here in the PGF. He was a playoff contender, didn't quite make the playoffs last season. He was in the bubble. But
he did end up getting into the playoff.
Oh, he did. You're right.
He did end up getting into the playoff because he was on the bubble, but then there was an injury right at the last second, if I recall correctly, and he did end up making it as the 8th seed.
So no stranger coming into a high-stakes matchup is Sam Schwartz. All right, let's delay this no further. We go back to the mat. Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat representing Epic Roll, the Terminator, Sam Schwartzapfel.
I know Sam is excited. Man, he's been chomping at the bits to get a shot at getting out there on the mats.
Representing Black Rifle Coffee, Samson Phommabout.
So an interesting thing, if Sam Schwartzapfel gets a break, every team would get a point except for First Phorm because they'd all be tied at 3.
Oh, you're right.
Wow.
That is fascinating.
All right, here we go. We are underway. Oh, my.
Sam getting aggressive early. Hey, he coming in off the bench with that new guy energy, dude.
Absolutely.
Samson moving backwards.
I think he's getting pushed across.
And Samson just got a warning issued. Too much backwards movement.
Tried to shoot
Sam's
there.
Bullying him around.
Schwartz pushed him off balance.
Well, Sam isn't going to give up the standing game.
Oh,
He's
look at that knee tap.
Oh!
Hey, you can already see why Sam got invited back, huh?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Was he the first to go in the reserves draft?
He was, and they gave up 1,900 of their 2,000 points for him.
I mean, you can see why.
Oh, look at this. Sam getting out here and getting active early. Jumping on the head of Phommabout. Samson moving backwards. Samson's going to have to be careful. He's going to end up catching a penalty.
There's the flag. It is for Samson Phommabout, so we're going to restart here.
Too much backward movement.
Right hook in for Schwartz.
Samson with a nice escape.
Schwartz tries to pull free. Phommabout staying on him.
Samson tangled him up.
You want aggression, you got it.
You can see there the little red dot on the top left corner of Samson's block. He's got a penalty. If he acquires 3 of those over the course of this match, then if it does go to a draw, it's 2 points on the board for Sam.
This might be the earliest in a match we've had one of those stalling penalties.
Yeah, and I think it was very much justified. Samson got bullied around and thrown out of bounds a couple of times.
So Sam Schwartzfeld just comes in the 5th, match possible out of 12, but he could still make the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's been a low-scoring season by virtue of what happened on day 1. And so anybody really at this point is still in the mix.
I mean, he gets 1 kill. He's in the 8th spot.
Wow. Ooh, looking at a toe hold right here.
I mean, I want to point out, Sam has the same amount of points as a lot of people whose front runners have 0, 0 points for PJ Barch. 0 points for Renato Canuto.
Warning, Sam!
So there's the first warning on Schwartzfeld. They don't feel like he's being active enough with the guard passing. Arm drag by Phommabout. Sam bounces around the guard. Phommabout recovers, puts that butterfly hook in.
4 minutes of elapsed time, 2 to go.
It'll be a battle between veterans of the PGF. Samson from season 4, and it was said earlier, Schwartzfeld from season 5.
And watch out for Sam right here. When he locks the body versus the double butterflies, he's got a crazy flip that he does where he ends up on the back. Watch him. See it?
Oh,
look at this.
Yep. On demand. Just about had it.
Well, he got past the guard with it. Samson rolls out.
I thought he was going to turn that corner for a moment, P-Mac, and actually get that back exposure. But
he's going to try to make a turn on this Kimura. He's got a very good, stepping over for this Ultra Kimura. Oh, he might have it. Oh, Samson got his hands together at the last second, but it is not over. He is not out of danger.
Just got his fingertips together. Sam's got 50 seconds left to work on this. Phommabout able to get free now on the leg of Schwartz. 40 seconds left in the match.
"15 seconds.
Schwartz able to pass, short time, 5 seconds left. And we go the distance. Fun, aggressive match there, but again, no points awarded.
So that's going to be a tie between Ex-Marshal and Black Rifle Coffee Company for the team points.
And Samson Phommabout heads straight for the Once Upon a Coconut. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Well deserved. Hydration is important in combat sports. All right, wow. Whew. What a match between those two. The reserve, Sam Schwartz, he was waiting in the back, biding his time, and he tried to make the most of the opportunity.
He did make the most, man. He came out there, got a couple of great moments. They crack open a coconut water out there in the middle of the mat. Those guys are trying to get sponsored.
Yeah, I noticed that was the energy drink one too. That's got the 150 milligrams of caffeine. So
yeah, for sure.
They deserve it. So, wow. What a night it's been. That finally concludes our second block. So let's take a look at where we sort of come up on points. I believe Samson Phommabout, despite not getting a submission to earn some points, he's getting a team point for going the distance there and drawing and ensuring his team a team point.
You are correct, sir.
You want to explain that for the people?
So basically, at the end of every block, each block is 10 matches. Whichever team accumulates or earns the most points in that block gets a point for every member of their team. And because X-Marshall and Black Rifle Coffee Company tied at 3 points apiece, every member of X-Marshall and Black Rifle Coffee Company gets a point.
All right, speaking of X-Marshall, our Alex Wendling is standing by with their coach, Jacques Machado.
I am standing by with Jacques Machado, and he's the coach that's been having the most success. Your team is up by. How do you feel about that?
I feel that we were the underdog, but I think I made the right pick with some of the guys. I also was lucky with some of the guys. And here we are, day 2. We're still ahead, and hopefully day 3, day 4. I would like to have all my guys from my team qualify for the playoffs, and we're looking for. I'm very excited, very happy.
Yes, and they should definitely be proud of themselves. One of them who's really shown out is Davis Asare of New Wave Jiu-Jitsu. So tell me a little bit about his performances.
He's been surprising everyone. I think I saw some clips from him before I came here, and he's just showing what he's capable to do. I'm very excited and happy, and I would say surprised in the best way possible, because he's a killer, and he's showing that every match.
And Nathan Haddad, he was ranked number 19, but then he came up against PJ Barch, the number 1 ranked. There was a draw there, and just today we saw an amazing match by him. You have a little bit of a connection with him. Eddie Bravo's in the building.
None of this would be happening without him. None of this would be happening without him.
He saved you because you didn't want to do the coaching.
Because of his overhook, we have this. Think about it.
I love it, Eddie. We gotta get Eddie back here for a full interview at this point. He's handling all the refereeing. What did you think of Andy Varela and PJ Barch taking things into the couches there?
Man, I think the challenge for some of the guys, they are training partners, and they know what each one can do, and they kind of play safe. And I think we have a little glimpse, not so safe, and then the competition kicks in, and gladly nobody got hurt or anything, but was very excited for sure.
It was definitely very exciting, and we have a lot more excitement coming your way. Epic Roll versus X-Marshall coming up. What's your message to your team going in? I know you guys are pretty happy seeing some draws come out of the last matches because you guys are up by so much. So what is the message?
Look, I was invited to be here. I'm very happy to be part of. But like everything in my life, I came here to win. And all my guys are aware of that we came here to win. It's the only one thing we're thinking right now, and that's only one thing the way they're thinking right now. That's it. One thing, win. That's it. Option 1, win. Option 2, win more.
Win some more. $100,000 on the line here at PGF Season 6. We'll have much more action coming to you soon.
All right, thanks, Alex. Speaking with Jacques Machado, and man, that's got to feel good to hear Jacques say, you know, I come here to win. There's some pomp and circumstance and some prestige to being not only a winning athlete, but a winning coach as well.
Yeah, I love it. His first choice is win. His second choice is win more. I mean, and listen, that's a guy, he's here because of that mindset that he took into his own competition career. over and over and over because of that mindset that he pushed out to Eddie Bravo. And Eddie made a great point.
Yeah.
He's like, think about it. We're all here because of his overhook. He changed the face of jiu-jitsu by developing that overhook to such a strong level. He changed the way that no-gi was done. It's a beautiful game. Jean-Jacques' leadership to Eddie, and then Eddie's leadership to the rest of the 10th Planet Association, even the entire no-gi jiu-jitsu community, is really the thing that laid the foundation for all of this. And then the Gracies laying the foundation for Jean-Jacques. It's just...
Right.
It's beautiful, man. I know Jean-Jacques, Hager, Carlos is over here, Hegan, all of these guys just watching the legacy and all the sweat and the hard work and the effort that they poured into something that was so meaningful to them, to see what it's doing for all of these athletes in the next generation. It's really beautiful, man. I can't believe I'm even a part of it. It's insane.
I'm not a part of this without Eddie Bravo hooking us up together. So.
Yeah, Eddie Bravo's put me on game so many times I couldn't even count.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I love that, man.
Our action continues here live in Las Vegas. 2 blocks down, 1 to go. A lot of points still hanging the balance, a lot of momentum. And again, that pressure is only going to get ratcheted up more and more. We're almost at the halfway point of our regular season. Think about that.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I can't believe we even made it here. It seems insane, but here we go.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, come back with our third and final block of match day 2. Live from Las Vegas, you're watching PGF World Season 6.
Martial gear is some of the best gear I've ever worn.
But wait, there's more. Fasten your no-gi shorts belts, because X Martial's Dojo Roadshow is hitting the road, and it's nothing short of epic. Imagine this, an X Martial team, an RV, and a mission to visit gyms far and wide. We're talking challenges that'll have you in splits, literally and figuratively. Meetings with the biggest personalities in the jiu-jitsu world, and a tour so wild, you'll wish your life had a rewind and watch again button. This isn't just a road trip, it's a rolling jiu-jitsu carnival, and it's all captured on our YouTube channel. Picture the funniest, most thrilling parts of jiu-jitsu, packed into an RV and sprinkled with that special X Martial flair. The Dojo Roadshow is where the mats meet the road, and every stop is a story waiting to be told. So, subscribe, like, and get your laugh on, because X Martial isn't just about changing the game, we're about making it hilarious. One dojo at a time. Don't miss out on the movement, the sponsorships, and the roadshow that's making history. One epic YouTube episode at a time.
We are live here in Las Vegas, and look at that, dog. BJ Baldwin, the 8-time off-road champion, in attendance tonight. Great place to go off-roading here in Las Vegas, and if you get off the strip into our secret location where no one knows where we are, you're going to find one of the best sporting events in all of combat sports. It's PGF Season 6. He's the commish, BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren. I'm TJ DeSantis. This is the man they call Egghead. And before we get to our third and final block of the evening, let's just kind of go over where we stand when it comes to the playoff picture and our leaderboard, as well as overall team points.
Sure. So right now we're 42% of the way done through the regular season.
40. I mean, yeah, it's math. I don't compute that way, but thank you for telling us.
20-pound brain. You know.
Right. Exactly.
All right. So anyway, one of the standouts so far, and obviously the leader of this season is Davis Asare from the X Martial team with 20 points. Following up him is Daniel Sathler with 14, actually tied for second with David Evers now, because X Martial keeps getting those team points. So David Evers is now tied with Daniel Sathler for second place with 14 points. At fourth, we have Andy Varela still with 12. Epic roll. Nathan Haddad coming in there now with 5th place with 11 points, really making his mark today. Jett Thompson, another star so far, first Phorm, 8 points, tied with the jabroni, Elijah, at 8 points. Who would have seen that coming in? And that takes us to the last person in, Ben Eddy, with 6 points, another ex-Marshall team member.
All from ex-Marshall points and a DQ.
Yep.
I got to think if he doesn't start actually like landing some submissions, that's not going to stand for much longer.
I mean, 1 kill gets you tied with him if you have no points right now. So yeah, everyone has to start putting points on the board because almost no one's safe. Even Davis Asare at 20
Even
points.
the top guys right now are not safe.
That's right. Now that takes us to our team points. Obviously, whichever team gets the most points gets $100,000 at the end of Thursday, at the end of the regular season.
And how are the team points calculated?
The team points are calculated that every member of the team, the points that they have, goes towards the team points. So Davis Asare, with his 20 points, gives ex-Marshall, the team, those 20 points.
But the team points themselves don't accrue back to the team.
My apologies. That's with the extra team points. So only his natural score, which was 16, would go to the team.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
It's like I know what I'm talking about.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
It's like I created this thing out
It's
of my
almost like you are the guy that is the reason we're all here tonight.
Hey, can I say something real quick? A guy who never gets any love, Keelan. Conscious Keelan running the show, man. All of the guys we got in the background here making this thing possible. Shout out to Keelan, Conscious Keelan, Keelan Lawyer, my right-hand man, and absolutely the heart and soul of this organization.
I mean,
gotta give him some love.
He might be the best multitasker I've ever met in my life.
Yeah, he's multitasking his way back. There he goes right there, multitasking back onto the stage after going to handle something.
I'm not a great multitasker.
You know.
It's okay. I know, actually, I might be a good multitasker. He's Egghead, BMAC, TJ DeSantis. We just about ready to go here? Oh, we are ready to go. I'm about 82% through my Once Upon a Coconut, so I'm going to go ahead and finish it while we get our next match entrance announced. Stephen Aiken.
Of the evening, coming to the mat next, representing Epic Roll, Matt Elkins.
Here he comes, Matt Elkins, PGF veteran, representing Team Epic Roll. Mentioned that he was a bit of a slow starter in seasons past. Let's see if he can get it going here in his final match of the night.
Elijah Carlton!
The jabroni, Elijah Carlton, making the walk, the face of the PGF coming into season 6. He's found his way into the playoff hunt thus far. Now he's hoping for some more points as he takes on Matt Elkins.
So you have the 2 most experienced PGF veterans in PGF history. And historically, it doesn't work out so well for Matt Elkins.
Yeah, they've faced off several times over the course of the PGF history, and Elijah's gotten him every single time.
One could say that Matt is due, though.
You could say he's due. He's into a double underpass. Elijah pummels through. Oh, look at this. Matt Elkins stepping around, making an attack.
So they're both 10th Planet black belts. Elijah on the bottom is out of 10th Planet Atlanta. Matt Elkins on top is the head of 10th Planet Birmingham.
Oh, he got it.
Oh, it's right there on the minute as well.
Ooh,
Oh,
we might
hey.
look back.
Yeah, we need to go to the Ooh.
I mean, it's right there on the minute. I think he actually got it
I
within
think
the
he
minute.
did too. I think I didn't stop the clock fast enough.
Hopefully we can take a look at that. Want to take a look at that before we make it official?
Yeah.
Or
No, let them, we'll make the scoring official. Let them go ahead and do that, and then we'll look at it
All right,
to see if we can get the clock on the replay.
Let's go to Stephen Aiken.
And your winner by break, Elijah Carlton.
I'm pretty sure he had 1 second left for that point.
Ooh, is the clock not on the replay? You know
he
what?
just pulled it up on the YouTube stream.
Yeah, we're going to the YouTube to find it then.
Go ahead and do that real quick.
We're trying to determine, Steven, we're trying to determine if he gets the extra point because it's right on the edge. Yeah, we're gonna get it right. We're gonna get it right.
We're taking a look at it here, Matt's side.
I'm here with the jabroni, Elijah Carlton. We're trying to go through the replay right here to see if that extra 1 point does come through in effect here. How are you feeling after that match?
Called Jonathan Roberts and asked him if that was it. Somebody called the elbow genie. Asked him if that was under a minute.
I think he's the only person that may know.
It was under a minute.
One under a minute. Okay, cool. That's some points on the board for you today. A little bit of a rough start yesterday. How are you feeling now after today?
Man, I feel great. This tournament wouldn't be the fucking same without Matt Elkins here. Somebody dropped and they put Kevin Sherrill in first. Fucking bullshit. They should have put Matt in right off the bat, but wouldn't be the same without him. He was there season 1. This is what, your 3rd season? Right. Wouldn't be the same without him. He's one of my best friends. Give it up for Matt.
Thank you, Elijah, man. We look forward to more.
Huge points there. The extra point for it being under a minute. The elbow genie being invoked there. And wow, huge for the jabroni, Elijah Carlton. Took him a little while to kind of get his game going, and now he's firmly got the momentum behind him. You know, really solid. How many points, Egg, for the jabroni?
That brings him up to 12.
12 points.
Oh, he's right there in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at that. Elijah Carlton right in the mix as he finishes his part of day 2. And yo, 4 more on the board for X Marshall.
Yeah.
They are sitting pretty for that 100K.
I mean, John Jacques said he came to win and win some more. 100Ks, that's some more, to say the least. All right, back to the mat with Bobby Bofo. Here's Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat representing Epic Roll, handsome Kevin Sherrill.
Elijah Carlton's best friend, handsome Kevin Sherrill. Of course, I'm being sarcastic.
Of course.
What a great rivalry that is.
Yeah, it's an awesome rivalry.
And his opponent, representing X Marshall, Quadzilla, David Evers.
B-Mac, you told the athletes to embrace the walk. That one might be my favorite entrance of all time. That was something.
And here's a rematch of the season 3 finale. Both these guys fought their way through the regular season and then fought their way into the playoff finale at season 3, where David Evers scored the upset and got the ankle lock against Kevin Sherrill, and he gets to work right away. Kevin grasping the head. Evers works that left butterfly hook in, as he does so masterfully. Kevin keeping his hips low, trying not to create any kind of elevation. He does not want David Evers getting underneath him. Keeping Evers' far shoulder pretty close to pinned to the mat. It's going to be very hard for David to get anything cooking if he can't get some elevation going on Kevin.
You mentioned this being a rematch. How did that one end?
Ankle lock, David Evers.
I think within a minute. It was really quick.
Yeah, it was very quick. I don't remember if it was inside a minute, but in the playoffs it doesn't matter. No points in the playoffs. It's just win or go home. Ooh, Kevin gets the warning for not trying to advance position. I think that's a good call. Evers following the directions from Jean Jacques off to the side. He said, shake your legs a little bit, create that space. Ooh, Evers pops up to the feet, and now he's got this front head. Well, that's a strong boy. You don't want him holding onto your neck, I'll tell you that. Drags Kevin down, turns him.
Approaching 2 minutes of elapsed time.
David gonna try to make a move to put his left hip on the mat and try to drag Kevin into this choking situation. Boy, a 6 right here for Evers would be massive.
As we said, Evers is tied for second with 14 points currently.
How far behind the lead?
6 points. So you're right.
6 points behind.
6 points. He would be tied for the lead.
If he could get a choke, he would put himself into a tie for first place. Oh, going for this Peruvian. Look, I like that he went for it. I like that he went for it, though. Kevin was waiting on that moment for Evers to come up over aggressive.
Just past the halfway point of the match.
Here's the thing, though. Evers held on to that front headlock, waiting for the right moment, but in waiting for the right moment, he killed a lot of time off the clock.
We'll see. He has those really dangerous leg locks that he can slap on very quickly. He might be able to still get a submission here.
Kevin's got him flattened out, chest to chest. He's got the underhook on the side of the trapped leg. Evers probing for something to do with that left hand. Wants to bring that frame through. Once he gets his frame on the inside, you'll see him hip out a little bit and then bring that left butterfly hook back in, and that's where he starts cooking his offense. If he can dig an underhook, he'll really be able to get something.
Morning, Evers.
That's interesting because the last time there was a warning was the same position put on Kevin Sherrill.
I wonder if they felt pressured to even it out a little bit. Oh my. Back on this front head again. Wow. Oh, now a naked guillotine. Look at the intensity on the face of David Evers. Moving around towards the back.
Evers. Sherrill able to shut it down for the time being.
Again,
now
he jumps on the head again.
Minute 10 remains in the match.
Oh, he's going to sit in on the choke. Working through for an anaconda. Yeah, he's safe right here. Kevin's going to turn to the top position again.
Going to get a reset here. Just 45 seconds left in the match. Back underway. Evers stands.
Yeah, both sides, coaches tell them to go for it.
Time is going to expire on this one. We go the distance, no points.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Draw there for Evers and Sherrill. Back here, Matt side in Las Vegas, TJ DeSantis, along with BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren, the man they call Egghead. Block number 3 underway. Who's up next?
Davis Asare, AJ Agazarm.
Okay, we'll see. Asare, the overall points leader. See if he can get some more here when he takes on a very tough AJ Agazarm. We just saw some dance moves on the floor.
Yeah, Evers out there busting a proverbial move.
Yeah. All right. Stephen Aiken ready? I think, maybe? Where's he at? All right. Now he's ready. Let's go back to Stephen Aiken for our next match.
Our next athlete coming to the mat representing Epic Roll, AJ Agazarm.
Gracie Baja black belt, ADCC silver medalist, and world champion AJ Agazarm has yet to get a submission.
And his opponent representing ex-Marshal, Davis Asare.
Davis Asare making the walk, leading the league in points, as does his team, ex-Marshal.
Said earlier, the purple belt out of New Wave has to be feeling good with that #1 spot. Can he extend his lead?
Here we go. We are underway. TJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren, the man they call Egghead, live in Las Vegas. Davis Asare taking on AJ Agazarm. Match day 2 of PGF World Season 6.
Davis looking for a foot sweep. Going to be very hard to beat AJ in these wrestling exchanges.
D1 wrestler, wrestled out of The Ohio State University.
And has translated that wrestling into jiu-jitsu in a very effective way over the years. Davis trying to set up this snap down. See him kick that leg out. He wants to cause AJ's base to widen, and during that moment when the base widens, he wants to try to snap his nose down into the dirt. Sorry, working into a 2-on-1. Oh! Let's see where they restart this.
That's the most well-behaved dog I've ever seen, by the way, on the edge of the mat. Very calm. Action almost got on top of him. He's cool. Davis Asare here in a good position.
Brandon, don't you call it like the Zangief throw?
Oh, look at this. Asare working in on a Darce choke. We've already seen him hit this once this season on Cam Hurd. Very serious Darce choke, and he's got a deep grip. And he's gonna want to deepen it just a little further if he wants to put AJ out of here. Needs to punch his left arm just a little bit deeper. Ooh, this is getting serious. Davis stepping into a good position. And again, AJ just finds a way to survive. Davis transitions into an ankle pick. AJ with incredible balance. Look at that. Asare uses his knee to break that grip. Hard collar tie by AJ.
Coming up on the halfway point of the match.
AJ takes a shot at the single. Davis with the reshot.
Bit of a clash of heads there. You can see AJ definitely got the worst of it. Smile by Agazarm.
We've talked about it before, but AJ's a world champion grappler, ADC silver medalist, just a cornucopia of accolades.
Davis has this 2-on-1. Oh, look at that.
Whoa.
Hard collar tie. Davis, Asare, does not even flinch in response to it. Took him off his game 0%. Two minutes to go.
Asare now takes a seat.
I think that's a good choice, and if I were him, I would have probably tried to make a move to this a little bit earlier. Asare looks to the referee like, can he hold my fingers like this? And the referee, PJ Montano, just goes, yeah, it's fine. Just nodded at him. No problem, dude.
I think it's about 1:20 left.
Yeah, I was stopping the clock on the resets. So we have about 1:15 left. Oh, Davis moving around the guard here. This is enough time for him to work. But is it enough time to work against AJ Agazarm? That's the real question. He's so famously hard to put away.
One minute.
Shoulder check by
30
AJ.
seconds.
Inside the final 30 seconds of the match.
Davis drags the leg. It's not enough time to get anything going.
Time expires. Very physical match between these two gentlemen, but it goes the distance. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
League leader in points, Davis Asare, unable to capture any there against a very tough and tenacious AJ Agazarm.
And Davis probably could have used some points right there, because guess who's popping up next?
What do we got?
Nathan versus Andy Varela. If either one of these guys puts points on the board, they're going to start putting some serious heat on our leader, Davis Asare.
All right, let's get to it. Final match of the
Varela!
So I mentioned this is the final match of the first half of our third and final block.
No, we still got to see one more after
One
that.
more?
We're going to
Okay.
see Ben Eddy versus Sam Schwartz.
Got it.
And Keelan, if you can hear me when it comes time
And
for
his
that,
opponent,
I'm gonna need a
representing
little bit of a
ex-Marshal,
break,
Nathan Haddad.
because I'll have to replace him in the bracket, so you're going to have to buy some time, about 30 seconds for me.
Nathan Haddad currently in 6th place with 11 points.
All right, we are underway. TJ DeSantis, PMAC, Brandon Mccaghren, the man they call Egghead, live in Las Vegas. It is the site of PGF World Season 6.
Nathan been one of the most exciting grapplers to watch so far here this season.
Ooh, hard collar tie.
Yeah, hard collar tie, but I like it. Checking that shoulder. AJ, or sorry, I did that again. Andy, just unfazed by it though. Marching forward in a hard collar tie. These guys are here to party. No harm, no foul. They like it.
Andy Varela, the 10th Planet Black Belt out of 10th Planet Las Vegas. Nathan Haddad, the Helio Seneca Black Belt.
Andy working his Wing Chun out there. They tie up in the center. Andy not giving any ground at all. Listen, I love a good wrestling exchange. I really do. But when submission is the only thing that puts points on the board, man, you come out here and have a great wrestling exchange and you lose precious time to be able to put some scores.
A third of the match already.
Yep, 2 minutes down. Good with fractions. Percentages, though, Egg, not so good with.
There's always time to learn.
Time has passed.
Andy with both hands on the back of the neck. See if he can make a move. Somebody's going to have to create an off balance and take a shot right here. There's the snap from Varela. Ooh, getting in on the attack of the head real quick, already past the guard.
See what Varela can do here.
And this is going to put the pressure on Nathan as the guy in the bad position to take a risk and get an escape.
Halfway point of the match, 3 down, 3 to go. Andy Varela in top position on Nathan Haddad. And Haddad now hit with a warning.
They want him to get active and try to take some risk to try to put himself in a better position. Andy's starting to isolate this arm, maybe trying to work him into a Darce choke. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in the match.
Nathan's fans are kind of asking, what do you want him to do? Varela's just holding him down.
They want him to take a risk. The onus is on the guy in the worst position to make a movement.
And there it is. Stalling penalty called on Nathan Haddad. Varela now going to get an opportunity to look at his back here, starting from referee's position. Back underway. Wow, nicely done for Nathan Haddad.
Quick escape for Nathan. Body lock for Varela. He's going to have to be careful here. Nathan's guard is very dangerous.
I was just going to say, you know, for Haddad, getting that stalling call might actually be to his benefit here.
Yeah, I think it was. It was to everybody's benefit, honestly. Nathan trying to create the off-balancing, but Varela locking him down now with the body lock. Reaches up, takes the grip around the neck, trying to climb the body. That post on the chin, digging Varela out of the body lock position.
45 seconds left in the match.
Look at this passing by Andy. Gets his arm into a bit of a compromised position. And here's the Kimura. Andy tried to spin it into an arm lock of his own. Comes up, passing the guard again on the other side. Andy's passing has looked outstanding so far. doing a very good job.
Here we go, final 10 seconds of the match.
And these guys are gonna nullify. Nobody puts points on the board. And that's gonna leave Davis Asare at the top of the leaderboard following this match.
Well, there you go. We go the full 6 minutes, no points awarded. To make it official, Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
All right, we are mat side here in Las Vegas. Cedric DeSantis, BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren, Egghead. Just actually pointing out the difference in credits spent in our draft between those two players.
Andy Varela was the first pick by Roger Gracie's Epic Roll, spending 53% of their budget, 5,300 points. Nathan Haddad went for 600 to X-Marshall. The last guy on their team just nullified the top guy on Epic Roll's team. It's not the points he wanted, but as far as like team matchup, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Shout out to Andy Varela and his coach, Casey Halstead, his day-to-day coach. Roger Gracie is coach here at PGF Season 6. Your thoughts on the last match, B-Mac?
My first thought is it took me less time to get that bracket corrected than I thought, so I'm ready to rock and roll for the next match.
All right, perfect. All right, without further ado, we are going to get ready for our next match, the final match of our first half of the third block. We go to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete coming to the mat representing Epic Roll, the Terminator, Sam Schwartzepfel.
Sam Schwartz needed very little time to get aggressive in his first match tonight. Now he takes the mat for the second time here in Las Vegas. We'll see if that intensity is on display once again.
And his opponent representing X-Marshall, Ben Eddy.
The master of the Hindulatine, Ben Eddy, currently hanging on to a spot in our PGF playoffs, but he is yet to get a submission. We'll see what he has in this match against Sam Schwartz.
You know what's the most shocking thing maybe for me out of this entire season so far? Ben Eddy has not been able to find his guard. I mean, maybe 2 times he's gotten into his guard.
Here we go, we are underway.
Look at that, Sam.
Quick north-south here, gain for Sam Schwartz.
And again, that's going to put the pressure on Ben Eddy. And Ben is creating, you see the difference here? Ben creating some movement, trying something a little bit risky to try. And again, though, Sam just blasting past the guard.
Well, he was an NJCAA All-American wrestler. Ended his career at Hofstra.
Ben got to be careful moving backwards with his guard like that. The referee's table gave him a look. Ben guaranteed us. Oh, look at this movement. That's that same move, man. Sam is so good at that. That's one of the coolest moves that anybody does here in the PGF. Moving towards the back. Ben forced to flatten out again.
Back to north-south.
Ben working his knee back in on the insides, and Ben comes up with his first stalling. Well, that was the warning. That wasn't the actual call. Sam just dominating this guard passing situation, staying out of all the most dangerous parts of Ben Eddy's game. That's been the story of Ben's matches so far here in the PGF. Ben doing a very good job of recovering that north-south position though. They come back to the center and reset. Ben's gonna come back to the feet. Sam playing him around. Okay, too many backward steps.
Stalling penalty for Ben Eddy. Sam going to get a look at the back here. The referee position restart.
Ben, excellent at that north-south recovery. Sam again with that same move. Just ultra gangster play that he makes right there.
Eddy back to his feet, just past the halfway point.
Oh, and here he goes. Now down into his offense for the first time. Sam is like, no way, I'm getting stuck in this sequence. Okay.
And
now
Eddy getting that
getting
game
offensive,
going.
and here it goes.
Oh, can he get it?
Oh. Switches it off to the triangle. What a play by Ben Eddy off his guard.
So you push that fist in there, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Ben Eddy.
Ben Eddy
Gets the kill.
Using the Hindula team to get it done.
Huge points gained for Ben Eddy. Huge points for ex-Marshall to make it official. We go to Stephen Aiken.
Kill representing ex-Marshall, Ben Eddy!
Huge points racked up for Ben Eddy, an ex-Marshall. Taking a look at the replay here.
I'd like to hear from Ben Eddy right here.
I think we are going to get a word with Ben Eddy, who is now officially on the board with some points due to a submission. He's going to speak with Stephen Aiken.
Ben, man, glad to have you here today, man. You got your first good look at your rubber guard today. We thought we were going to see a Hindula team, switched off to a nice triangle. What can you tell us about that?
Thanks, yeah. I was just fucking, it's hard work out here, but I just pushed it. He had actually a really fucking sick back take off of a move I really like to hit. And I had to change off of that and hit a new entry. But yeah, just hard work.
What can you tell people about the PGF?
It's great. It's amazing to be a part of. It's totally different. It's sick in here. I'm loving it.
We love you too, Ed. Ben, thank you, man.
Ben Eddy got to feel pretty good about himself in that performance, racking up some points due to submission, and it looked like we were going to get that Hindula team. Ultimately, a triangle gets it done. Solid stuff for Ben Eddy.
Well, you know what? It's the triangle that gets the points, but it's the rubber guard that gets the setup. So
right.
you may, if you're watching at home, you may go, oh, the rubber guard didn't work. That triangle came from the rubber guard.
Absolutely.
So beautiful work, and man, how quickly fortunes can change. 6 points on the board right there. How many does Ben Eddy have now?
He has 12. He is tied for 4th. Also, ex-Marshall, more of a lead, 49 points now.
Good grief, they're running away with it.
The next team has 20.
They're running
29 points ahead of the next team behind them?
That is so crazy.
Wow, we're going to have to find what that magic number is to where they can statistically claim that title.
And that could increase even more. Like everybody on ex-Marshall might score again because they may win this block. Black Rifle and First Phorm are going to have to really come through right here.
Yeah, wow. Oh, man, it has been a phenomenal match day 2 here in Las Vegas for the PGF World Season 6. TJ DeSantis, BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren, he's the commissioner. This man is Egghead. You can play at home every day. Make sure you visit fantasizer.com/sport/PGF6. Go check that out.
Hey, and the winner of the fantasy today gets $300.
$300 bucks.
$300 to the winner of today's fantasy.
Dang.
They got a little warm-up yesterday. No money awarded yesterday, but the winner of the fantasy today, tomorrow, and day 4 are all going to get $300 in their pocket.
Nice.
Yeah, pretty cool. Free to
I
play.
like it.
Free to play.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. We will pay you to play if you win.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Time for our final team matchup of this third and final block of the evening here in Las Vegas. Back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our final team match of the evening. Coming to the mat representing Black Rifle Coffee, Max Hanson.
Max Hanson making the walk for his final appearance here on match day 2 of PGF Season 6, representing Dean Lister's Black Rifle Coffee Company.
Hanson's currently the first person out of the finale tournament at position number 9.
And his opponent, representing first Phorm, Sathler.
Oh, he's got his hands full right here. What a rematch this is about to be. Sathler walking out with major confidence. He's already got one highlight reel against Max in that famous WNO win and one of the coolest submissions you'll ever see. Encourage you guys to go back and watch that.
Look at Max's left hand. He's got some tape on it that I don't know if he had previously tonight.
Yeah,
It was on there in the second match, but not the first.
I'll tell you this, Max is not going to be making any lazy moves against Sathler this time. That Sathler goes to the head, rolls, just keeping Max on his toes. Max with the 2-on-1 grip, trying to create an off balance here. He does. Max got a pretty good inside position here. Sathler sitting heavy on his legs, trying to block Max from progressing. Sathler very good at navigating these leg entanglements. Max on the attack, aggressive off his back. Max trying to get something cooking. Sathler keeping him out of the offense right now. Has a nice scoop grip on the far side. Wants to get into a Choi bar. Sathler pulls out of there and they're going to reset back to the middle. Sathler shoves him down to his back. Inside position with the foot for Hanson. Scoop grip on the far side. Sathler controlling the head. Nice navigation again. Oh, this is a little bit of something cooking here for Hanson. Sathler very expertly freezes knee line, stays on top, keeping the offense going.
Sathler on top, the black belt out of Atos. Max Hanson on bottom, black belt out of Dante Leon's team, Adama.
Max trying to get something going on that far side. Now here's a decent entry. Sathler rips out, but you notice how when he rips out, he's immediately engages right away. So it's not a fleeing defensive reaction. It's a clean technical defensive reaction and an immediate re-engagement. Now the action slows a little bit, and you heard our referee tell him to get busy. And Sathler, Max pushed off on him hard. Sathler comes back, puts his back flat on the mat, and that woke him up just a little bit. Max digging the scoop grip on the far arm.
2.5 minutes remain here in this match.
That's the most gentle mouth covering I've ever seen.
I haven't seen a mouth wipe like that since I had a baby at home. I was feeding it, you know?
Since Jamie Carnall had some SpaghettiOs on his mouth. Look at this. Sathler trying to make a move to the back. Max had to scramble to stay alive. You do not want Daniel Sathler getting that back exposure. Okay, that's a warning for action from Sathler. They don't like that he's standing on the outside too much.
Inside the final 90 seconds of the match.
Sathler said, "Put your hand on my." Oh, there comes the
flag.
flag. Let's see what they're going to do with that. Sathler gets called, dancing around on the outside a little too much.
Interesting. He was, the top positional guy. Now he finds himself at the bottom of this referee position restart. Just under 70 seconds remain here in the bout. Trying to secure this back is Hanson. Sathler shutting it down for the time being.
Yeah, Max on the hunt, though. Sathler peels that out of there. Okay, gotta be careful here.
Oh, able to get free is Sathler.
Max still on the hunt. Man, he had a good shot right there.
And that is evidence of why these stalling penalties, something you want to avoid. Sathler able to come out no worse for the wear, but dangerous position there, dangerous few moments. "20 seconds remain here in the bout.
Sathler. Look at him, he crawled back in there, trying to keep from having to engage with that inverted guard. Now Sathler getting super active here at the end.
Time expires.
That's one of the big differences.
Ooh. Time expires, but the action didn't necessarily conclude. And now, tempers calm. We'll go to Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
All right. Draw there for our first match of the second team match of the third and final block. Again, match day 2 here in Las Vegas, the site of PGF World Season 6. TJ DeSantis, Mccaghren and Mccaghren, the man they call Egghead. And the stars are out in force. Roger Gracie hanging out with MMA super agent Ali Abdelaziz. Gracie taking everything in, and man, it's a good night to be in Las Vegas, and it's only going to get better as our week continues on. And I think we saw some tempers flare there a little bit. Sathler, kept going maybe a few moments after the bell. Like we're going to start to see more intensity on these athletes.
Yeah, and I think there's some. Okay, I thought maybe there was some tension coming up in the back there, but I think everybody's good. I think everybody's good.
Yeah, I think they're good.
You know what's great?
What?
If anything crazy happened, they definitely caught it on camera. We'll find out. We'll tell you exactly what happened.
Yeah, all right. Let's go back to the mat. Here's Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the mat representing Black Rifle Coffee, Mike John.
Mike John taking the mat for the final time tonight, representing Black Rifle Coffee Company, led by his coach, Dean Lister.
And his opponent, representing First Phorm, Renato Canuto.
Renato Canuto.
Here it
he
comes.
Is set to take the mat for the final time today.
Charging it up, get that stomp. I love when he does that. That just gets me fired up for some reason.
Oh, it's a good stomp. Here we go. We are underway.
Oh, Canuto getting after it early.
I mean, he had a very fast and furious pace in his first match. He kept it up in a second and expect no different here in his third.
Mike got to be very careful with his collar ties. Canuto can throw on an arm lock or a triangle from the feet in a flash before you even understand what happened.
So Mike John in the green and black.
Oh, hey! Armbar! It is done! Renato Canuto! Beautiful stop! Gets the break and the extra point for it being inside a minute. Whew! That pace, that fury, it pays off in a big way in his third and final match of day 2. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
And your winner representing representing first form with a break, Renato Canuto.
What a maneuver there. Renato Canuto goes airborne, grabs a hold of that arm, takes it home, secures the points. Beautifully done. B-Mac, walk us through this.
Well, like it just came out of my mouth. You got to be careful with your arms. Look at that. Mike really didn't even set up. Renato was measuring him, waiting on the moment when he reached up and touched his head. Let's hear from him, man.
I'm here with Renato Canuto after probably the coolest submission of the series so far. How are you feeling after that?
I feel freaking amazing right now. I wasn't feeling too good throughout the whole event. I mean, I feel like I dominated every guy I went with, at least did the most on the match. I didn't get the sub, so it doesn't count for anything. Like, the 6 minutes ran out fast, and these guys are gassed and defending themselves towards the end too much, and I was not knowing how to apply that. I'm happy that Michael Jones fighting me back. He's the only motherfucker here that was actually fighting me, so shout out to that guy. He came after it. I was just, I was like, dude, I got to just do everything, go for it. On the AJ match, I kind of tried, and AJ just...
He's tough to kill.
I don't know, he's a rubber man or some shit. Yeah, so I'm happy to finally get my first sub. Feels good. I'll sleep tonight. Tomorrow, we're back at it. We got 6 more.
All right, Renato, we're so glad you're here, man. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Renato Canuto getting it done in highlight reel fashion here at match day 2 of PGF World Season 6. And, we talk about momentum being a big thing in sports. I think if Canuto could start match day 3 right now, he would.
Yeah, I think he's ready to go. He wants to go like right now.
Yeah.
He wants another match right now. Here's that replay. Check it out. And look, Mike John just reaches for a split second. Gosh. Yo.
So clean.
Renato Canuto doing it for the gram.
Oh, yeah.
That one's going viral for sure, dude.
I mentioned highlight reel fashion. I mean, it's going to be in a highlight reel for forever, really, and it should be.
Unbelievable.
Beautiful stuff. Renato Canuto doing big things here in Las Vegas, and he's at his halfway point of PGF Season 6. We'll see him continue his second half tomorrow, again, live in Las Vegas. We've got more action still to go here tonight. For our next set of athletes, we go to Stephen Akins.
Next athlete coming to the mat representing Black Rifle Coffee, Jamie Carnall.
Jamie Carnall set to take the mat for the 3rd and final time here on match day 2. Stephen Akins will welcome his opponent.
And his opponent, representing first form, Kevin Beuhring.
Kevin Beuhring.
Sorry, the
go ahead.
purple belt out of 10th Planet Atlanta and PGF Season 3 veteran. Facing off against Jim Carnall, the brown belt out of Avila, BJJ.
Beuhring rocking some headgear here.
Oh, that's interesting.
What does that do to change the grips?
Changes how hard it is to pull yourself out of a guillotine if you get stuck in one, that's for sure. Kevin with a nice off balance, and he's going to be the one jumping on the guillotine. Drags Carnall down to the mat. Kevin going to try to make a move to the back. Got a little bit greedy with it, made his move too quick, but still staying on the offense.
Steps over the head of Carnall.
Carnall retreating that back to the mat. And Carnall is staying on the move. Oh, here's Kevin. Trying to move into this truck position. Nice survival from Carnall, but Beuhring is all over him. Beuhring really just using these front headlock positions as a means to move to the back, and Carnall can feel that he's not really attacking the head.
So it's the first time since season 1 in Blake Randall that we've seen headgear on a competitor.
Oh, man.
What a stat.
That's the wildest stat recall of all time. Blake Randall, the youngest competitor in PGF history. Here's Kevin now moving to the back. Carnall saves himself. Kevin with a good cross face. He wants to flatten Carnall out. Carnall staying on the move. Oh, dude, don't want this if you're Carnall. Kevin Beuhring, one of the most dangerous leg lockers, maybe the most dangerous leg locker here. Look at him take that grip. Outside heel, reverse grip, got it.
There's a tap. The break for Kevin Beuhring. Carnall forced to tap. Beuhring picking up 3 points for his efforts. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
And your winner, representing First Phorm with a break, Kevin Beuhring.
Nice points racked up for Kevin Beuhring. Getting the submission.
It was a tap.
That one was a tap
for sure.
Yeah.
Look at that. Using that out. Check out that gripping sequence there by Kevin Beuhring. Just expert navigation through the grips. Awesome work. Uses that far side grip. You notice he uses his right hand there to set his grips up. Then comes through, puts on the reverse grip. And that's a very powerful braking mechanic by Kevin Beuhring. Expert leg locker. Kevin Beuhring is an expert leg locker.
You were giving props to Keelan earlier. I want to give props to whoever's running the replay machine. Excellent job there. Replay's come into play a few times here.
Yeah, we actually needed it a few times.
Yeah, so good stuff all around here from our PGF team. All right, our night continues here in Las Vegas. Back to Stephen Aiken. 2 more.
To the mat, representing Black Rifle Coffee, the Butter Panther, PJ Barch.
PJ Barch making the walk, the #1 drafted athlete of PGF Season 6.
A lot of pressure on PJ right now. Still 0 on the board for PJ?
That's right. And his opponent, representing First Phorm, Cam Hurd.
Here's Cam Hurd, representing First Phorm.
My apologies, he has one from that team point. The three-way tie. But you know he wants to get that 6, because if he gets 6 right now, Black Rifle would be tied with X-Marshall with 10 points for the block.
He's going to get all the wrestling exchange that he wants out of Cam Hurd, I'll tell you that. Cam, very good wrestler. PJ, also a very, very good wrestler.
We saw that in his last match with Andy Varela. Nothing but a wrestling match.
Look at that dunk under by Cam Hurd, puts Barch on his back. Beautiful work from Cam Hurd. And we'll see PJ operate off of his back here.
Gonna get a reset here in the center of the mat. Corner of Hurd saying to put him on his back.
Cam Hurd wrestled at Virginia Tech.
Cam got to be very careful. PJ dangerous in every single position. Excellent leg locker, great guard passer. Excellent when he gets to the back. Got a great front headlock as well. PJ just doesn't have a lot of weaknesses in his game. PJ snaps him down into a front head. Both guys have had their moments in these sucker drag to free himself for Cam Hurd.
Back to the center of the mat for the restart.
PJ pulls guard.
Coming up on 2 minutes of elapsed time.
PJ gonna wrestle up. Nice takedown by Barch. Great wrestle up.
Renato real estate gonna get a reset.
Excellent wrestle up by Barch. Cam in big trouble here. Flat on his back with the Butter Panther, trying to melt through his guard. Cam reaches through, tries to take the foot of Barch, putting him in a funky position there.
Now inside. Approaching the 3-minute mark.
Cam trying to create some space. PJ stepping over the head. He has an excellent Kimura game, so Cam's gonna have to be very careful. Nice work by Cam.
Bit of a scramble trying to isolate that right leg of PJ Barch is Cam Hurd.
Yeah, he's got to watch himself though. PJ sits back on the inside heel hook attack.
We saw Hurd earlier get caught in a leg battle. Wants to avoid that here in his final match of match day 2.
Hurd working with a shoulder crunch, butterfly hook on the left side. PJ trying to step over that butterfly hook. Cam doing a good job staying disciplined there to make sure that PJ didn't just step into the mount. Toe hold, exposes the back, now the mount.
A lot of time here for PJ Barch to work.
Great utilization of the toe hold by Barch to expose a reaction from Cam Hurd. Now a hard crossface. PJ has him in a bad spot with 2 minutes to go. Cam is pushing, trying to create some space, but PJ has him locked down with a very good mount. Cam, he's staying on the move here. He's not just shelling up. You know, you see him, little bumps, changing his grips, trying to find some space. Cam creating some momentum. Got to be careful not to expose his back here. There's the big bridge. PJ now working into the double underhooks. Just starting to go downhill quickly for Cam Hurd. Here's an angle, and Hurd explodes out. Nice.
Nicely done for Cam Hurd. Back at space on the feet. 70 seconds remain in the match.
Back to the center with a minute to go.
See how aggressive we get here. Hurd with his back on the mat again.
Inside
now
heel
go for a
hook.
leg. Oh, we got it. Wow. Break. Getting it done, racking up some points. We're going to make it official. We go to Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a break representing Black Rifle Coffee, the Butter Panther, PJ Barch.
First submission points for PJ Barch, getting a break over Cam Hurd. The Butter Panther got to be happy with that one. And we're going to go to Stephen Aiken, who's going to wrangle one PJ Barch, talk about his first submission of PGF Season 6.
All right, I'm here with PJ Barch. PJ, that was a tough win. We know how tough Cam is out here. First points on the board for you here at the end of day 2. How are you feeling?
It took a lot of time and a lot of energy to get those points. Fucking, it's only 3. I got some work to do.
You got 2 more days left. How do you think you're gonna do?
Oh, great, dude. I'm just hitting my stride. I'm just hitting my stride, so I'm getting better. That's it.
Learning the rule set right here. Day 3 and 4, we're gonna see a lot more points from you.
Fuck yeah, 100%. These guys are gonna slow down, and I'm gonna be getting up.
Let's go, PJ. We look forward to more, man. Thank you.
PJ Barch getting it done, gets a break over Cam Hurd, and he's got some momentum on his side as he concludes his match day 2. Solid stuff. And you got a sense there's some relief in his voice there, as there was in Renato Canuto a few moments ago. But again, this action, he said, took a long time to get, but
What a play by PJ, man. Show me that one more time, Keelan.
See if we can take another look at it.
Yeah, watch how PJ spins around and navigates this. Captures the knee line during the motion, keeps his own knee line safe, dives all the way through. Classic PJ Barch. Seen him hit plays like that on the inside heel so many times. Outstanding, man. And I love that attitude from PJ. He's a tiger. Oh, there, look at that ball.
Oh, dang. That dog's ready to take the mat.
Look at that stare down at the camera. I see you. That dog wanted some of me. I could feel it.
Oh, man. The intensity. It's definitely palpable here in Las Vegas, aside of PGF World Season 6. I mentioned a moment ago, first submission points racked up for PJ Barch, as we saw a little while ago for Renato Canuto. We talk about this game being a marathon. They got momentum headed deeper and deeper, does Canuto and Barch.
Yeah, that's big. And they've got to be feeling encouraged here at the end of day 2.
Absolutely. One more match, right?
One more.
All right, let's get to it. Our final match of the night here at match day 2 of PGF World Season 6. We go to Stephen Aiken.
All right, this is our last match of the evening. Coming out first, representing Black Rifle Coffee, Samson Phommabout.
The black belt out of Sierra MMA and PGF 4 season veteran, Samson Phommabout.
See what he can do in his final match here at match day 2. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing First Phorm, Jett Thompson.
The 17-year-old wonder kid of season 6 of PGF World, Jett Thompson, coming to us from Oklahoma. And there's a lot of lights here in Las Vegas, none of which have shined as bright as this young man this week here at PGF World.
Currently in 8th place with 8 points.
I think #1 in a lot of fans' hearts.
No question about that.
We are underway.
This should be fireworks, man. Both these guys like to come out here and get after it.
Well, it's important for them, but it's also important for their teams, because if either one of these gentlemen can get a break, they will tie with X Marshall, and both teams will get team points.
Uh-oh, Samson finding himself in trouble as the kid starts to climb.
In position for an arm triangle here. The
not quite,
grip's not
but
perfect.
he does use it to go to the mount. Now he could get himself into an arm triangle position. This is getting precarious. Man, this kid is strong. He's gonna try it from here. Yeah, just a little too early.
He doesn't lose a position, though. He's still got that knee on belly, now back in mount.
That was the right choice. He stepped off just a little too early, got a little bit anxious. He needs to go down the body just a little bit. As long as Samson's able to turn towards him a little bit, keep his far shoulder off the mat. Yeah, this is a better play. Get in here, settle him down, turn Samson from an athlete into a philosopher. This is getting better and better now. He may want to step over into this triangle. Here he goes. Looking for this Rotolo team. This is bad news for Samson.
Thompson trying to put the squeeze down, now back in that mount position.
Trying to reach his hand through and cover the mouth of Phommabout. Now the Rotolo again. It's not quite there. He could finish that. Now he could finish that. It's a lot of squeezing power right there. He got it!
Wow! Another one for the kid, Jett Thompson. Putting on a show this week in Las Vegas. He finishes match day 2 with a kill. Wow.
Rotolo.
Beautifully done for Jett Thompson. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
And your winner with a kill, representing First Phorm, Jett Thompson!
And the clock has not struck midnight yet for the kid, Jett Thompson, 17 years old, a huge factor here in Las Vegas. Bobby, both of them going to track him down and have a word with the young man, Jett Thompson. Stephen, take it away.
Okay, I'm here with Jett Thompson, the kid wonder of this season. You're coming out here and putting these guys on notice, man. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. This was my last match of the day. I was wanting to get the kill so I get more points for my team.
Nice, man. Did you expect yourself to be this high up in the standings after day 2?
Yeah. Yeah, I was.
Hey, that's what's up, man. If you don't believe in yourself, nobody will. What do you want to say to the people at home?
Thanks for watching me. Thanks for supporting my work.
All right, man. We look forward to a lot more from you this week. Thank you.
Thank you.
A kill for the young man, Jett Thompson, getting it done for himself and his first Phorm team. What a great way to end this one. We're looking at the replay. B-Mac, walk us through.
Well, that body triangle, once he locked that body triangle on, that's what really gave him the opportunity to get the finish. He had some good gripping, and he had a good sequence together. Notice his thumb is creeping through there. He's pinching his own arm right there. He's got on himself. That body triangle, and then the arm trapped on the bottom side for Samson during this Rotolo team. That's what really sealed the deal for him. That's a powerful, powerful young man. Super squeeze out of the kid.
Amazing stuff for the 17-year-old Jett Thompson, getting it done to conclude match day 2 here in Las Vegas. Ag, I know you're compiling and adding and calculating. Can you tell me where the kid's at?
The kid just jumped into tied for second place.
Whoa!
Because not only did he get the 6 for himself, he secured the team points for first Phorm. So all of them jumped up.
Wow.
Wow, that's big. That's an extra point on the board for Canuto as well.
That's right.
So he got the bonus point for the win under a minute, and he got the bonus point for the team in that last block. Canuto coming out of nowhere right there.
And see, that's what I think you've done so well with this PGF format, B-Mac. Team concepts have been thrown around in combat sports forever, but at the end of the day, it's always been about an MMA or a traditional combat sport. It's my personal record. That's going to follow me forever. Here, records don't really matter as much in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Also, when your team can win $100,000, you want to get that team point any way you can.
Yeah. I wanted to have something where the individual really mattered, but where the team really mattered as well.
Yeah.
And, you know, I wanted to have something that felt like sports, man. And sports is about teams coming together and forming together, gelling together over the course of a season, about the whole becoming greater than the sum of the parts. And I think we're starting to see that with these teams.
Yeah, and this is what it's all about. I mean, this is the first time, again, in combat sports where I felt like that team dynamic means so much. And again, you haven't lost anything from the individual sporting element of it either. All of these guys vying for a playoff spot, top 8, going to go into this tournament on Friday, which you can see, of course, live on UFC Fight Pass. Egg, where are we at on team points? I know it's been a showcase for Team X Marshall.
Yes, so X Marshall still very much in the lead with 49 points, with a very good last block. First Phorm, catches up just a little bit. Now they're up to 36. Epic roll. That's another story. We talked about, people that did amazing on the first day, not doing so great in the second. Epic roll put up 0 points today.
Oh, 0.
0.
Wow.
Yeah. Black Rifle comes in, having had 0 themselves, now on the board with 10. So still in the thick of things.
And you can bet that every team would love nothing more than X Marshall to have a 0-point day to try to keep this one interesting, because, I mean, no one can afford to allow X Marshall to score any more points.
Yeah, they don't have a 0 kind of team, let me just say that. They have an absolute banger of a team. Coming out of the draft, all the teams felt they each had their own strength, right? They all felt pretty strong. It didn't feel like any team was like, well, that's clearly the best team, or any team felt like, well, that team's not going to do so well. X Marshall looking pretty sharp right now, and I gotta wonder how much of that is the wisdom of Jacques Machado leading his team.
I mean, he's as motivated as anybody to win, and I like that attitude. When you have the mentality of a coach leading you, and where all he wants to do is, what do you say, quote, win and then win some more?
That's exactly what he said. The first objective is win. The second objective is to win some more. Egg, run me down the individual standings. I'd like to hear that.
Sure. So at number 1, Davis Asare from X Marshall with 20 points. Tied for second, we have 2 first Phorm teammates. Daniel Sathler, one of the stars of day 1 and did pretty good day 2 with 15. And now Jett Thompson tied with him at 15.
Listen, Jett Thompson saw himself doing well. I saw him having a nice week for the kid. I didn't see him in second place after day 2. I have to be honest with you.
No, definitely not. I mean, he just doesn't care who his opponent is. He doesn't care what titles you have. He doesn't care what your belt is. He's coming after you.
And at 17 years old, I don't think he can afford to care, because that would allow his opponents to have some space in his head, and it's very clear out on the mat, no one's living in that man's head.
Keep going here, Ed.
All right, so at 4th place, ex-marshal again, David Evers, there with 14 points. Then Epic Roll, Andy Varela is tied with ex-marshal Elijah Carlton and ex-marshal Ben Eddy, all with 12 points.
Ben Eddy finally got his Hindulatine highlight. That's 1 down. Still got 3. He promised me 4.
That's right. Well, again, kind of talking about Epic Roll, Andy Varela came out very strong on that first day, but had 3 draws today.
And had great matches today, though.
Yeah.
Had fun matches to watch, but ultimately, in this format, those are zeros.
Absolutely. It is a marathon, not a sprint.
That's right. And coming in that last spot in towards the finale, 8th spot, Nathan Haddad. Again, with 11 points, another ex-marshal team member.
And look at that first man out right there. Renato Canuto, world champion, out of the playoff run.
And as I said earlier, as it stands currently, again, we're only halfway through, all of ex-marshal would make the playoffs.
And it looks like we're going to go and talk to Renato Canuto now.
I was going to just say we saw submissions for the first time out of Ben Eddy. We saw a first submission out of Renato Canuto as well, and Renato standing by with our own Alex Wynn.
I am standing by with Renato Canuto, and wow, you guys performed. Jett just got a nice quick submission there too. So how are you feeling?
Feeling really good right now. Finally feeling good. I'm not gonna lie, being pretty irritated at myself. Trying to keep a positive attitude and help out the team, because the guys are actually doing good. You know, trying to do the best I can for the team, but yeah, I wasn't getting any subs, and that was bumming me out a lot. I feel like I was the most aggressive guy, but you know, I was just not being able to finish. And it is what it is, you know. I was putting all that weight on me, and this one was just, you know what, let it go. Worst already happened. Go hard, go all out. You know, you gotta get something. So yeah, it finally happened. I feel like I unleashed the beast. You guys seen anything yet? I'm only getting warmed up.
100%, and that was an insane matchup with you and AJ Agazarm, but then you got the flying armbar. So that is as Canuto as it gets. It's got to feel pretty good.
Yes. That was awesome. That was awesome. I mean, I've been thinking about it a lot. I feel like most of the guys in the first day, if you go back and watch, all these guys fought me like this, either on the bottom or standing up. Nobody was stretching an arm out. And then, you know, it's just, it is what it is. I guess I built a fame on jumping on arms and stuff, so it was harder to get it as I expected. One thing I didn't know is we couldn't do the scissor or the jump stuff, because I was going to feint flying armbars to go for the legs, and I had all these plans, and I was like, oh, we can jump guard? Oh, no way. So, like, threw off a little bit of the cool stuff that I was planning to, but not everything. With that said, yeah, I was hoping I was going to get an armbar, and finally at least Mike John's the one guy to fight me back and go for it. So, yeah, thank Mike John. Sorry, Mike John, but yeah.
Yes, but that's how you got to fight. You got to be aggressive. You got to be going for the subs. And now tomorrow you're going to recollect with your team over at your gym at Hybrid Jiu-Jitsu. You guys are down 16 to ex-marshal. So as a leader, I feel like people look at you as like a captain of the team. What is your message along with Rigan Machado?
Well, Rigan said, we cannot lose to Jean-Jacques. You know, Jean-Jacques' team is ahead. So I'm with him, dude. We can't let Jean-Jacques get any further. We find any ex-marshal guy, that's it. You know, we gotta get him. I was supposed to get one of them today. I messed up, but it's okay. We have 2 more days. We're only halfway through. A lot of things can change. We are 16 points behind, but hey, my boy Jett been getting 6-pointers, 7-pointers. Daniel got like 4 subs. I only got my first one, and like I said, I'm only getting started, warmed up, so I'll definitely get more subs into the end of this season for sure.
Well, we can't wait to see it. That's only a few chokes away for you guys to be the winner of $100,000. Renato, good luck, and we'll send it to the post show for more breakdowns.
We're going to get to that post show in just a moment. Back Matt's side here, TJ DeSantis along with B-Mac, Brandon Mccaghren, our man Egghead, and a very happy Renato Canuto. We talk about the mental wear and tear on an athlete throughout the season. Man, to say that he's feeling a little relief of that pressure after his first submission tonight would be an understatement.
Yeah, you know, you could just feel his energy just totally change now. Same thing, Barch, feel his energy change. And man, now the story of the PGF, now the Shark Week, the gauntlet, starts to really become a factor. who's going to rise on day 3? That becomes the real question. Will it be the kid? Will it be one of these front runners, the guys we expected to be the front runners, that really starts to get that, like, utilize that momentum to move to the top of the pack? Or will it be somebody that we haven't even seen put points on the board
Right,
yet?
PJ Barch, he gets his first submission as well today. Momentum on his side. We'll see if he has a monster day 3. You know he would love to do just that. All right, I know we're at the 50% halfway point. Ag, any final thoughts here on match day 2?
Every PGF veteran will tell you day 3 is where the soreness hits, it's where the fatigue hits. And he said it could change everything. So we'll have to see. It's really exciting.
All right, that does it for us here. Matt's side, B-Mac, Ran Mccaghren, the commish. He's Egghead. I'm TJ DeSantis. Now going to throw it to Rafa Sparza and his team for our match day 2 post show here in Las Vegas.
Right now, I have a question for you. The question is very simple. What is the best seat in the house? Well, to find out, we got to go to this package right here. And as you start to see these 2 athletes going on, you knew it's going to be fireworks because they're the 2 top seats for a reason. However, maybe people in the stands didn't know that they were necessarily going to be part of the show. I know the dog for sure was surprised. And yes, that attracted all of our viewers, our audience, to then become paparazzi, and it shook the commentary booth. But that's just part of the action that if you weren't here, you missed out. But guess what? You got your friends here at the PGF Post Show. My name's Rafa Sparza. Stick around. You're now with us for the PGF Post Show. Hey, what's up, everybody? That's Tim Freeman. That's not me. Oh, no.
Hey, everybody.
Let's see if we can go ahead and see if we can find a photo that resembles me. Nope, that's a Jake Watson. That's a Tim Freeman. I'm glad that we're previewing our friends. Why don't we go to the actual interview block with us? I'm sorry, the group block. There we go. There's your friend, Rafa Sparza. How about I give some shine to my good friends and do solo shots for hello, Tim Freeman.
How you doing? It's great to be here. We had a great a great fight, great day 2, bunch of matches. I can't wait to talk about them. It's great to be here.
That's what's up. And now let's go on over to Jake Watson.
What a day. Day 2 of PGF was absolutely
Still
incredible.
Tim Freeman?
And don't put the camera on Tim when I'm talking.
Oh, wow.
I'm just joking. No, I'm just kidding. But no, it was an amazing day here. I mean, we got some video on the side. We're putting together packages, running around. We got to meet some amazing people, network really well. Man, the whole week is just so incredible. It's just so incredible.
It has been an impressive day here at the PGF. I don't know if you guys knew this, but they did institute a new rule change, and I wanted to start off our topics by addressing if something in particular, a change that our commissioner did yesterday to today, that also was reflected, had any bearing. So we go to our first topic, which is a very simple. Did the stalling call improve the matches today? I'm going to go ahead and start with you, Tim Freeman.
Well, you know, I think it did to a point, but I think it riled up a lot of the competitors. I heard a lot of people on the sidelines, different athletes talking and kind of complaining about the stall calls, saying like this should be a stall, this shouldn't be a stall. That's why I wanted the he who smelt it dealt it rule, because I knew that that was going to happen. But the commish was flag heavy. I would say we got 5 or 6 flags right out of the gate, and then it kind of cooled off. But I definitely think it had an impact on the action today. There was a lot less holding positions and a lot more going for it.
Jake, what were your thoughts on the overall aspects of the matches as a result of the stall calls?
My apologies for interrupting. I mean, Brandon really was letting it rip right off the bat. And we said that yesterday we were talking about Brandon might come out of gate real hard. We actually had an over-under who was going to have a little bit more of the stalling calls. I wish we could see how many stalling calls were actually given out. I think my answer was over 10, and Tim, I think you said 7. 7, yeah. So
I would be interested to see that metric, but the athletes really came out more aggressive today. It was, I would say, an even more exciting day than day one, and I think you guys would probably agree with me on that. Just some really great dynamic submissions across the board. Some athletes not too happy about getting a stall call, but I imagine they'll change their game plans a little bit going into tomorrow.
Beautiful. I mean, I have to say this. I don't know if you guys could see it on television, if it was really playing through, but the hold, there should really be a camera behind the people who are holding the flags, because they have it up in the air, and it's literally like a dad signaling they're about to get their belt. You know what I mean? Like, that's how close it became every single time. So if I am my way, we'll get a cameraman behind them, I guess, for one of the days of action here. But it definitely changed the mood. I think the fighters, the grapplers came in today with a lot more determination and focus, and I thought that did make a difference. So kudos to them, and kudos to everybody for rallying, because we had a lot of submissions today, and we had a lot of highlights. Even as we were prepping, we were seeing a bunch of submissions happen right behind us. That's very good. Well, why don't we get to our second topic, because I think this is just as equally as important. Jake, I'm going to start with you. What was your match of the night?
My match of the night was one that ultimately came down to a draw, but it's between Nathan Haddad and Daniel Sathler. Nathan came right out the gate. Really kind of Daniel Sathler, meaning he came out with a lot of aggression right off the bat and did a very explosive movement. A lot of the competitors were talking about Nathan and his slide-by technique on the feet and how dangerous he is with that. Well, Daniel Sathler got a taste, immediately gets his back taken at the beginning, does a great job of getting out, and the match ends with Nathan putting Sathler in a tough spot. Both men were going back and forth. It was an absolute war, and Nathan getting up and rallying the crowd, being very exciting, making a name for himself, even in the matches he has where it does not lead to any points in the postseason. He did a great job of earning himself some fans today, I believe.
Nicely done. Tim, what about you?
Well, I'm going to do something, Raph, that I know I told you I wasn't going to do. I was advised to not do it, but I'm going to do it anyway. Andy Varela versus PJ Barch was my match of the night. I really wanted to see these guys get after it. There was tremendous buildup for it. These are two lions getting after it, and I think both of these guys had that match front of mind when they came to the PGF. I think there's probably a sense of relief now that that is over. And I think we're going to see some of these guys turn the corner, specifically PJ Barch. The very next match, he went out and got a sub after his draw with Varela. Lots of clubbing, lots of hand grabbing, lots of head slapping, lots of couch jumping. But now that that fight's out of the way, I think that we're going to see these guys move forward in a big way. But for me, for my money, that was the match of the night. That's the one that I wanted to see, and I'm satisfied.
Tim, you ignorant slut. Listen, I was really hoping we wouldn't have to do that, because I was really hoping to use that as mine, as my bankroll. But I have to tell you this. I think we had a number of very good matches this evening. It is hard to pick, but I do want to give some love to, say, like, some of our underdogs, because I believe we had a match with Kevin Sherrill and Mike John, and I thought, you know, that was a very solid match from people who weren't high on the rankings list. And it's hard, man. Sometimes if you're lower on that list, you're supposed to be dunkable. And we found out that yesterday, that was a hard thing to do. And it just became a great showcase of, like, you know what, I think these guys are a good match, and it ended up being that. So you have those sorts of matchups that really get me stoked. And then I think you find a little bit later, you saw, what, PJ Barch, you saw Ben Eddy start to get their vibes, Max Hanson, you know, I mean, all of them were starting to get in their mode of, like, okay, we've got points on the board. I wonder if that translates to tomorrow. Gentlemen, I thank you for previewing this. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to turn to some interviews right now. Our gentlemen are going to sneak off, and they're going to go ahead and find us some of the folks, and then we're going to return to help us look at some of the action that took place tonight in case you missed that. So don't go anywhere. But right now, we're going to go ahead and start talking about who we're going to interview. Tim, Jake, thank you guys for handling the heavy lifting right over there. All right, if you guys are with me right now, just know that we're going to have a few friends joining us, and we appreciate you for sticking around. We want to thank all of our sponsors, especially all of the team sponsors. You know, your ex-Marshall, if you would. You got your... You have multiples. Sorry, I saw an athlete coming over here going to the wrong seat, and I was like, hold on, sir. All right, I'm going to start on over with Mega Superstar. Feel free to go ahead and inch on up. Now, I want to start by asking this. Nathan?
You got it. Haddad. Just had and dad.
No. Everybody's been saying Haddad. And I legitimately, and make sure, pull the mic closer to you, sir.
Sorry.
I was really mad because I had it. and I was like, it's going to be Nathan Haddad. And then somebody was putting it into my brother, like, oh, it's Nathan Haddad. And I go, don't do that to me. I know that's not right. I've heard this young man speak in front of me.
You got it, man.
But let me ask you this. How did it feel like today for you, sir? You were elated by the end of the night. You were pumping up the crowd. How did it feel to get out there, sir?
It felt good. I mean, you know, it's I've been doing jiu-jitsu for a long time. I know my level. I know what I can do. I know what I do in the gym. And so it's just nice to show the rest of the world what's up.
So what riled you up? What made you start playing to the crowd like you were tonight?
I just think there's a lot of people talking about these other guys and not a lot of people talking about me. And so they need to know.
But you know who was talking about you? Jean-Jacques was talking about you.
Yeah.
So Jean-Jacques had a lot of faith in you. It seemed like when he did pick you, it was this wise, sage move that maybe nobody else is seeing, but he saw.
Yeah.
What did that feel like when he selected you and picked you out, sir?
Yeah, it was good. He's a hidden secret. So, you know, my coach, Helio Soneca, just received his coral belt under Jean-Jacques. So I've met Jean-Jacques before. He had been at our gym. And, yeah, so he kind of knew what everyone else here didn't know.
He's cheating a little bit is what you're saying.
You know,
okay,
he did his homework.
That's a perfect way of saying it, by the way. I just was stoked because I saw you guys connecting and talking beforehand, and that just made me so stoked because you wonder with all these rankings and how everybody's seated everywhere. Like, my favorite thing is the 20th seed, the 18th seed, the 17th seed should not be acting like those seeds. You are supposed to know a secret that the rest of us are supposed to find out. And I got to tell you, I think today people found out.
Yes, sir.
So not only that, but I want to talk about this yesterday. Yesterday, you also were on a very good start. You may not have thought it because it may not be as many points as I'm sure you wanted.
Yeah.
But what did it feel like from yesterday's experience for you?
I mean, it was good. But like I said, it's like, I know my level. So it's like, I've fought these guys before. I know these guys. I know what I can do. And so, I mean, you know, it's just, it's not proving anything to me. It's just proving it to everyone else. Like,
I feel that.
I'm here to show out.
I feel that. Talk us through your finishes today, sir. Because to me, when you were there, I was thinking to myself, I was like, yo, this is money. Your body type is perfect. You're a very tall, lanky person. That's like my kryptonite. So talk us through that, sir.
Yeah, first match was Jamie. I hit a nice little drag to his back. I really wanted the extra point inside of a minute, and I didn't know how close it was. So I was like, I'm just going to send this choke. It was like an ugly face, rear naked choke, and I just squeezed really hard. I figured if he didn't tap, I would just settle in and then try to dig it out. But it worked out. I got the extra point. And then with Daniel, he kind of fell into my game. I picked up the pace early. I think I got him a little bit tired. Unfortunately, didn't get the finish, but it was close.
Still a good match, though.
Yeah, it was good. I felt good. I think maybe a little more time I could have put him out. I probably should have switched up on that triangle a little earlier, but live and learn.
Understood. Either way, I know you called one of your chokes an ugly choke, and we have to go over a better definition of what is actually ugly, sir. I think any choke that works is a beautiful choke.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, it was all right. The mechanics were all right.
But I do want to bring up this. You were able to kind of get this body triangle and this squeeze that I saw that was going on. And it just made me jealous because I was like, in no time have I ever grappled. Have I had the limbs or the jiu-jitsu to be able to do that? And yet, it was right on that brink, man.
Yeah, no, I'm all legs, so the height definitely helps.
Let me ask this, man. I want you to look into that camera right there. Your little camera right in front of you. And I want you to tell people what they can expect from you tomorrow, sir.
Hey, more of today, fireworks. You know, like, I'm going to go out and fight every time. Like, win, lose, or draw, I'm going to go to scrap. I'm going to go to fight. I'm not looking to butt scoot, play points. Like, I want to go fight. So you guys can bring it tomorrow, and I'll bring it right back.
Okay, look at that. Look at that. I like the call and response here. It's like, I mean, if you guys want to bring it, it's okay. It's optional. I'm going to bring it.
I'm going to bring it every time.
But I'm going to just let you know, you're going to die. Like, you're going to get put in an ugly choke.
Yep.
And I think things may go bad for you. Well, you know, nothing was ugly about your performance here today, my man. Super happy for you. And you know what's great? It's not just the way you're carrying yourself off on the mats. It's the way that you're off them right now. You're in good spirits. You're listening to music. I did have a question about that, though.
Okay.
What are you listening to in those
Oh, dude, so many different things.
Well, okay.
I had push-ups Kanye West on today. That was the
Okay, I
theme.
see you. All right, all right. Well, when you say so many other things, what's the most embarrassing one that you're playing right now?
Let's see. I didn't have any Shakira on today, but maybe.
All right, what's the Shakira song, though?
I'd probably play some Hips Don't Lie.
Okay. Okay.
Throw it on there.
Hey, listen,
Move
there's no
around a
shame in
little
that.
bit. Listen.
Shakira
Yeah, get
is
hype.
one of our all-time greats, my man. If you need to get that yodeling to get those rear naked choke finishes,
That's what we gotta do.
I'm all there for it, brother. Hey, Nathan, it's a pleasure to get to talk with you in person. I look forward to your continued success throughout the week, but you definitely showed out today, and I wanted to give you your props, sir. So
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
My man,
guys.
Nathan, thank you very much. Haddad. Fuck! Ah! All right, ladies and gents, I'm very happy to welcome back one of my longtime friends, one of the greatest human beings that I know. He did experience a little bit of an injury today, but I didn't want to make it up. I didn't want to go to anybody else. I wanted to get it from the source.
Yeah.
First and foremost, John Combs, how are you, sir?
I'm doing good, man. You know, a little disappointed. The body's failing on me right now. But, you know, these things happen. You know, I've been injured many, many times in my
Understood. Do you mind pulling that closer to you? Yeah, my man. Okay.
All right.
I want to tell you this. There was initial concern because I didn't know how your body was reacting. And there was a moment where it looked like you took an injury, they were checking on you, and then you continued on. Was there ever a scenario where you were not going to continue in that match?
I mean, it's kind of like when the last bad thing that just happened when I threw up with Andy. Like, if they had given me a new rash guard and a pair of shorts, I would have fought. Like, if they had been willing to do that. But it's what would have been possible.
It is what
there.
it is.
But luckily there, I mean, if they had said, dude, the fight's over, I would have been like, okay.
Sure.
They let, like, you want to keep going. I'm like, yes, I want to finish this dang fight. I don't want to. And I don't think that I would have given up points if I had pulled out. But just for me personally, it felt good to finish that.
Sure. I mean, I could tell that you wanted to stay in it. I could also see you grimacing a little bit, and I could tell.
Hurt really bad. It was a scary pop. Like, it was
Really? So it was a pop is what happened then. Okay.
Pop in my right where the hip flexor and the adductor meet. The adductor is the muscle that pulls your knee in, and they kind of like right where the two meet up, where it connects to my pelvis. There's a lot of pain there right now.
Understood. Understood.
Yeah,
Man, the hardest part about that is that it's so hard to get your focus back because at that point you're almost making sure to protect yourself.
Yeah.
And making sure, like, it's the worst position to be in because you don't want to say, oh, he only won because I got injured.
Yeah.
You'd love to get the submission, that's the hope, but then part of you is going like, hey, don't touch there.
Yeah.
Don't touch here.
Yeah. No,
so you went back. What happened once you went backstage? I saw that our commissioner got off the headset and he actually went to go talk to you. So what took place there?
B-Back was just checking in on me, man. You know, he's been unbelievably gracious towards me. I'm sure every other athlete he's been gracious towards. You know, put me up in a great Airbnb. He's taken amazing care of the athletes this week, and really has. You know, there are a lot of great people out there, but not all great people have a good heart.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's really amazing to see somebody that is absolutely a fantastic 10 out of 10 human being and also has a 10 out of 10 heart. It's a rare thing in this world. So really grateful that he, you know, feels that I can provide, you know, quality content for a jiu-jitsu competition like this. Grateful that he had me in here for it. And, you know, I think he's a great man to lead jiu-jitsu into a bright future. I think PGF can do some amazing things in this world.
I mean, I got to tell you, dude, I didn't know you were involved in the PGF initially. They had thrown some names at me.
Yeah.
And then they threw your name, and I said, this is so great because I know what good spirits you are. I know what a fun time you are. Yeah. And it just made me think, like, okay, this is a good time for you to get some shine.
Yeah.
Then some things happened. Okay. Yeah. I want to address this because everybody's gotten their crack on you.
Yeah.
What was going through your head immediately after? Because you said you would have put on a rash guard and gone if that was the ability.
Up?
Yes, sir.
Just that happened and like how humiliating it was, and probably the only thing that's happened to me that I could compare it to is when I was in kindergarten. I peed my pants in front of all my classmates, and that was pretty horribly embarrassing. But I was just kind of disappointed that everyone saw that and that I was covered in it, and you know, kind of figured that the match was probably over. Like if I'd gotten to the trash can, I don't think Andy would have cared.
Yeah.
Had I gotten the trash can. But dude, I was covered in it. And
yeah.
Really, it was disappointing too because I was having a great day that day, man. It was one of the better performances I've ever had.
You were on a solid day, and you know what's great is that, from my perspective, you were on track.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's one thing to mentally get to if things happen, you accept them. You know, you understand. I lost this match. I got caught here. This wasn't I got caught. This is my body just said, we're done, bud, and had a reaction. So when people were joking about it, it was very funny to me because I was like, I can't take the bait here because it's a little different. Even though we know you, I was like, I know he expects the joke. Yeah. But for me, I was like, there's no part of you as the athlete that gave up. No. And so I was like, all right, I'm gonna approach this on, let's see what these are. Yeah. The only thing that came to mind is it definitely looked like a Frank Miller cover of Batman where there's a Joker like laughing in the end, and you just kind of had those like shrunken over shoulders. And I was like, yo, this straight out looks like a comic book, like hilariously. But I will tell you this, man. Yes, sir. I think that like this, there is no question to your commitment as an athlete and the willingness that you're able to do. And I'm happy that you were able to get this opportunity here. I must ask. Yes, sir. Do you think that you will be continuing on at the PGF?
I really hope so, man. I really want to have a rematch against Elijah. I'd really love to do that. Andy put me in touch with a friend of his that's a PT. Okay. So I'm going to see him tomorrow at 8:30 and see what he has to say. You know, might be able to do there's some crazy tape and whatnot. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe there'll be something that we can do to get me out there.
I'd like some clarification. Yeah. Did you say that Andy put you in touch with that?
Yeah, Varela. Yeah.
You mean the person who was Joker standing like this behind you with your match?
Yeah, I mean, did that get under my nerves a little bit? You know, him celebrating a victory over me because I threw up? Yeah, of course. But the dude's trying to build his, reputation and whatnot.
But I'm more less because I think people see that side of him. Yeah. And I mean, I've had interpersonal time with him. He's always super professional and super great.
Of a guy, dude.
You know what I mean?
Coach. Yeah. I mean.
But when I see that and him going the extra mile, you guys are going to be connected for a long time, and I think that's actually a very stand-up thing of him. And now you guys have that great connection. So, in the weirdest of ways, jiu-jitsu is a strange sport the way it works out sometimes.
Yeah, it really is.
Well, sir, I certainly hope this is not the end of the road for this week for PGF. Yeah. But even if we do not see you compete any further this week, I just want to say thank you for that. And I already look forward to what the next thing is for you because you're not going to stop. No. So I'm just stoked for whatever it is. But you know what? The one thing I did say after you did have the moment at ADCC trials is I was like, I do not want to be the next person rolling with John Combs. I was like, yo, I straight out have rolled with you, and I know what it's like when you go, oh, I just want to do something today. I go, I have nothing to fight against this, my friend. So I await the next highlight that you make of somebody, but I appreciate you for taking the time to set things straight with us because first and foremost, when BMAC went back there to check on you, I know he's doing it for a functional reason, but it was a truly great thing to see him care that much. Anyway, hey, wait, you're not going anywhere.
Handsome Kevin.
Sorry, guys.
Rough. Thank you, sir. Guys, thanks for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoyed the matches. Hopefully, I will be fighting again tomorrow.
All right. Appreciate you, brother. All right, my man. Look at this dude. He's coming in on my shot again. Ah! All right.
I had a backstage fight. You got to get me in here now.
Who'd you have a backstage fight with?
Daniel Sathler.
Yes, it was awesome.
Oh,
you missed this?
Where was I?
Not backstage. Yeah, not doing your job.
What?
Not doing your job.
I was doing my job. I was doing this.
Yes, but you weren't. You need to be involved. Your job is.
How am I supposed to be everywhere? I'm doing 5 different things.
Backstage fights are literally the most entertaining thing you can.
Well, then sit down. I'm bringing you next. I got to get this in order. There's a lot of backstage stuff that's apparently happening. All right. Kevin Sherrill, everybody. All right, Kevin, we need to ask you, first and foremost, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing great, man.
Okay. Everybody calls you handsome. I call you, okay.
Bro, you've been hanging out with Tim too much.
I can say whatever. Believe me, I was always funnier than Tim, so that's the other thing. I'm going to have you scoot up just a little bit.
To the mic?
Yeah, that's my man. Okay. What is happening between you and Elijah? Because, full disclosure, he was supposed to be booked here, and now he's not. And I thought, well, if I have an opening, I might as well open it up to a person who was talking to him. So what is going on between you and him?
Yeah, I think I'm living rent-free between both brain cells. It's... I have no idea, man. I left yesterday after 3 draws, and I was like, man, 3 draws is fine. It's Canuto, it's Max, it's Elijah. You can't really expect to submit those guys inside 6 minutes. It would have been nice to get one of them, but that's a little wild, right?
Sure.
So I wasn't super happy with it. And then I open up Instagram and I see that little post of him just losing his mind about me, and suddenly I feel great. And I've been laughing for like 24 hours.
I mean, here's the nice part about you. Win, lose, draw, you're usually in good spirits. So it is fun to, like, run into you. I don't have to temper myself if I run into you and I'm like, oh, don't talk to him. He's not in a good mood. I can at least fist bump you and be like, hey, man, I'm doing something, but good job. Do this. Elijah has come to complain to me a couple times. So I thought tonight, I was like, well, let's get to the bottom of this. And my whole thing was going to be like, how do we increase the peace between you and him? I don't know how that works.
Bro, so I don't want peace. I want problems.
You want peace. You want problems. Okay, let me tell you this. You guys aren't going to have any more problems unless you get it on TV. I don't want you guys having any issues off of TV. Now, granted, if you do it at your gym like you were proposing to him, please allow me to put that on pay-per-view.
God, I will live stream that for sure, man.
No. Specifically, let me profit off of it.
All right. Thank you. You can come through. I'll let you know.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll do a pre- and post show for that, too.
Fucking wild. That was the craziest thing in the world. When he was talking between me and him, I was like, yeah, you know, of course, standard stuff. And then he was like, yeah, like, you know, your whole team sucks. And I'm like, American top team. American top team sucks. This is crazy, bro. You should come through. Like, Paul would love that. He's already lost to Sergio. Like, I wasn't kidding when I put on my thing. I was like, man, my Monday was harder than our match. Like, I'm not trying to just be crazy here, but yeah, dude, I'm like, it's not the same.
Let me ask this, because I think a lot of people looked at your guys' match and said, well, these guys hate each other, and then it was a draw. So then you see all these stalling calls. What did you think of the difference from yesterday to today, given the fact that they now have these stalling calls?
Bro, whose line is it anyway? Everything is made up. The calls don't matter. Like,
well, I saw you chirping off a few times. So you were telling people you didn't like the fact that they had changed the rules. Why is that?
You're in the middle of the show. You create a new system with no warnings, right? There's no communication. They just hit stalls, right? So you don't give me an opportunity as an athlete. I said, hey, man, throw the warnings out there. Be aggressive with the warnings. I got hit with stalling against Max first time. I told B-Mac, I was like, yeah, that was the right call, for sure. I, like, stopped for a minute. I was framing out. I was thinking, and I heard warning Kevin Sherrill, and I was like, all right. And I just threw myself into a pass, stayed in there. And, like, that's the way. Force me to make action happen. Instead, we're doing made-up rules where guys are getting hit for stalling because they're in top mount or whatever, or they're on the back and they're fighting for their life, and it's like, hey, bro, you need to, you know, open that chin up. It's crazy, man. Like,
so how do we fix it, I guess, is kind of where we're coming to, because I see a lot of people in the chat who love to always say things about what's happening.
I have a solution, dude.
Oh, what's the solution?
It's straight up what I said. And when you throw the stall call out, I have give a 2 to 3 second gap. They're originally doing a 20-second shot clock. That's crazy. 2 to 3 seconds. Not only do you have to engage, if you say people do this all the time where they grab the leg and they think that counts as engaging. No. You have 2 to 3 seconds where you have to have sustained offense. Stay on that. If you try a pass, there is no backing out of that pass, or if you are shoved out of that pass, you go right back in. Sustained offense for 2 to 3 seconds, or that flag goes.
Got it.
That's your choice. Your warning is verbal. In 3 seconds, if we are not in the middle of a scramble, that flag goes out. I'm down for that. Put it in the athlete's hands. Let us respond. If you think, when that stall came for Max, it doesn't matter whether I agree or not. I agreed, but it doesn't matter. I have to go. They should have hit me with stalling against Canuto, straight up.
Okay.
I went back and watched my match to see if the stalling allegations were matches, and, like, the only one where I think, like, I got the stall call off Max, that was the right call. I didn't stall against Elijah. He's a baby. I didn't stall against Max. He's kicking me out of passes. I don't know how to fucking deal with that, bro. But, like, you can't kick me 3 feet that way and then be mad I'm not in your guard.
Yeah.
Canuto, I should have been hit from stalling, for sure. I should have been more offensive. I told Canuto that. I was like, yeah, man, I should have opened up. And you know what would have happened if they'd have hit me with stalling? I'd opened up. Yeah, man. So I think it's crazy. I got partway through today, and I said, all right. I knew they were going to hit me. I was first match of the day.
Yeah.
Brandon's been on one. I heard his tone when we came in for the athlete thing, and I was like, we're not doing – he didn't answer me in the chat. So I was like, we're not doing debate. We're not discussing anymore. Got it. He's going to send a message, and I'm first match. For sure, I'm going to get hit. The people are mad at me. I'm going to get hit for stalling. That's cool. How I got hit cracked me up. I wasn't even mad. Like, ooh. Like, I'm fighting for my life, bro. As soon as he hit me with stalling, I was like, all right, well, I had a whole tactical game plan. That's gone. We're just going for stuff. It's rolling in like I'm at an open mat today.
Understood. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to know all this. And The only reason I saw it is because I saw you over here right near the commentary booth, and I go, oh, this dude's just taking his complaint straight to the source. And the only thing I saw was, I was like, my man TJ is doing nothing to you. So TJ is just looking like, uh-oh, what am I supposed to do? And I go, hey, hands off him. You talk directly to Brandon. Or Mr. Head, if you would.
Yeah, man, I waited my time. Like, listen, like you said, I'm always in good spirits.
You are.
Cody asked me earlier, he was like, how you feel? Are you upset? I'm like, do you know how hard it is to get me upset? Like, I find so much humor in so many things. And I'm like, so I just walked over and I looked at Brandon and I said, bro, if you were watching the stream, he was like, oh, Kev's complaining about this. And I was like, I don't want to give you that impression. I looked at him and I said, that's the wildest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Copy that.
I cracked up and walked away.
Well, let's do this. What can people expect for you tomorrow? Look at that camera right there. That's all you, sir.
I'm fighting the most dangerous teenager I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, I've got Asare, I've got Carnall, and I've got Jett Thompson, and I am terrified of the teenage. I'm going to prepare so hard for that. Hopefully it goes well.
Beautiful. Well, sir, we appreciate you. I'd love for you to swap out. Gents, I'm going to hold on you because apparently we had another fight going on.
Oh, yeah, Max is coming in.
If
you
we
guys
could go ahead and bring
this.
Max on because there's something that I don't understand that was happening. And you can kind of, I don't think you can see. Oh, you see him in the vague background here. Max, please, if you would. Kevin, I appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much for that. Please don't die doing that. Okay, thank you.
Crazy if I just got injured right now.
I would have been so mad at you. Play nice with your friends, sir. Don't get in a fight with Elijah unless it's on TV. All right, Max, talk to me, sir. I need you to move up to that microphone. You came telling me that there was some backstage action. What does that mean?
So, all right, I don't know what fucking Daniel Sathler's problem was. I think he just got frustrated during the match. I think he's a little low IQ. He got a little angry. He basically was trying to chat shit at the end of the match after doing nothing for 5.5 minutes. So I just called him a bitch, basically. Comes backstage, double barrels me in the chest. I say, let's fight right now, that motherfucker. Because he pushes me. You put your hands on me. I think I made a mistake in not fucking slapping the fuck out of him right away. But as soon as I said let's fight, the guy literally does a 180 and walks away like nothing happened. So I basically said, you're a fucking bitch. You won't fight now. That's why they had you on your hands and knees ready to take it like the bitch you are. They had that on camera. I'm not making this up. This is all true.
Oh, man.
That's a bitch. My only thing is, to the viewers, the jiu-jitsu guys, a lot of jiu-jitsu guys try to act tough. A lot of them are butt scooters. I'm a butt scooter, but I did MMA. I had MMA fights. I've had kickboxing fights. I know what a real fight is. So don't fucking put your hands on me and try to act like this is a real confrontation, because I had this with Derek Rayfield, who tried to turn it into a real confrontation, back down almost instantly. And now I have this with Daniel Sathler, who's trying to fucking... He backed down in so fast. He's like, this guy's a fucking pussy, bro. Like, seriously, he did a 180 as soon as I said, let's fight that motherfucker. Like, what are you going to do? Why you put your hands on someone if it ain't going to be a fight? That's
okay.
What I'm saying.
Okay.
That was outside the mat. Am I allowed to swear?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you already swore already. This isn't my show. On my show, you do whatever you want.
Okay. So, yeah, that's kind of what happened. The guy's a pussy, in my opinion.
Okay. So, what was the fallout from it? So, once, like, did people separate you guys? Did you just amicably do it? Where did that go?
Everyone was like, I think everyone knew that I was about to fucking start fighting this motherfucker. And they saw him backing up. So AJ, Agazarm, and like 10 people got between us. So they tried to break it up pretty fast.
How is AJ involved in everything? It is such a surprise.
Honestly, that's the only time I've seen AJ try to break up a fight instead of start one. So that was pretty funny.
I think it's where the face persona comes in after being a heel. He's like, whoa, hold on, guys. Yeah. This is all just make-believe. I'm just kidding. I'm really a nice guy.
Yeah.
Man, okay, so everybody broke it up. How did everybody cool down? Did other people find out about it? Does our commissioner even know about this?
Yeah, I think everyone knows about it. You guys got it on film. The Spiral Up Muted guy has it on film.
Copy.
There's like 2 people who got it on film that I'm pretty sure of me cussing him out, because he literally who the fuck pushes somebody and then walks away like a bitch?
It's a great question.
Let's fight then.
So what happens when you guys run into each other? Because I don't know if you know this, but there's only 19 other athletes here.
Daniel isn't going to do a fucking damn thing.
Oh, boy.
I guarantee it. He isn't going to do a damn thing, so I'm not even worried about it.
All right. You know.
I truly am not. He's not. He's a fucking. You see this on camera?
Yes, people know what that is. Thank you.
He won't be. He's not going to do a damn thing, brother. He's not going to do it, so it's not even going to be an issue.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Let's just remind you guys.
I'm not going to start nothing.
Okay. We're all trying to make this a bigger thing, and I understand it. There are ways to make it a bigger thing, but you know what my number one rule is here this week? Take a guess what my number one rule is.
Do shit for views. No, what's your rule?
My number one rule is don't fight for free, fight on camera. Fight for us.
That's true. But if someone puts your hands on you...
No. Don't fight for free. That's the big one.
Kids, if someone puts your hands on you, you better defend yourself.
Oh, my God. Listen, kids, listen.
Yourself.
Listen to right here. Listen, this guy. Look at me. I'm in the suit. Trust me. If you're going to fight, get paid for it. If you're going to fight on the streets or just, I don't know, randomly behind some curtains, nobody gets paid. Here, we give you the opportunity. Look, there's mats behind us. We can give you guys another match if it increases the piece. I'm not in charge. I have no problem with that. But maybe at a different organization, we could give you guys a match.
I'm probably gonna meet him at Emerald City after fighting him today. Truly, I believe the match he had against me in Who's Number One was a fluke, and after today, I know that is 100% truth. He couldn't do anything. I could enter the legs basically whenever I want, so I'd like to see him do anything in a trials rule set when I could, instead of going for submissions, just sweep him and score points, ADCC rule set. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Well, let's do this. Why don't we take a break now? And we'll put a pin on this conversation. Max, I've only known you as a very fun and nice person to be around, and this comes as a shock to me. But having said that, people get flared up, tempers,
it's true.
Testosterone.
Listen, I just want to say I am a very nice guy. I don't like causing confrontation, but if someone wants to pretend like they want to fight, I'm not going to back down. Again, I've had fights. You know, I train every day. I'm literally scrapping out there, and every day I compete more than anyone else. So if someone wants to tell me they're about it, you know, usually it becomes very apparent very quickly that they ain't about it. That's all I'm saying.
Can I just say this? I'm not about it. I have no interest in fighting with you, my friend. I'll train with you, and even that's a heavy lifting for me. But I was complimenting you to say you've been nothing but outstanding to us on the show. You're one of our top 10 of last year interviewed guests. Who knew? He didn't even know that. He just got a shirt and was like, what is this for? And I'm like, you don't remember what this is for? Yeah. You think we just send out T-shirts and gifts? No. Yeah. No. We have a whole thing that we did with it. But here's what oh, my goodness.
Why do you break it up, bro?
You're high class.
Yeah. Thank you.
See, listen. If he's vouching, if he says you're high class, A+. Max, promise me right now, you're going to be a good kid. You're not getting in fights.
I don't get in fights.
There we go.
I defend myself. I don't get in fights.
All right. At least we have it on tape, okay? I guess that's good. Max, I love you, brother.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
Hey, next time we do this, it'll be under much better circumstances so that we can celebrate what you've been doing out there. Because I was very happy to see you get points on the board, my man.
Yeah,
you're not on my fantasy team, but I love the shit out of you, and I hope good things, brother.
Thanks, bro.
My man. Hey, get on out of here. Go get some rest. Go get some food. All right, well, I think we've had a little bit of everything here. Nope, that's the other guys. But the other guys are going to come back right now. So why don't we go ahead and bring this back on to the group shot and bring back on our good friends, Jake Watson. I love that we have the shot of us just being like, wait, hold on. Yep. Yeah, you did.
We were talking with TJ DeSantis.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt that. But did you get the fact that there was a fight that was going on? Because I didn't know that. Well, yeah, Max told me too, and I had no clue that happened. Did you just find out when I found out?
No. I talked to him way earlier. He was like, man, that guy in the back tried to fight me. And then he said that he had some really, I don't know if you taught what he told you. He told me that he had some rather choice words, and they exchanged some rather vulgar and possibly not, ill-advised
What guy
banter.
in the back are we talking about?
I'm talking about, can I say it?
Yes.
Daniel Sathler.
Oh, well, aren't they going to fight each other for real? Did they have a match yet?
I think they already had the match, bro.
They did early today.
You can't leave it on the mat? They got to take it out?
Nah, man, I gave him a whole thing where I told him don't fight for free, and I don't know that it's stuck.
Not when you say the things. Sometimes you say things to certain people, and certain people don't like certain words being said to them. And
Sure.
it really makes the level go from about a 10 to about 125, and then that's when a fight starts to happen.
I mean, the sad part is he started inciting the law of the streets, and at that point I had to say, you know what? That's Tim's department.
Yeah.
So I got to give it back to Tim and let him give the final word on that.
Here's the thing. The PGF brings the street out in people. It's a marathon, man. A lot of guys come in here and they hit it hard on day one. They're like, man, I'm going to get out there on day one. I'm going to bang. I'm going to get after it. Day two comes around. They're stuck in a house with these guys. They got a few more matches. They don't get the results that they want. And now they're picking fights in the back. These guys got 3 more nights. They got to see each other 3 more nights in the same room, in the same building, in the same houses, same faces. I expect there to be fireworks. This is one of those things that if you haven't been in the PGF, you might come into it not considering that it's a very stressful environment.
Yeah.
I'm just in a place where I'm trying to figure this all out. I thought that I was going to bring on Kevin Sherrill because I said, well, we had somebody who dropped out, so we'll fill that in. As Kevin's sitting here, and I'm like, hey, tell me about your beef with Elijah. And he goes, oh, I will. But also, did you know Max got into a fight backstage? And I go, I'm so sorry, guys. It's hard to keep your beef straight. Yeah. So, for 24 hours, it's not even 24 hours. It's what, 18 hours since we're back here and back at it again? Yes. 18 hours, kids. Don't get into a fight. Leave it here because now there's more incentive for you to do it. Professional. Remember? Professional in PGF. Don't forget that. PGF. It would just be GF without the P. Just saying. You're a child, okay?
Wait. I didn't know you said it.
I know exactly why you're laughing, but it doesn't mean you have to laugh at it. Like, P is a letter. It doesn't mean just one thing.
Again,
no, I wasn't even laughing at that. I was laughing at this thing you were doing.
Oh,
this
thank
bit
you.
Was
I thought you were doing
weird, and I was like,
what do you mean it's weird? It's what happened.
Whatever, dude.
Like, legitimately.
Jake, these are the streets. This is what happens on the streets.
This is exactly the streets.
You just got to get it, dude. That's what happens.
All right, we should get to some highlight footage because I'm sure a lot of you were waiting for that. And I guess, normally most shows lead with that, but we came in hot fire with some fights. So let's actually get to some of the clips. And I believe on this particular juncture, Jake, you're going to be taking us through what happened a little bit earlier in the night, correct?
Absolutely. Yep, we were Matt's side. And when we were Matt's side, we got to see some highlight footage that is going to roll exactly right now, courtesy of Octavio. But you see right here, Daniel Sathler going against Kevin Sherrill, who was just pictured here with Rafa Esparza, but Daniel Sathler opening up very, very strong. Jett Thompson, man, 17-year-old phenom, really making a name for himself. You heard the confidence he possessed in his interview with Steve Aiken, our ring announcer, and Elijah Carlton right here. You see on the edge of the mat, skinning his forehead in this big effort to get that armbar. And Davis Asare right here on the edge of the mat. Once again, a lot of submissions happen on the edge of the mat today, it seems. And Nathan Haddad, my gosh, what a day for him, rallying the crowd, having submission and amazing fight back-to-back. And then David Evers, Season 3 champ, getting that submission over Cam Hurd. And finally, Max Hanson. When he's not picking fights with Daniel Sathler backstage, he is picking ankles. You like that?
That's good.
That wasn't in the rehearsal that we did. But you know what? We had new information, so way to throw that one in there. Extemporaneously done. All right, Tim Freeman, why don't you tell us what happened a little bit later in the evening?
Well, apparently, I thought it was all lettuce, a little beef, but it sounds like it's a lot of beef. Carlton couldn't get it done there, but we see David Evers getting it done against Cam Hurd, who brought a toe hold to a gunfight and lost. Nathan Haddad, he showed out against Daniel Sathler. He tried to. Nice little armbar attempt there. We got the grimace coming up. Don't put your face there. He felt like he won, but that was actually a draw. We let the kids fight. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Sathler. He is getting the toe hold there against Beuhring. We let the kids fight. This is Jett Thompson and Davis Asare. They both battled to a draw. PGF veteran Matt Elkins welcomed Max Hanson, who obliged and got a nice backside 50-50 heel hook here. Sorry, I thought that was 50-50. And that leads to Jamie Carnall, who tries to become, coming up here, the only man to submit AJ Agazarm in PGF, and he can't quite get it done. Samson Phommabout welcomed alternate Sam Schwarzapfel to PGF, and Sam was ready to go. Almost got a nice throw into arm lock there, but didn't quite pull it off.
What a great debut by him, by the way.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
he came in,
he was hot.
angry,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
was ready to go, and that made for some great action.
He
right
was
up
angry
top.
yesterday.
He was. You know, I don't want to say he was angry yesterday. I don't know for sure. I just know he was spicy. Let's say that.
I don't know him very well, but sure. And I'm sure he's a nice guy, but every time I've seen him, he looks like he's ready to throw somebody. He really does. He looks like he's ready to throw.
Maybe it's just the mechanism of them all being in Vegas for a few days. Like, everybody's ready
Austin,
to fight.
Los Angeles. Every time I've seen him, he looks that way.
Maybe I'm with you on that, but I'm noticing there's something in the air. Maybe it's just that they're not eating enough. I tried to tell you guys on the survival aspect, but guess what? If it makes for matches like we had today, I guess, willing to risk it a little bit. Guys, there was a lot of information that happened on this show. I'm still processing a lot of it. I was going to ask us to dress for tomorrow, and guess who starts off tomorrow? It's one Max Hanson. So Max is going to basically put all that in a little box and then basically unleash it tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow at 4 p.m. TBD, we do have cameramen all around, so hopefully if anything does go down, they will be filming that. I also want to bring attention to the fact that tomorrow Jamie Carnall is taking on Renato Canuto, and Canuto today found some inspiration.
Wow,
that
yeah,
man was really in and gave us one of his trademark highlight finishes, and I was so proud of him because it looked like he said, like, I think I've got it now. So we'll see if he's able to give us highlight finishes like that, because it's something that has befell him so many times in his career. But did you guys have a chance to look at anything that might be going down tomorrow?
Well, Raph, I just want to say before I haven't really got a chance to see anything going down tomorrow. I'm very, very excited for that information, but I am excited because PJ Barch even remarked in his interview that he did on the mat that he was very excited for the second half of the regular season, and he felt like he was hitting his stride. I think we're seeing a similar thing with Renato Canuto. We're definitely seeing something like that with Andy Varela, who really, man, he is a very imposing figure. But I haven't seen anything that's going to lead into tomorrow, but we will have updates for you on the pre-show tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. ET.
Well, some information is tomorrow we will see PJ Barch versus AJ.
Yeah.
Agazarm. So that's going to be an interesting one to watch.
The winner gets to keep the J.
Yeah.
The loser's got to drop it.
It's a custody battle for the J.
Yeah, it's a custody battle for the J.
That's what that is. Tim, do you have any other matches? It does seem like you previewed a little bit, sir.
I mean, I'm looking forward. Actually, you took it right out of my mouth. I'm looking forward to PJ Barch. I think that he turned the corner tonight. I think that he's kind of knocked off whatever was going on, if there was anything going on. And I think he's going to come out guns blazing, and he's going to look to start racking up some points on the leaderboard here. Davis Asare's got 18 points right now. He's up at the top. He's doing really well. PJ's did get a tap at the end there, right? So he did get on the leaderboard, but I'm looking for him to make up some ground.
And Jett Thompson,
gents,
number 2.
Listen, I feel like we could be here all night, but we do need to get some rest. We do need to get home and start prepping for tomorrow. But we want to thank all of you who have stayed this long. We very much appreciate it. We will be combing the comment sections of the different places where this is streamed. So tomorrow you may see yourself on our show. So you might want to tune in for that. And Jake, what time do we start tomorrow, sir?
Well, we start tomorrow with the pre-show, 3:30 p.m. Pacific time. And then after that, we'll take the action at 4 p.m. Pacific time. Catch it on the Brandon Mccaghren, PGF World, and UFC Fight Pass YouTube channels.
Absolutely. And Tim, what do they have to look forward to tomorrow, if not specific matches? Like, given the fact that we went from day 1 to day 2 with such a big jump, what can we expect tomorrow, sir?
Man, I'm expecting everyone to come in. We got guns. Everyone's coming in hard. They're not playing.
No,
look.
Wait, hold on. Let's be very clear. Please don't come in with guns. This is a very easy place to get guns out here.
I'm saying we got guns. Not just like real guns. Just they're coming in hardcore, man.
These are jiu-jitsu athletes, man.
Please be very specific.
If you're gonna come and score, if you're gonna win, you better make a statement tomorrow. If you're not on the board, you better get on the board. Because if you don't get on the board tomorrow, you're going home. There's a huge chance you're gonna go home. Dang. So I expect everyone to show out tomorrow. If you're holding some in the tank, like I'm going to hold back, you better open it up. Tomorrow's the day. You better step on the gas.
And no fights, no guns, all gas. That's what we're going with, all right? Ladies and gents, on behalf of all of us here at the preview and the post team, myself, Jake Watson, Tim Freeman, thank you for sticking around with us. Again, tomorrow, 3:30 p.m. See us back on the channel you're watching now. And watch the action. Stick around afterwards to see more post-show with us, because guess what? if it's anything like it was tonight, you guys are in for even more action that happens off the cameras and the fallout that happens there. So we're happy to have you guys joining us. It's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.